Ooh, there we go. Hey, everybody hit the like button as we proceed, man. Right back at it. Right back at it, man. Had a full day, full active day. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't wait to get on here and talk about this foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Everybody hit the like button, man. Somebody said technical difficulty. I had some issues with YouTube. I guess it was just on my phone. I just wanted to restart my computer to make sure it wasn't my account. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm a little bit late. What up, D-Up, Pillmongerer, Tyler, Reed? What's up? What's up, Third? Hey, Mike, Easy. Hey, Easy. Yeah. Hey, we're gonna chop it up, man. Hope said YouTube always tripping for me. You got the algorithm upset for challenging the narrative. That's just how I go, man. That's just how I go. I got some real good news for y'all in a couple weeks too, man. Hang tight. Shout out to Mad. He said CPU City. Yes. Michael Minix, what up? What up? Easy. You know, say, yeah, I'm late. I'm like, damn, I'm late. I know I'm late. Everybody. Damn. I know I'm late, man. Can I tell y'all something? I'm gonna tell y'all something, right? So for me, right, you know, I've been in my job for like probably 14 years now. I'll let y'all know something. I'm late every day. Every day I'm late to work. You know, every day I'm late to work. All right. And you'd be like, why? How are you late every day to work, bro? It's just I'm just late every day to work. But technically, I'm not late. All right. I get a 15-minute grace period per handbook. All right. I don't make the rules. I remember when I had somebody try to write me up for being late. He said, man, you've been late every day for like a month. I was like, well, I get 15 minutes grace period per handbook, you know. And yeah, tardiness and absent is not the same. Right? I didn't write the handbook. I'm sorry, I didn't write the handbook. I didn't make the rules, you know. I didn't make the rules. So I always make sure that I'm, you know, at least five minutes late, you know, because I'll be like 13 minutes late, 12 minutes late. I'll be in that range. That's the range, you know. Yeah. And for me, it's not necessarily like being on time, really, because I'll be on time, but I'll be like, I can swing at the 7-Eleven real quick. Give me something to eat real quick. You know what I'm saying? I can swing into McDonald's real quick. I got time to hit McDonald's real quick. Y'all know how it is, man. What it is, man. Hey, man. Hey, hit the like button. We proceed. Oh, yeah. Enjoy your life, man. Take that break, take that vacation. You know, once you become a company man and shit, that's where you know, you gonna really hate working and shit. You know, for me, I don't get stressed out about work. You know, I'm a technical person, so I like my job. You know what I'm saying? So if it ever got to the point where it was getting on my nerves, or I felt like, you know what I'm saying, I was being emasculated by the management and shit, like I would have been gone. You know, but I'm cool. You know, everybody get along. You know, most of the problematic people have been flushed out over years, so I'm good, man. I'm good, man. Yeah. Peace City. Everybody should be after that peace, man. Yeah, y'all get in here, hit the like button, man. Everybody get in here, man. He said, "You get out of there." You said the pallet pushers can't do that. Hey, man, that's what hey, the pallet pushers can't do that. You do got a point. You know. He said it tripped me out how so many people have to stay in dead end jobs that stress them the fuck out. Yeah. I talked about that on this channel before. How like people can't complain to me about the job. Like I'm not the person to like complain about the job. Like I will tell somebody shut the fuck up or leave, quit. Shit, like what the fuck? You don't want to be here, just quit, man. Goddamn, why don't you just leave? Why you bothering me? Shit. Why you bothering me? You know? I'd rather call in than come to work and complain. But let me get out of there. I ain't trying to start bad habits with you niggas, man. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. All right. As we proceed, man. It is with sad news for some of you niggas that I gotta deliver the bad news. All right. Before we get into Donald Trump backing down with China. All right. I do want to go on record and say this, that that nigga Drake got one with that no kid. Hey, he got one. I'm sorry. That nigga Drake got that. He got one. You know, and right on time for the summertime, man. Listen, don't be upset with me. Don't be upset with me, man. I went back and listened. I said, yeah, that's if he put 2 more of them out, man, listen, man. Who's calling my phone? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling my phone? Who's calling that shit? Yeah. Hey, listen, hey, don't be mad with me, man. Hey, if I heard that at the studio, I'll be like, hey, you better get this one out, man. Yeah. I'm a little bit like, the OVO check cleared, nigga. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, listen, man. I heard those synthesizers stacked on each other. I said, hey, he got one, man. Listen, I understand, man. Hey, listen, I understand. And he had the OG Nokia ringtone in the background the whole time. Y'all know I've been on that old school Nokia ringtone shit, but hey, I'm not an OVO ambassador, man. Listen, I'm not the OVO ambassador, man. What up? Well, I knew y'all didn't want to hear the bad news, but hey, he got one, dog. He got one. He got one. You know, he got one. I don't make the rules with that either. A hit is a hit. Masters of Whackness. What's up, man? He said, I'm Team Canada. Hey, which territory of Canada would I be in, man? I don't know. Toronto, I think they got too many Somalians in Toronto. I can't do Toronto. Yeah, somebody, hey, it is what it is, man. Complex, what's up? Asia said K-Dot and SZA is the best. Don't get me started with that shit, man. Don't get me started with that shit, man. He said Montreal. Nah, hell no, I don't fuck with them Somali motherfuckers. They kind of weird me out, man. He said that's a good OVO. He said that's a good OVO check. That's not an OVO check, man. Cardi, I need that beep, 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 beep. Cardi, I need that beep, 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 beep. Cardi, I need the beep, beep. Hey, don't do it. 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 Everybody hit the like button, man. Everybody hit the like button, man. Yeah. Hey, the wire hit. Hey, Tyler, the wire hit. The wire hit. Don't be over here tripping, man. Do not be over here tripping, man. Don't be over here. You dealing with niggas that think they cute. Oh. You dealing with niggas that's cuter than you. Oh. Hey, don't start it up, man. Don't start with me, man. Don't start with me, man. Anyways, look, we got 90 people here. Hit the like button as we proceed. All right. I'm seeing a lot of people You know, I'm seeing a lot of people, you know. Hey, chill out. We out. I'm not, listen, I do not want smoke with the K-Dot gang or the Kendrick gang, really. The Kendrick or the Drake shit. I don't want to be in that war. I'm just calling what I see, all right? He said China needs to accept that we are an A side and they the B side. See? We finna talk about it. Let me get out there. Hey, that's a war that's still going, man. The meme battle's still popping off over there. I'm good though. I'm chilling, man. Leave me out of it. All right. Leave me out. All I said was, you know, Drake setting up for the summer. That's all I said, man. That's all I said, man. Yeah, battle the like button. All right. Now, where do I begin? I will say this, right? Because I just put an ear on Angry Man's live stream, and it's very strange. It's very strange about how people are becoming anti-capitalist. I'm talking about just straight anti-capitalist. Straight anti-capitalist. You know, just straight up anti-capitalist. They closing the trap down, man. You know, it was like, yo, why don't y'all, Angry Man, you know, why don't black people, you know, this the perfect time to make your American brand or some shit. It's like, no, why the fuck would I do that? Why would I do that? I'm working on a clothing project right now, and sourcing materials and stuff is not on some make it here in America type shit. Like when it comes to textiles and stamping out patterns and stuff, y'all don't even understand how easy that stuff is right now. They got templates that you can put together and you will have a sample within a week. I'm talking about whole varsity jackets, blah, blah, blah. They won't even charge you for the sample. They'll say, let's get it cracking. Let's get it booming. I'm talking about shirts, hats, all that shit, man. American Man said, just put a Chinese flag in your bio and say you stand with China already. Man, I stay with the bread. I stand with the bread, man. Hey, listen, American Man, I stand with the bread, man. I'm an American, dog. I stand with cheap labor, man. I stand with the cheap labor, man. What are you talking about? Do you understand? American Man, you done came over here with this bullshit, man, talking about some Chinese. Nigga, if the trap was in America, I wouldn't give a fuck. The trap is overseas, man. When you whipping the work, nigga, the trap booming. You want the plug to the cheap labor, man. And see, American Man, you let Trump come out and say Apple can be connected to the plug. All right, we're gonna talk about it. All them big companies get to keep the plug, but the little man at the bottom who not in tech, they gotta lose the plug, man. He said they're staying with America and stop America with me. America is with me. I'm gonna show y'all something. I bought something for demonstration purposes, right? I went through, this was this morning. I was going through my whole entire hat stash, right? And I came across a hat, right? I came across this hat, right? I came across this hat right here, right? This some vintage ass shit. I think I got this out of a thrift store in New Mexico, okay? It's RMCC, okay? This is very old. This is from the Ronald McDonald's Children Charity, okay? Now it's the Ronald McDonald's House Charity, okay? They changed it up in 1984 or something, right? This is the only hat in my stash that is made in that's made in America. I mean, yeah, that's made in America. You can see Ronald McDonald with the kid hand and the glove. This is now let me show y'all something. See if it could zoom in on it. Let me see. Will it zoom? Will it zoom in? Is it? I don't do that. Okay, you can see right there. That's a new era. Okay. That's new era. You can see right there. Made in the USA. See that? Made in the USA. This is a real this had probably it's like 89. This had was probably made around the mid to late 80s. All right. That's the new era logo. That's what it used to look like. So this is the pro model, right? So this the pro model. 5950 wasn't even made available to the public until like the mid 80s. So right around this time, that's when they brought the 5950. The 5950 goes back to the 50s, but it was only available to professional athletes in the Major League Baseball. That was it. They never sold it in the stores until like the 80s. But anyways, that hat is old as shit. All right. The hat that I have on my head right now was made in China. All right. It is superior quality. All right. Superior. This hat and this hat is miles away from each other. The construction, the materials, this hat right here costs way less to make than this hat. This made in America hat, right? I mean, it's still good quality. It's got a DuPont brim on it, but if you look at I mean, bro, look at even the sweatbands, bro. This hat is Chinese. This hat is America. All right. This hat was made in America. This hat was not. All right. The stitch work and the quality on this hat is higher than this. I'm sorry to tell y'all, man. Listen, I'm sitting here listening to people talk about how low quality imported goods are. All right. And I just the silliness of it all is like, man, you just gonna say Apple is poor quality. You know, you just gonna say Apple is poor quality. These are American. Look at American, man. Proud to be American. Yes, I fuck with American brands. I fuck with American brands. All right. I fuck with American brands. I fuck with American brands. It is what it is. I'm sorry. He said, obviously that doesn't apply to all products. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And in every aspect of production, made in America doesn't mean the best quality. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You can be upset. It is what it is, you know. You can be upset, but it is what it is. You know. Yeah, new Carhartt, Dickies. I think Dickies is made in America now. They just moved the factory down here not too long ago. But everybody getting mad. So he said, do your son have a PlayStation or Xbox? Don't even get me started, Lorenzo. My son got a PlayStation and an Xbox, but he only plays the PlayStation. And I gotta pre-order the new Nintendo Switch the next week, actually. Yeah, Nike not made in America. I support American companies. I'm sorry, man. I support American companies. I support American companies. Okay. I drive an American truck. I have American cars. I love Japanese automobiles, though. I do. I ain't gonna lie. European and Japanese automobiles, I am a fan. I'm a fan. All right. That's where I'm at with it, man. But I'm watching people just turn like, and I'll just say this, like the hustling types, the 80s babies is on some, yeah, we need to close the trap down. We got to close the trap down so we can, we can make it here and take a L globally. Like that ain't gonna happen. And man, knock it off, man. We never cared about the late. See, that's that American man, dog. American man. Do you think America ever cared about the safety of the cheap labor? Do you think America was ever concerned about? Do you ever think, when was America ever so worried and concerned about the safety of the cheap labor, man? Knock it the fuck off, man. Knock it the fuck off, man. That's un-American. Say, would I buy a Tesla? I would absolutely buy a Cybertruck. Before, I talked about this already, but the quality of the Cybertrucks is just so poor. Like, I drive down the highway, I can see the waviness. It's like they didn't even put the fucking. Those trucks are going to look horrible in about 8 years. I don't think that they really did any long-term type testing and shit on them trucks like that. Because stainless steel has to be. It expands and contracts differently. Stainless and it's different grades of stainless steel, but after a while, like when you have stainless steel expand and contract a lot, it's gonna, it is what it is, man. But like I said, I'm a fan of angular design. I love the look of the Cybertruck. I just think that it could have been way better. Especially for the price. Especially for the price. If the price was at the original MSRP, I probably wouldn't even have a problem. But it's like once you start getting up to the 70,000, it's like, nah, I could give me a high country. I give me a platinum or a King Ranch. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, I could give me a Longhorn. I could get something else. Cybertruck has to be kept in a garage. Well, down here, man, they'll take $100,000 truck and put a long ass gooseneck trailer on that bitch. I ain't seen a Cybertruck pulling I ain't seen a Cybertruck pulling a gooseneck trailer, right, from coast to coast, doing the most. Doing the most. I ain't seen no Cybertruck put in that work. I ain't seen it. Yes, I have a trailer. He said, which American truck? Do you have a trailer? Yes, I have a trailer. Yes, I have a trailer. I got a 2017 F-350. I have a 2006 6-liter F-250. Both diesels. He said no Cybertruck is putting in that. No, Cybertrucks ain't putting in that work. So, I mean, it's like a Ford Ranger. Really? I mean, we're just going to get to it. But anyways. All right, now let's get to it. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Where do we begin? Where do we begin? So let me see. Hold on. Can't share that. I want to start with this too. Let's start with this. Okay. So we go to True Social. yo, this is, hey, am I tripping or is this something new? Because I went and I looked at this. As the G20 summit. So Trump come out and said he said, how can we be expected to go to South Africa for the very important G20 meeting when land confiscation and genocide is the primary topic of the conversation, and they're taking the land of white farmers and then killing them and their families? The media refuses to report on this. The United States has held back all contributions to South Africa. Is this where they want us to be for the G20? I don't think so. Now, bruh. Mad said, what about Gaza Strip? Land confiscation? Russia, Ukraine. It's a lot of land, yo. China, Taiwan. It's a lot of land disputes. You know. Let me look this up. I can't believe this shit, man. I'm tripping. Oh, you know what? I got G20 mixed up with G8. I mean G7. Okay, so yeah, the G20. Okay, the G20 and the G7. But the G20 got more people in it. Let me so America won't be at the G20. Wow. How we feel about this? How we feel about that? He said rule for South Africa to kick out the white man. He said, but this. Well, what do y'all think, man? Oh yeah, Greenland. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, we talk about land confiscation. What about Greenland? Canada? We could just take it. What do you say about it? What do you say about Gaza? We don't have to buy it. We don't have to buy it. We don't have to buy it. I don't know, man. I look at this shit, I'll be like, man, wait a minute. America not going to be at the G20 summit. Okay. They're not at the G20 meeting, then, you know, that came across my timeline. I was like, dang. I'm pretty sure the topic is going to be not how we can reinforce our trade routes. Now, let's get to the good stuff. All right. Let's get to the good stuff. All right. Donald Trump bent the fucking knee. All right. Donald Trump caved in. All right. Donald Trump. Hey, listen. I'm going to open the panel so people can explain to me how this not a backtrack, backstep, backtrap, a straight up fucking flip-flop. All right. So what? Because I do want to hear people explain it. And a lot of people was explaining it. And it's a lot of people disappointed, you know, about this. And this, like all the major industries out of China has now, they now has exempt status. All right. American Man said, did you miss the Africans that tried to stone black Americans that said Jesus was black? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Why do I give a fuck about people going over there arguing about people's religion? Why do I give a fuck? Did I miss that the Africans tried to stone a black Americans and said Jesus was black? Why do I give a fuck? When is that my business? What's going on, man? I'm supposed to care because people went over there on some Pan-Africanism shit? I'm American. All right. You think I'm gonna go to would I go to a Muslim country and start, you know what I'm saying, debating religion with them? No. Moving right along. Moving right along, man. All right, man. Hey, man, listen. Hey, hey, man, listen. White victimhood. I told y'all the white victimhood is on the rise. White victimhood is on the rise. All right. White victimhood is on the rise. And I told y'all, everybody gonna have to accept white victimhood. Look at what happened to the white farmers. It's like, what happened to them? What happened to them? what happened to the white farmers? I want to know what happened to the white farmers. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. You thought I was going to do the Black Lives Matter and White Lives Matter? I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not a hypocrite. You think I'm going to join the WLM? No. You think I'm going to join forces with WLM? And I rejected BLM? Jokes on you. I'm consistent. I'm consistent. All right. What kind of race-based support system y'all trying to put together over here? Let me get out of there. Let me get out of there, man. Let me get out of there, man. Y'all boys putting together White Lives Matter and shit, man. Yeah, foundational white Americans joining forces, and you got me fucked up. Now I gotta accept White Lives Matter. No. All right. They gotta, look at them consistently not serious. No, I'm not. I don't take race-based policy serious. I'm sorry. I'm not a leftist. American man. I'm not a leftist. I would never run to you and be like, what about the black people in China? Remember black people in China when COVID happened? My, how fast we forget. My, how fast we forget. How fast. I constantly have to remind you fucking hypocrites, man. I didn't hear people crying about, black people in China when COVID took off and how they was getting they was getting ching chang chopped up over there, man. Yeah. Imagine me bad. Look how they beating these black people. Nah, that's what it is, man. We gotta support them because they black. Fuck out of here. Yeah, that's why BA has to stay black ass at home. Yes. Yeah, we're American first over here, American man. Don't bring up white Africans. That's not my struggle. All right. But the fact that we choose not to be a part of a global discussion because how white people are being treated in South Africa is crazy to me. All right. That is crazy to be like, okay, due to the treatment of white people in South Africa, we're not going to talk to the other 18 global constituents. we're just unwilling to talk to the 18 other countries because of how white people are being treated in South Africa. Oh, boo-hoo. Was it with the tiny violin? I don't think the rest of the world give a fuck either. I'm pretty sure the G20 conversation is going to continue on without us, and I don't think that that the G20, the people who put the G20 together is like, oh my God, America's not going to be here. I'm pretty sure they playing the world's smallest violin. All right. I'm pretty sure that this True Social post fell on a lot of deaf ears. They don't give a damn. Yeah, the white Africans' struggle is colder. Nah, they don't give a damn, man. I couldn't imagine though. Like, nah, I'm not willing to sit at the other 8 and talk to the other 18 constituents. All right, I'm just not, based on how white people are being treated here. But you know how Palestinians get treated. You know how a lot of different people get treated around the world. I'm pretty sure they don't give a fuck about a small group of farmers in South Africa, dog. You know, and that's just what it is. Because I'm American. I don't expect the South Africans to give a fuck about what's happening here in Texas. All right, if anything happened here, I don't expect them to like not do business with the rest of the world because what happened here. You know, said Trump said hold it at Mar-a-Lago. Fuck out of here, man. Who at Mar-a-Lago? Oh, Jaguar Wright with her goofy ass. She was at Mar-a-Lago, getting rewarded for lying, getting a hero award for lying. Moving right along, man. Yeah, hit the like button as we proceed, man. As we proceed. What is this? Oh, he posted a video on her too.
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you. People are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from... There's nothing you can do. There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yes. South African occupy land. That's who we are. Honorable member, I want to do. You can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament.
Honorable. Yes, honorable member.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor.
Okay, they get lit down in South Africa, man. Listen, man. Hey, man, they don't. Hey, man, listen. You know, hey, people colonize. People take shit back. People, you know, it is what it is, man. Hey, listen, man. It is what. Oh, listen, this is no different than saying, no, who gonna tell us we can't occupy this place or that place? Who can, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't act dumb now. You know, we can't play dumb now. We can't play dumb now. Listen, this is what it is. To me, it's politics as usual. You know, it's just, you know, it is scary seeing, you know, black people participate in the global game, you know, the global game. I didn't see them. I don't see no videos of them begging for help. Like, oh, we cut off funding. I didn't see the South Africans begging for, you know, I didn't. But anyways, moving right along as we proceed, man. Yeah, that is kind of crazy, man. You know, at least we opening the borders for those farmers to like escape, like everybody else escaped. You know. So, what the fuck is this? What? Oh, wow. So I got to share this. I guess it's a book recommendation from Trump. My friend Douglas Murray just released a new book called On Democracies and Death Cults. and is quickly becoming a bestseller. Based on his firsthand reporting, Douglas documents the barbarity of Hamas's brutal attack on Israel. Oh, man. And Israel's heroic response. The book serves as a strong reminder of the way we must always stand up for America and our great friend and ally, Israel. A powerful read from a highly respected author. Get your copy today. What the fuck? Israel and the future of civilization? Wow. I do got to get a True Social account because I would like to read the comment section on that. We might have to do that religion and we might have to do that religion and politics live stream because, you know, I know a lot of people did feel some way about people like, you know, we have to bring we got to put God back in school. And then, you know, when they lost that fight, then it turned into let's get rid of the Department of Education, you know. And man, what the fuck? This just makes me rethink about a lot of this stuff about like, okay, I get it. This is a majority Christian nation and they want to bring Christianity into schools, but now I get to look at it and see this is the issue with the left-right paradigm, whereas the left is very blatant and you can see their strange fucking motives, their weirdo shit whenever they try to put shit on kids and all the rest of it, right? But on the right, it's far more complex. Like they'll do something and on face value, you can't really tell. You'll just be like, oh, that's just, you know, they want to bring God into schools and teach the children about, you know, Christian values and stuff. And then if you dig a little deeper, you got all these people saying, hey, we must defend Israel. And, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, they stop at the beginning, you know, and they never go to find out who's pushing these religious-based policies and stuff. What are their motives? You see what I'm saying? This is where I have my issues with religion. It's not necessarily the religion. Like people can practice whatever they want to, but the application of the religion and pretty much making people bow to a superior authority, so to speak, to get bullshit agendas through. All right. And now that, you know, this is where we, man, this is where we're gonna. I think the final frontier for freedom and, you know, like Americans, it is going to be stopping these religious people from all sides. You know what I'm saying? From all sides to say, man, you know, we don't have allies if they believe that our country needs to do this. That's not a fucking ally. Whether it be a Christian, whether it be a Jew person, whether it be a Muslim, whether it be whoever. All right. You know, whether it be whoever, it's going to be up to us, primarily the people who can say, hey, taking over this country does not put us in good favor with your Lord and Savior. Like we're gonna have to do that shit, man. Because, and this is my problem with the libertarians, is that the libertarians are like, you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. But the libertarians, they didn't understand that these people are not gonna leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? So I look at these Jewish, Christian, Muslim zealots the same way I look at the LGBT crowd. They're not going to leave you alone. All right. They're not going to leave you alone. They are going to fuck with you. All right. Until you bend the knee. And it's going to be to the people with common sense to say, we're not going to hell for not blowing these people and they fucking kids up. All right. All right. Look at American man. A bunch of blacks about to attack me. Typical. Typical. I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. I'm being typical blacks about to attack me. You're not being attacked, bro. You're not being attacked, bro. yeah, you're not being attacked. Somebody said amazing. Yeah, amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. Hey, what is it, man? I'm gonna drop the link later, man. We can chop it up. All right. Oh, he said most of you blacks bow to Jews. Stop pretending you people only tough with other blacks. I agree. And that's my problem with black conservatives. That's my problem with black conservatives. They only tough with other black people. They rather run to Bible school than to have a confrontation with somebody that's not black. They rather run. They rather leave the room. They rather run away. I agree. Hey, American man, I agree. That's my issue with black conservatives. You perfectly stated my issue with black conservatives. They only tough with other black. They don't even know nothing else to do. They can't even it's almost like they got a mental break in their head that it slams on the brake whenever they get critical of non-black people. Yeah, they ain't tough with Nick Fuentes, but I did see something. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go find it. Hold on. Everybody relax. Let me get in here real quick. Let me get in here real quick. Let me get in here real quick. Let me go find something real quick. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Let me see. Let me see. I might have to do something about Anthony Brian Logan. Anthony Brian Logan got asked. Anthony Brian Logan got asked about Nick Fuentes. And I meant to bookmark it because the channel is a channel for somebody to be over here. And they made a community post. I can't remember who it was, but Anthony Brian Logan, and they asked like, hey, Jason Whitlock, how come? And then she tagged all the black conservatives, like, how come none of the black conservatives like came to help you, said deal with this situation, and have your back with Nick Fuentes. Anthony Brian Logan responded, and Anthony Brian Logan said, I never took Nick Fuentes seriously. I I refuse to give him any shine. I refuse to give him any shine on my channel. I said, nah, nigga. Nigga, you pussy, nigga. I refuse to give. I said, man, you refuse to give him shine, but you'll give every fucking ignorant black fucking shit that you can find under any rug around the corner shine, nigga. This nigga said, I'm gonna find that post. I'm gonna find that post. You know, I'm gonna find that post. You know, I'm gonna find that post. Real shit. Stephen A. Smith has been clowned by everybody. Being clowned by everybody. Well, I tell you, man. You gotta do better than Stephen A. Smith. Give us somebody else. Give us somebody else, man. You gotta do better than Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith be getting in with all kind of people, man. You know, yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. A lot of NBA owners and shit, they stay getting into it with Stephen A. Smith. Anyways, moving right along, man. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith he don't discriminate. He ignorant with everybody. All right, now. Wow. Okay, so True Social. Did we go through our True Social? All right, so we got a pro-Israeli. We got the pro-Israeli situation. Read up on the book so they can talk about how bad people are, you know. All right, now. Yeah, Hannity and Stephen. Yeah, hey, that was going crazy, Untitled. Hey, they going crazy. Yeah. I know. Hannity was hot. Hannity was hot. Hannity was hot. Yeah, I got the Philly hat on, man. For those who want to know, man, I got the military patch on the side, man. You know what I'm saying? This special forces. I wore the other one the other night. Or was it this one? But I got this same series in like a couple teams. Shout out to Matt Coach. He said black conservatives have zero political power, zero results, zero policies, just trolling and getting pats on the head from being compromised as a man. Yes, absolutely. And being the safe space for white victimhood. For white victimhood. That is wrong. That is wrong. Black people hate white people. Black people hate white people. Black people have hey, American man, what you say? You said black people have hey, what do you say? Black people have damn it, what do you say, man? Resentment. Yeah. Black people have resentment for white people. They have resentment. Come on. Even your family. Come on, don't lie about your family. Shout out to American man, dog. Look, y'all do have resentment for white people. Y'all do. It's almost like it's a big black boogeyman. Who got the worst boogeyman? The big black boogeyman or the big white boogeyman? That's what I want to know. Who got the biggest boogeyman? That's what I want to know. Who got the like the biggest boogeyman that you need to be constantly worried about? Like, who got the biggest omnipresent boogeyman? White, The white one or the black one? That's all I want to know. You know. Shout out to American, man. I appreciate, I appreciate, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people, the white boogeyman is colder. The white omnipresent boogeyman is colder. Say, I have no boogeyman. How come you the only person allowed to not have no boogeyman? All right, anyways, move right along. Let me get out of here, man. I'll tell you a boogeyman, though. The big Chinese boogeyman. All right. The big Chinese boogeyman is not backing down from tariffs. All right. The big Chinese boogeyman is not budging. The big China boogeyman is going up. All right. And we're going to look at this from both sides. Okay. China's taking some hits. America can't afford to take the hits. All right. So right now, from my understanding, I'm going to play some clips. You know, it's going up. Like I said, the trade war is transitioning into a currency war. All right. For those who don't understand what's happening right now is the supply chain is going to have to move with somebody's liquidity. All right. And right now we're looking at, man, the power of the dollar. All right, versus, you know, other countries' currencies are actually getting stronger right now. All right. Now, this is not working how it's supposed to work. Okay, so Trump came out, he put the tariffs on 125%, and now he came back and he straight up folded every major manufacturing industry in Japan now has no tariffs. All right. That's what's going on right now. And, you know, again, people going to get the phone calls. I'm pretty sure Apple sent the phone call. I'm pretty sure all the big tech companies say, hey, man, what the fuck? If you don't fix this shit. All right. If you don't fix this shit. And then he had to, you know, backtrack like the next day, which is crazy, you know. And now we got a whole bunch of, you know, art of the deal, bro. It's the art of the deal, bro. It's the art of the deal, bro. Yeah, everybody hit the like button. It's the art of the deal, man. This is going to create jobs. So you already know we played Kevin O'Leary, right? So Kevin O'Leary, he had to wake up this morning, copping please. You know, this is Kevin O'Leary saying we need to slam China's head against the wall now. 400% tariffs, right? 400% tariffs, right? And we are, yo. He said Japan literally was here to do deals before the tariffs. He was already begging Japan not to manipulate their currency. That is why they was here, because Japan pretty much said, we are going to manipulate our currency. All right. That was no fucking, they was there to make deals. It was them begging Japan not to manipulate their currency. All right. Because they seen what happened when Japan started doing that shit. All right. Everybody started fucking, everybody started getting nervous. That's what happened. That was the meeting. That's the deal. All right. We got you got to like, bro. I remember. I know exactly why all that shit happened. All right, and that's just what it is. So again, Kevin O'Leary is like, man, listen, we need 400% tariffs, which I actually agree, because to override the cost of labor, the tariffs would have to be 400, 500, 800% tariffs to offset the labor. All right. And I know a lot of people are too stupid to understand that the cost of labor is the reason why those jobs are over there in the first place. But if you just think about it, if you just close your eyes and think about it a little bit, right? Why the fuck wouldn't they already be here if it wasn't about the cost of labor? But anyways, moving right along. All right. Moving right along. Okay. Moving right along.
What do you say to people like Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary who say you guys simply haven't tariffed China enough?
Look, the tariff rate on China remains where it was yesterday at the 145% level. The president made it very clear when the United States is punched, he will punch back harder. And he hopes to make a deal that benefits the American worker and our companies that have been ripped off for far too long. And he's finally taking bold and courageous action to do that. You know, taking on China is, in the terms of trade and tariffs, is something that both Democrats and Republicans alike have spoken about for decades. President Trump is finally doing it.
Kevin, it's great to have you back on. What did you make of the White House's response here?
It's not enough. I really want to focus on more than just tariffs on China. I want to level the playing field. I speak on behalf of millions of American entrepreneurs who've been ripped off, their IP's been gone, investors like me who can't get any.
I disagree with all this whining and crying and shit. All this fucking victimhood. We being ripped off and they're taking advantage of us like we can't find other suppliers anywhere else. I disagree with this.
Millions of American entrepreneurs who've been ripped off, their IP's been gone, investors like me who can't get any.
And I'm going to tell y'all something. The reason why, all right, the reason why they can't go nowhere is because nobody else is willing to take the environmental hit, the child labor hit. Nobody else is willing to really work the trap properly. Nobody else. Listen, this is why we have to use China. This is why we crying about China. We don't got it. We don't got it. I'm sorry. And that's they sacrifice for everybody. And this is why they was like, we want the most inhumane people to care about our intellectual property. We want the most inhumane communist society to be fair. Nigga, shut the fuck, all this dumbass shit. And this is what I'm saying, like, this is liberal ass people acting like they don't know who they fucking with. Acting like they don't know who they get. The China don't even give a fuck about their own people. I'm finna show y'all that shit. I'm finna show y'all how the people in China don't even got no fucking say. All right. All this shit with this fucking, oh my God, why don't the communists care about leveling the playing field? We want to no, bruh. They don't have a democracy. They don't even have judges and shit. They don't have none of that shit. They got the CPP running that bitch. All right, it's a gang thing over there. And what trips me out is if you watch Kevin O'Leary on Shark Tank, like he literally makes his deals using the opposite. The same way he put his deals together on Shark Tank is putting himself in the position of the CPP, the CCP. He literally is a communist when it comes to putting deals together. That is what it is. It's no way around it. It's no way around it. Yeah, we're gonna show the Chinese factory shutting down. They have to shut down. The docks is clogged up. They don't even have no room to put all the shit. We're gonna talk about that. And we're gonna talk about who owns all the stuff that's clogged up in the in these supply chains. All right. Here's a newsflash. It's not China's. He said, "Dude got flip flops on." Yeah, man. He got like this dude wearing like a pink pajamas and pink sandals and shit.
access to the Chinese courts. All of the WTO since China joined in 2000, they've abused it every week. You can look at thousands of complaints. And the one that makes me crazy is they come to the U.S. to tap our markets, our financial markets, our exchanges, raise billions of dollars, and they're not even GAP compliant. I can't do that. Why can a Chinese company do that? And I'm competing with their dollars. So all of this stuff has to get fixed. So what I want to do, and I'm just throwing it out there, and I'm glad it was brought up today, is let's just shut them down until they get to the table. I want to do business in China. I have no problems with Chinese people.
Now it's like, nah, fuck the tariff. Let's just shut them down.
But I want to be on a level playing field this time. I want to fix this.
Why would you even see? And this why I'm starting to think, like, what other options do they even have? And we talking about motherfuckers acting like they don't have no option. I want to do business with them. I want it to work out. I want to do business with them. I want it to work out, but it just got to be this way. Like, why not just move? Why not just go somewhere else? Why not just go somewhere else? Why not say, hey, this is unfair. These people, they don't fuck with me like that. Let me just take my operations over here. Let's just leave. Why can't people just leave? That's the question that I got for tonight. Why can't people just leave China? Roll out of China, just leave. Like, just leave. Just leave. And then China would just collapse. All right? And China would just fold up and collapse. All right? No, just if we just leave China and I guess bring and just not use them, instead of begging them to change the rules and care about fairness and all the rest of this pussy ass globalist, capitalist, free market shit, just stop acting like bitches. Just crying. Oh, please, they don't adhere to this and the World Trade Organization and the this and the that and the wow. And then it's just crying like some hoes. And then for Donald Trump to pick up the phone and say, you know what? Every major industry, no tariffs. Y'all need to come talk. Begging Xi Jinping to come talk to him. He needs to call me. Like, nah, nigga. Nah. I'm sorry. All right? I'm sorry. Yo, I can't wait for people to finally wake up. It's people waking up now like, wait a minute. How can we backtrack on something that we claim is going to bring jobs and do all of this and all? Now all of a sudden you get to just turn it off? Like, wait a minute. Like, are we going to go halfway through with this shit? Yo, people confused like a motherfucker, man. The world is a stage, spiritual. I agree. All of this is theatrics. Again, like, we going into a currency war. All right. They know damn well that they can't beat China in a trade war. It's not even possible. I'm sorry to break the news to y'all, but I've been telling y'all that we can't beat China in a trade war. We can't do it. It's not like we get to flip a switch and then now we producing everything and we're supplying the rest of the world like China was. It's a fucking pipe dream. Sorry. All right. It doesn't make any sense on any front. Nobody can explain how we're going to compete globally with American wages. It's not going to happen. Anybody who say that shit from now on, I'm calling you stupid to your face. All right. That's what we hit. That's where we at with it. All right. COVID was a switch hit flip. What happened after COVID? Did we step up our manufacturing base? Did we take that as a wake-up call? Or are we sitting here 3 years later begging China to change the rules and play by fairness? All right. Fuck all that shit, dog. We get to it today. We get to it today. All right. We get to it today. You know, if COVID showed us anything, it was we need to set up more warehouses here so we can have things in stock. That way, so when we do have it, then we have a safety net of places. That's where you get all these warehouses that was built after COVID. Nobody gave a fuck about manufacturing in the United States after COVID. All right. I'm sorry to tell y'all that. The truth is the truth. I'm in the transportation industry. I know how this shit go. All right. All we did was increase warehouse sizing and for Chinese goods to be deployed even faster. That's all it was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. He said, nah, the U.S. trying to dismantle the CCP. Well, just do it. Just do it. Just dismantle the CCP. All right. Just end the war in Ukraine and Russia. Just do it. Just do it. I'm here for the movie, baby. Just do it. Just do it. Yeah, child of God. What they wait for? All they have to do is no American company can export from China into the United States starting today. Starting today, no American company can export from China into the United States today. That's how you do that shit. That's how you do that shit. Not, oh man, ever since they came into the World Trade Organization, ever since we allowed them to come into the market, all this crying and shit. That ain't how you stop the CCP. All right. In fact, again, all this crying and whining is just making other people like strategize and regroup and shit. That's it. Make it happen. Make it happen, Captain. Huh? He said you can't justify to do it and need to maintain. Man, knock it off, man. Man, knock it off, man. Knock it off, man. We talking about justifying shit. Nigga, we bypassed Congress to send Israel $4 billion to blow up Gaza, nigga. What the fuck you talking about justifying something? We don't have to justify shit. We taking the Panama Canal like the Chinese people ain't got infrastructure on that motherfucker right now without justifying it right now. We talk about taking over Canada and Greenland without justifying it right now. Right now. We doing unjustifiable shit just on some we America and we say so type shit. Fuck all that. Now we got to justify what we doing with China. That's how I know. Nigga, this is a different live stream. We taking different energy tonight. All this whole, anytime Trump talk tough, he get to back with some type of diplomacy attitude, like, and everybody else be also, oh man, this is 3D chess. Anytime something don't happen, oh, this is 3D chess. You don't understand what's going on. Y'all got to understand. Everybody else is too dumb to understand basic economics. All right. Somebody said, did we build the canal and lose 35,000 lives? Okay, but did we sell it? Yes. And then while we sold it, did other people come in there and do shit with it? Yes. Okay, so do you get to come back and just take that shit back? No. You're going to have problems. And we're going to see those problems. All right? We're going to see them problems. Yeah. The fuck you talking about? Yeah, it's 4D chess, 3D say just a whole bunch of backpedaling, backtracking. Oh man, man, knock it off. Knock it off. Putin still ain't responded. Yeah, the art of the deal. The art of the deal. The art of the deal. This is another reason why people be like, well, we need to run our country like a business. Well, businesses and sovereignty and all the rest of that, like that, countries have a lot more different aspects to it. All right. You can't backpedal in business. If you make a wrong move in business, well, yeah, you can't be bailed out, and you can use bankruptcy and shit like that, but countries don't get to do that. You fall in debt, you in a whole different paradigm. You in a whole different paradigm. Said none of these niggas got the juice like Trump. We gonna see. We gonna see, because for me, I think that anytime he do stuff, it's kind of like on some passive aggressive shit. Like, who was that? That was Lutnick came out and be like, Donald Trump said, don't retaliate. But China retaliate. It's like, yes, they're gonna retaliate. And it's just passive aggressiveness where it's like, let's do something and then try to pretend like it's their fault for retaliating. Let's do something and pretend like it's their fault for retaliating. And then, try to say, hey, all right, well, here's 125% tariff. All they had to do was not retaliate. Like, who the fuck you think you talking to? Like, these people have a country too. You know, these people have a country too. All right. I want to see it. Yeah, he is a rock star, Drew. That's what I'm saying. The only person who could get this off is Trump. And that's why I got to give it to, that's why I have to give it to the puppet masters, because there is no way anybody else will be. I ain't seen nobody make no excuses like this. You know, a lot of people ignore, a lot of people on the left, they ignore, they won't defend the bullshit. They'll just ignore it. And you got to go and debate people and make them admit that the fuck up is the fuck up. But on the right and with the MAGA, it is like the mental gymnastics. No, you don't get it. It's this. And then when that don't work, it's like, no, he really meant this. I'm loving it. He said, we really acting like Trump and the current administration idiots. At best, we pumping and dumping the global markets on a pump and dump scheme. At best, at best, we dealing with a pumping and dumping the global markets. At best, if I can say like, yeah, something that is happening is the pumping and dump scheme of the global economy is phenomenal. All right, phenomenal.
Once and for all. And I'm willing to live with the volatility. I understand that, but we've got to get Xi to the table. This is not like the.
But why do we got to get him to the table? And see, this is what I want y'all to defend. Why not just cut him off? Fuck it. Everybody, we got to bring him to the table. Even Trump was like, all right. No tariffs on semiconductors, chips, cell phones, and laptops and electronics. All right, but you got to call my phone. Like, what? Why? Why? Nigga, we America. We America. We America. We are America. We don't need nobody else at the table. Fuck everybody. We can make our own shit. Fuck it. All right. Like we used to do. Why do we gotta bring Xi Jinping to the table? For what?
Once and for all. And I'm willing to live with the volatility. I understand that, but we've got to get Xi to the table. This is not like the other negotiations with the EU, Canada, Mexico, Switzerland, France. That's all going to get worked out, and we're going to have a zone of friendly trade at some tariff rate. I don't care. Yeah. I'm talking about China here. This is a different problem.
Hey, wait. Hold on. Hold on. So listen, Kevin O'Leary, right? Kevin O'Leary is saying China is a different problem than everybody else, right? And we sit here talking about, China ain't nobody. China ain't got the juice. I believe Kevin O'Leary did a lot more business in China than, saying the people that said China is just some shit that we could just, I say just do it then. Fuck it. He said, how do you get level wall guard? You get level wall gardens with equal say. It's not we got to come to your fucking table. All right. Do you see motherfuckers begging China? We got to get Xi Jinping to the table. We have to get to the table. Donald Trump begging, hey, Xi Jinping, all right, I took all the tariffs off the electronics, but you got to call me. All right, that's how you don't get walled gardens that way. You get walled gardens when you shut your mouth and know your role. Jabroni, that's when you get walled gardens. All right. He said going around having war with everybody. We already got war with everybody. Who the fuck we don't got war with? All right, fuck it. Economic war, physical war, who we don't got war with right now. Fuck it. We got it. We can do everything all at once. Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean? Y'all making excuses, man. Y'all making excuses. If you want this shit to work, Donald Trump got to say, hey, no American company can export from China to America starting Monday. All right. Starting Monday. This the end of the road for Chinese goods. It be American made. Chinese made, American owned goods leaving China to America starts Monday. Starts Monday. All right. Starts Monday. Not when Sunday come, you know, here comes Sunday, and it's like, okay, but call me. Fuck the tariff shit. Because even he said, okay, all right, yeah, you're right. All right, some of these countries don't have any tariffs, but we need to put a baseline tariff in but that's not reciprocal. But it's more than just the tariffs. It's more than just the tariffs. Okay, so if it ain't the tariffs, then just stop all exports coming out that bitch then. Press the real button. All right? Yeah, you got no chance. Hey, press the button. Press the anti-exported Chinese-made American goods back to America button. Just press the button. If you mean it, just do it. I'll fuck all this fucking negotiation and all the rest of this shit, man. Shut the trap down. Shut the trap down. Shut the trap down. All this order to deal shit, man. The only deal we got made is with Israel. Like, thank you, Israel, for dropping the tariffs after we send you $4 billion and then $4.5 billion in weaponry. All right. Thank you for dropping the tariffs, Israel. You know, and Israel is the first, and for many to come, head ass. Well, we're talking to 75 countries, and that's why it's going to take 90 days to figure everything out. When we gave our neighbors, Canada and Mexico, 30 days. Hey, man, let's fucking get it, man. Huh? Let's get it. Look, Frankie, that's my point. And people was arguing with me about whose is it? Is it a Chinese company or whatever? All right. The tariff exemptions are just for American companies. All right. Chinese companies are cooked, bro. I agree. But my thing is, Chinese companies gonna be cooked regardless. It's up to the CCP to get them out of it. All right. It is not our government. Our government don't play that game. The United States of America is not finna come in and save Apple. All right. And that's why we got to take the tariffs off, because most of the things that come out of China belong to American companies. All right. American companies. Chinese major exports belong to American companies. American companies. I'll try to get through to y'all. All the docks right now are piling up with American owned goods. All right. I'm sorry. It is what it is. He said that's why we need more tariff, except for our companies. That's not going to bring jobs back, Frankie. That's not going to bring jobs back. Allowing American companies to produce goods in China is not going to bring jobs back. He said, if it's not about bringing, I agree. Now, see, every time we walk it down, it turns into, no, it's not about that. But that's what Trump said. Every time Trump says something, we talk about it, and then it's not about that. It's not about this. It's not about that. They're doing it for some secret. This shit gonna end up being for some secret mystery that nobody can understand. At the end of all these discussions, it's going to be some grand mystery that we all just was too dumb to recognize. All right. Yeah. Anyways, he said Apple reduces China production to 70% and will do more and up its Vietnam. Nike made that move years ago. They not coming back to America. They're not coming. Hey, the jobs are not coming back to America. All right. If you take China off the board, Vietnam is there. Korea is there. All right. Other countries are there. Venezuela and everybody else finna go crazy. All right. I'm sorry, man. Listen, man. Hey, listen, man. Hey, man. Listen. Hey, man. I agree. America's not going to be the final destination for manual labor. I agree. Construction, oil, and gas jobs never left. Construction, gas, and high-paying jobs never left. High-paying jobs are the problem. Our high cost of living is what we plan on exporting to other people. I agree. Construction jobs never left. Oil, gas, they never left. All right. I do believe that the servers are coming over here so we can up the infrastructure, but that is a government project. All right. That is a government project. It's a government project. I'm sorry. No, we didn't. We did export construction jobs. Somebody said something. Somebody, I forgot who it was, man. That shit was funny. I was listening to the playback on one of the streams, and they was talking about a hamburger. I was like, bro, we don't export hamburgers. We don't have international hamburgers. Anyways, man, moving right along, man. Moving right along. So Kevin O'Leary is like, we got to bring Chi back to the table. But my question is, why do we have to bring General Chi back to the table? All right.
If it's 10
Why?
or 5 or 0, that's fine. But here's what.
What deal would you tell the president to take from China? What would it look like?
Look, whatever reciprocal tariff you want, I don't care if it's 10 or 5 or 0, that's fine. But here's what I want. I want access to their markets. I don't want to be forced to give up my IP. I want to compete on a level playing field. I want access to their courts. I want them to resolve all of the issues they have with the World Trade Organization that they
see. And this is what I'm telling y'all, like people, dope fiends. China got dope fiends. Our billionaire corporate class are dope fiends for China. They dope fiends. They really, 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 really want to do business with China. They want y'all, like this is what I'm saying. Like we got people, they're begging on national TV. Like, Kevin O'Leary should have said, man, I think we need to stop dealing with them. We need to just stop fucking with them. Like they just not fair. They not for us. They take advantage of us. My advice for everybody else is pull your money out of China, just like me. We got other countries that are willing to do with China, but they can't. China got the stronghold. China got the trap booming. All right. They can't. This how efficient the shit was going, right? And how they maximize production. You have ports that have like boxes like stacked up 13, 15 high in the sky, bro. High in the sky because it's a halt on that production. It's a halt on the production. We're gonna talk about that shit. Yeah, they want they fix. They want they fix. Yeah, man. They just do it so bad, man. If only they would just change. If only they would just change, and just help us out, man. Just play fair and shit. Like, what? Nigga, why even be over there? Because they got the work. They got the work.
IP. I want to compete on
And giving up your IP again, like you don't. Why would you even do if you think that that's an unfavorable practice? Why do you not just go somewhere else? Oh, because guess what? The profit margins will shrink. All right. The profit margin will shrink. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Kevin O'Leary said here, like, man, if only they could just be nice. If they could please just be nice. If I could set this up, I would just, make them like, make them act like we make other people act towards us head ass. Like, no, that's not how it works.
I want to compete on a level playing field. I want access to their courts. I want them to resolve all of the issues they have with the World Trade Organization that they said they were going to. Because if you bring a complaint through WTO, it's crickets. Nothing happens. And there has to be some kind of consequence for screwing these laws, which they've never faced. There has to be a consequence. I don't get to do what they do. I don't get to steal their IP. I can't bring my products to their markets and they bring them here. Just to be clear, you get a successful entrepreneur in America, up to 5 million in sales on an annualized basis. And just like that, you find that product on Alibaba 5 weeks after it's proven successful domestically, and they've knocked it off and they're selling it into the American market at 30 to 40% discounts without paying a dime for the R&D.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that picture? What
was wrong with that picture is it was willingly given to them. They didn't steal it. All right. Yeah, it's complex. I'll try to tell them, man. I know people who got racing parts developed and produced in Japan, and they already know what the run is. In fact, this is why they make different versions. They already have an upgraded version to put in production to get ahead of the IP shit. They already know this is where you end up with, okay, the new version came out 2 years later and shit. It is what it is. They know for a fact, like, yeah, they're going to knock this shit off. But guess what? By the time it get here, we going to set up all our pre-orders. We done sold what we needed to sell. We go ahead and put the second version of this product in production because we already know. They already know. And it's not just America. I remember I seen it was a blow-off valve, right? This was when Grady had the purple top, the loud blow-off valves that was going crazy at the time, right? And they had the fake Grady blow-off valve. And side by side, you could not tell which one was the real one. And because there literally was no difference. It was no difference. They sounded the same, they functioned the same, and they just were the same. You could actually sell the fake one as the real one, and nobody would ever know. All right. That's what they do. You know? He said, I bought a fuel pump off Alibaba. It lasted for 1,000 miles. I would not buy a fuel pump from Alibaba. I would definitely go with OEM or OEM sufficient for a product like a fuel pump. You know what I'm saying? But hey, a lot of people, that's what they fuck with. They fuck with, So we a lot of whining and crying, man. A lot of whining and crying, man.
It off and they're selling it into the American market at 30 to 40% discounts without paying a dime for the R&D.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that picture? Why do we allow this? This is what I'm talking about.
And again, man, people know exactly what they do. People know exactly what they're dealing with. But for some strange reason, they just won't go somewhere else. For some strange reason, they won't have the product manufactured somewhere else. Why wouldn't they just manufacture the product here at home to protect the intellectual property? Why won't they just say, you know what? My intellectual property is so valuable, I'm not going to hand it over to the Chinese. I'm going to do it here myself. I'm going to do it here myself. I'm going to produce this product right here in America myself because I don't want my product to be bootlegged. I don't want my product to be sold on Alibaba. I want to protect my IP. I want to protect my IP. I do not want to be ripped off and scammed and bootlegged. I want to protect my IP. All right. I'm gonna say it's called the 2021 Microsoft hack. That's why. Bruh, we talking about, if we just gonna talk about hacking in general, like that's a risk you face from everybody. Internally, externally, you got to deal with hacks all over the place. All right. Sometimes the only place it can be, see, this is what I'm saying, Shot. I understand this. But for me to try to explain to people why these corporate billionaires are crying and whining and trying to get China to play fair is just like, you know, they wouldn't be crying. If it was just so easy, they would already do it. All right. They would already do it. You know, they would already do it, man. They would already do it. It is what it is. Don't be upset with me, man. I'm not begging. I'm not begging for a meeting with Xi Jinping. All right. And again, like I said, if we had it so much, if we had the position in this, we could just say no. we can say no. We can say fuck China. We cutting China off, but for some reason we can't do it. We gotta play around and pretend and all the rest of this shit. No. Oh, Shah said it depends. The financial services billionaires love China. The IP heavy companies are iffy on China. But hey, man, you can't be too iffy if China is an option. You know, if IP is the deal breaker, go somewhere else. And this is what I'm saying about the free market is you can decide where you want to have your product made. You don't have to make it in China. You do not have to make it in China. All right. You don't. You don't. You don't. Hey, I'm listening. I want to hear. I want to hear why we have to deal with China. Why China has to change. Why China has. Why do we have to deal with China? That's what you're not seeing. Hey, Frankie, that's what you're not seeing. All right. Easy said they crying because China cheating too much. It's the same way U.S. fund the cartels. Then, okay, well, again, good point. Good point. Good point. That is a good point. So we know how China act, like everybody know how we act. That's a good point, Easy. You know. Hey, Shy. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Man, hey, everybody relax. We're gonna get to it. All right. We're gonna get to it, man. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. All right. So we got, backtrack of the century. All right. And again, people, they got questions. They say, look, for a guy who claims tariffs works 100% of the time, Donald Trump sure is offering a lot of tariff exemptions. That's my point. If tariffs work 100% of the time, leave them on so they can work. If tariffs is going to do all this shit, why turn them off? Why backtrack on them? Don't we want the desired outcome? What's happening? Huh? What's up? That's what I want to know, man. Hey, what's happening? What's happening? For something that works 100% of the time, we sure do turn them off. All right. I do want this. This is a counter opinion of mine. He said China caved first. Don't let the left fool you. China gave U.S. chip makers in China an exemption from retaliatory tariffs. Trump then responded with exempting electronics. And somebody said, my daddy didn't back down. Because I couldn't find nowhere where China gave any they didn't budge on nothing. It's funny, like they just made that shit up. They just trying, man. Listen, man, I'm saying, man. Hey, make no mistake. I found that comment. I thought it was funny. Yeah, China hasn't budged on their tariffs. And if somebody can find that, let me know. If somebody finds where China, backtrack, let me know. Somebody said, so the mass deportations means exemptions for big agriculture and the hotel industry, and the reciprocal tariffs exempt the consumer products needed to keep Silicon Valley share prices overvalued. Do Trump supporters have a limit to their humiliation? Now look, listen. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, because if, again, the trap back open for the illegal immigrant workforce is about to be on and popping. All right. Now the cheap Chinese manufacturing is back open. And Xi Jinping never came back to the table. He said textiles and temp items are 25% of the. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Textiles and temp items are not 25 to 30% of their exports. That's not true. That's not true. But I'm fucking with it though. Trump's tariffs exempt smartphones, computers, and chips isn't a deal. It's economic surrender wrapped in strategy. You can talk tough all day, but when 70% of your tech supply chain depends on China, reality eventually humbles rhetoric. This move isn't about diplomacy. It's about survival. Why the exemption? Because the U.S. doesn't have the manufacturing base to replace these imports. It's a painful reminder that decades of offshoring left the country vulnerable and dependent. You want real strength, rebuild domestic production. Until then, we'll keep exempting the very things we claim we decouple from. And that's a figgity fact. All right. Grandpa sold the country a long time ago. I showed y'all George. No. I showed y'all Ronald Reagan in the 80s talking about semiconductors with Japan at the time. All right. Japan had the first tech boom going into the 90s. All right. Electronics, VCRs was going crazy, tape players, car audio, video gaming systems. Nintendo came out around that time. They was booming. All right. They was booming. And this is not a new situation, but the fact of the matter is that was 40 years ago. That was 40 fucking years ago when they was talking about semiconductors. And here we are now, 2025, talking about what we're depending on and shit. We had 40 years of not making shit. These people have manufactured and worked on manufacturing. They've updated, upgraded. They worked on this shit for 40 fucking years. He said, but you could have got a job at Radio Shack. Nigga, I ain't working at Radio Shack. I fuck with Radio Shack, man. I told y'all, man, with Radio Shack, right? I remember when I was young, right? And before I moved in with my granddaddy, you know, my daddy and all my uncles was in the dope game, big time. And so they used to always have the latest radar detectors. And every time he used to pick me up, we used to go to Radio Shack and see if they had like the new, whatever new cell phones they had out, whatever new, back then it was like brick phones and shit. And they had like radar detectors was real hot at the time. So we used to always go there. And I used to love going there because I used to get like my remote control game was silly back then because I used to get remote control calls from Radio Shack. I used to get a big, thick Radio Shack book. Every time I go back home, I'd just be scrolling through the Radio Shack like catalog and shit. But Radio Shack had its time in the sun. All right. Then, Radio Shack turned to Amazon. All right. And then, first, then Radio Shack, turned it to eBay and all these other markets, that digital markets. And it is what it is, It is what it is. But yeah, man, Radio Shack is like a throwback to my childhood, man, because I always remember going in there and seeing like remote control boats and cars and shit back in the day. It was lit. It was lit. But yeah, Radio Shack was the shit. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. We got 40 years of like not being in the manufacturing game, Oh, somebody said this the flip-flop timeline. Trump announces massive fake reciprocal tariffs April 2nd. Then he paused the tariff. The flip-flop has started before this. He flip-flopped on the tariffs with Canada and Mexico first. And then he said he put a pause on the 90 days and a long exemption list for tariffs. That came out today, And then somebody said, which company in their right mind going to invest in U.S. manufacturing or offshoring factories away from China? That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. So here we go right here. So this is an official website of the United States government. And this is the exempt status for electronics. And I mean, this is pretty much everything, man. 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit processors, digital signal processors, graphic processors, GPUs, CPUs. I mean, it is what it is, man. Memories and processors, like amplifiers, they got everything in here. They got everything in here. And yeah. Yeah. So everything under these articles. But let me drop the link real quick. I got to get back to my bookmarks. So this the HTS codes for all the tariffs that got exempts. Hold on, let me drop the link. Let me drop the link. All right, here we go. He said exemptions for you super middleman drop shipping ad nigga. Man, most drop shipping is like they're not at the level of an Apple or no shit like that. He said the drop shippers on YouTube complaining heavy. Yeah, drop shipping for like the clothes and all the rest of that shit. Nobody give a fuck about that shit. You know. Said the exemptions cover almost $390 billion in U.S. imports based on the official 2024 trade statistics. And that is that's what I put in the thumbnail. Them 2024 trade stats. That's in the thumbnail. That's why that's the information that I use to make the thumbnail. And yeah, the largest chunk of Chinese made American electronics coming back to the United States. Hey man, hey man, come on man, this a backtrack. Come on man, where y'all at? Where y'all at? This the backtrack. All right. He said no exemptions though for the things poor people buy. Hey, everybody fall back. Hey man, hit the link, man. Listen, I dropped the link. I said my piece. You know, I want somebody to come up here and explain why these people just don't leave China. Just leave. Why beg? Why whine and cry and hoop and holler and all the rest of that shit about China? Why not just leave? Why not just say, you know what? We leaving. All right, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Okay? Enough is enough, China. Let's see what's on the list. Let's see what's going on with the list. All right. Automatic data processing machines and units, meaning optical readers and machines for transcribing and processing data, parts and accessories for machines of heading, machines and apparatuses for manufacturing of semiconductors, devices, and integrated circuits, smartphones, machines for reception, conversion, transmission, or regeneration of voice, images, and other data, solid state non-volatile storage devices for recording data from an external source, records, tapes, and other recorded media for sound, monitors capable of directly connecting and designed for use with an automatic data processing machine, diodes and other photosensitive light emitting diodes. Damn, so even down to LEDs is exempt. Here we go. Uh-oh. Here we go. Let's talk about it, man. Where everybody at? Where everybody at? Let's talk about now again, this is before he even talked to this is before any negotiate. This is what we give it up before even negotiating. Even before the negotiations even started, we done gave up all of this before they even talked. They already this were the negotiations after this is like who gonna make clothes, who gonna make widgets and toys. All right, this. After all of this shit get taken out of the fucking tariffs, we looking at toys and shit like that. I want to know. Listen, let's talk about it, man. I know motherfuckers talking big shit. Motherfuckers talking big shit all day long. And let me show the other side of this too, because where's that? I got it over here somewhere. What'd I do with it? I bet I can find it right here. Let me see. Here we go. Chinese factories have stopped. Where is it? Man, I seen some video. Here we go.
Potential war with China. We don't want to have a...
Now, we have the factories
People saying
shut down. But I'm gonna show y'all why the factories shut down. The factories shut down because the supply chain has stopped. There is nowhere to put this shit. It ain't nowhere to keep going. Like if they keep manufacturing, I'm gonna show y'all the docks and shit. But anyways, move right along. Move right along.
anybody seeing potential war with China. We don't want to have a potential war with China, but I can tell you if we did, we're very well equipped to handle it. But I don't want to show that to anybody. But certainly you wouldn't show it to a businessman who is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. People saying anybody.
Let me see. It's got to be some more in here. Let me see. I can't understand that shit.
造屁的有啊。
Here we go. Here we go.
没人都说我造谣，造屁的有啊。
Oh, this from Chinese Insider. Them motherfuckers hate China. Hold on, let me see what we got over here. What we got? Here we go. We got easy. Here we go. Yeah. They squabbing. What's up?
Hey, what's good, man? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Let's hear it. Why can't we use anybody else? Why do we have to make China participate?
Well, gosh, man, it's so much. Like, where you want to start, bro? Like, you want to go like
I want to
overall plan? You want to start with the manufacturing?
Yeah, let's start with the manufacturing because I want to know how this is not backtracking.
All right. So first of all, what is it? 3 main companies are gonna be able to benefit from them reducing the tariff. What is it? Apple, Nvidia, and TSMC, right?
I don't know. I just know that the tariffs got lifted.
Yeah, because what I saw is it was those 3 main corporations what they was targeting to lessen the tariffs on, but I don't feel like it's backtracking because for one, if you look at what Apple and TSMC have committed to the United States, I think that he kind of owed them to be able to take a little pressure off of them because they already invested supposedly. Like I know you don't believe it, but they saying that they have.
So to be clear, you saying that he owes them not to be able to not to be forced to move back to the States for manufacturing.
No, I'm saying he owes them to not have to take but so much of a hit as they do that.
No, then you mean not take any hit because the tariffs were exempt. Like they didn't even they don't.
No, I think for one, I think that the fentanyl tariff, which is I don't know if it's 20 or 25%, is still levied, but he removed like the big tariff that they put on the 145%, but that fentanyl tariff is still levied. But the reason why,
but the thing about the fentanyl tariff is that that's not there is no fentanyl jobs that's supposed to come back, right? That like the fentanyl shit is not like part of the grand scheme of the tariffs. The fentanyl is just because fentanyl is delicious to FWAs.
well, it's not just them. I mean, it's a bigger problem than that. But I would say this though, that regardless of whatever he's doing the fentanyl, that's still levied. So that's why I argue that because it's not they're just getting out scot-free right now. They didn't just remove all the tariffs.
But I don't think that the fentanyl is like the.
No, I'm not even arguing the fentanyl. I'm just saying the literal fact of the fentanyl. That's what Trump and them calls it. The fentanyl tariff. That's the original tariff that he added on as soon as he got into office. That's still levied on all the products. But the reason why I said that it's not that he owes them to not be tariff. He owes them to not have to suffer as much of the hit of all of this because again, they already committed and already doing the work to invest almost $750 billion into the U.S. Because if we're gonna say they're not doing it, then we're gonna have to show where because TSMC's Arizona factory is producing more than what they producing in Taiwan right now.
Why don't they just leave Taiwan then?
You can't just up and leave altogether. You like that's why I said it's not to get them fully like from around everything. It's to lessen the impact on them until they can transition stuff over. It's the same reason why he didn't, in my opinion, backtrack on the auto tariffs. He literally said, "I'm just giving them some more time." Did he go back on the tariffs again now, or the tariffs for the autos still levied?
Electronics.
So
So
I know that, but I'm talking about if
right,
we're gonna follow his pattern, right?
let's follow the pattern, right?
When
So
you said he backtracked on the auto tariffs,
easy. Listen. Let's go to auto. Let's stay with auto, right?
yeah,
Where are the electronics for Tesla coming from?
I mean several places. Probably a large part in China.
Okay.
But that's not what I was arguing about the auto tariffs. I'm saying I want to hammer home the point, because if we're gonna stick with the same logical reasoning, if we're gonna say he backtracking,
No,
when
he didn't
did
backtrack.
okay,
He made exemptions. That's a backtrack.
okay, but when he did the auto tariffs, right?
Okay.
Before he did any of these new tariffs, when he did the auto tariffs and it was gonna affect Ford and everybody else here, right?
Okay.
You said he backtracked when he gave them a time period of exemption.
Right. 1 month.
But okay, but didn't he go ahead and after the month he did the tariffs? So are the auto tariffs that he said he was going to do back on them?
Right. So 10%. Yes.
Okay, so what's the problem with him giving Apple, Nvidia, and TSMC time to be able to shift their production other places the same way he did for?
So this is a 3D chess move to give them time.
It ain't even just about giving them time. It's like I said, they already committed
Why wouldn't
$750 billion here.
Why
Why
would
would he make them? Why would he let them still suffer the same tariffs for their products?
Why wouldn't he just give them the exemption from the jump?
Because I think that it's a bargaining chip. I think that he wanted the levy and make it seem like it's going to be a certain way, and then he's reserving being able to push that button further and further. That's just like when people thought it was going to just be the tariffs that he said, and he upped it to 145%.
So this is a strategic move to exempt the largest group of exports out of China.
Yeah, that's why I posted in the comments about Apple. As soon as he did all of this, Apple throttled their Chinese plant to 70%. And they're saying that they're going to throttle it even more, and they shifting it other places.
They have to, because the supply chain is piling up right now.
Right. But I mean, that still ends up being a net positive for what Trump wants to do concerning China.
Okay, so they shifting they production or they manufacturing from China to Vietnam. That's a win.
Yeah, for Apple, yeah.
Is it a win for Vietnam?
Yeah, they get more business.
Okay, all right. Well,
that's all a part of it.
It's the America First agenda. I got it.
No, it's still America First. It's just because he want Apple to come back to the U.S. don't mean he asking Apple to make phones here. Apple already don't say what they're gonna make here. They're gonna be making service for the government.
Yeah.
Right. So that don't mean they gotta bring phones too. They can still do business elsewhere. They've just fully committed to doing $500 billion worth of work here.
Most of Apple's business is not servers.
Right. I'm not saying but it doesn't matter. It's about what are they going to do for the government that he's wanting them to do as far as whatever manufacturing he wants back. Trump has never argued that.
Hold on, easy. This goes to my theory of people giving pinky promises so they can make it past the tariffs to get the exempt status because they made a pinky promise. That shit's starting to look like it's true, bro.
So let me ask you this then. So you don't think that Apple's going to actually make those servers?
I want to see it. I'll say that.
I can 100%. I could go live at these factories that they building in Houston, bro. I'll be around these industrial
I'm not,
sites.
like, listen, they listen. I want to see it. That's why I'm at with it. I want to see it. They can break ground, like I said, drag their feet, and then voila, we got government.
But you can't say that they're dragging their feet because, again, the example is TSMC. Their Arizona facility is putting out more.
Listen, the largest group of exports out of China got an exempt status today. Why?
I just explained why.
Before any negotiating, they ain't even talk. Like this was he giving up.
No, him giving them that exempt status had nothing to do with Xi Jinping negotiating.
He said that Xi Jinping need to come to the table.
Right. He said he need to come to the table, but that still don't mean that
coming to the table. And you already put an exempt status on. Like
but the exempt status is not to overall benefit China. Okay, so yes, they're gonna still be able to make 30% less iPhones in China, and it's still dropping. So it's like, okay, they're gonna still be able to sell more, make more iPhones and maintain that GDP. But what's gonna happen once Apple transitions the majority of their production to India and Vietnam or Taiwan or somewhere else?
Well, that's already been going. People been undercutting China, but the option was never America, though. That's my premise.
But the option didn't have to be all America for all products. Trump never argued for Americans to be making pencils.
So he didn't say that we need to bring the manufacturing here? That's not the goal anymore?
Yes, but for specific stuff.
Like service.
Hold on. There is tons of clips of Trump saying more construction, more oil and gas jobs, more high paying good jobs. I think he's even now said, which is crazy, he want more union jobs, because when he did that
hold on, hey Frankie, I agree. Yeah, iPhones do have Korean batteries and they have Korean Samsung screens on them. I agree. This is a global economy at work, giving you great products at a great price. But go ahead, Easy.
But Trump's he's not arguing against the global economy.
Yes, he wants to reposition us as manufacturing hub for the global economy. That's what he said.
No, it's okay. See, now we're getting into the argument what I was saying when I first got on about. So do we want to talk about the end goal of why they want China to cooperate? They want China to cooperate because guess who's the second largest consumer of basically disposable goods and excess stuff?
Who is that?
China.
Okay.
A big part of all of this is about, and I think even a few people in the cabinet have already said this too. A big part of this, they want the CCP to stop funneling money through like bootlegging stuff and doing stuff off the books, taking away from raising up their middle class, because China is a market where they can have
easy. Why don't they just stop doing business in China then?
Because they don't want to stop just doing business, because they do want to keep the Chinese consumer market. They want the CCP to be forced to raise the living standard and wages of the people so that it can now be an identical consumer.
You be kidding me, man. You think that all these corporate billionaires care about the well-being of Chinese middle class?
Because if they can sell more premium products, that's going to be beneficial for them.
What?
You always said, who is America going to sell to if we start making stuff over here, right?
Yes.
They want to be able to have other consumers in the world able to afford certain premium products.
Okay, so all right, now.
And they need the biggest market, which is China.
So listen, hear me out. Let's walk this through, right?
Okay.
So they want China to give up pretty much their jobs to become more of a consumer base.
It's not just that. It's also
that doesn't make any sense.
it does make sense. If you want to transition from a bunch of useless stuff that mostly only Americans is using and stuff, and some Chinese people are using, because Chinese people are again the second largest consumer economy, but they can't necessarily afford the amount of premium goods that they want to get off to the world.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying though, right? They all they doing is they complaining about like China has become stronger. I think that's like not the objective for them, bro. They literally saying like China would have never been this strong if we didn't, like, that's the argument. Like they're not trying to strengthen China with all of this stuff, bro.
No, they're trying to strengthen the middle class and weaken the CCP. There's a difference between China's government and China's consumer base.
I understand that, but guess what? They more in line with doing business with the CCP, and they know it. This is why they bringing up the world trade and all the rest of these other excuses.
The reason why they bringing up the world trade is because they got valid points about the IP stuff. The reason why they complaining about that is because they had, like you said, why they don't go somewhere else.
Why not?
They have tried to go other places. They've tried to go to Vietnam. They've tried to go to Korea. They've tried to go to Taiwan. The reason why it don't work,
because the market chose China. The market chose China.
No, it's not that the market chose China. It's because if they do, I'm gonna give you an example. If you do something in Vietnam, right, and you send your IP to Vietnam, you didn't send it to China. For whatever reason, China still ends up with the IP. Why? Because they hack the systems. They pay foreign nationals to join the corporation to steal the IP and bring it back to China. They do that all the time in the US right now. And that's what they complaining about. It's not that like they some moral people. It's just that China is getting over so bad with what they doing.
Let me tell you something. They have a whole trademark bootleg department. I believe it's part of the FBI. They track this stuff federally. So there's not a big market for bootleg goods like that. It's actually illegal. So I believe most of the bootleg stuff don't even come here like that. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm just saying
it's not about coming here. It's going all over the world.
Okay, but hear me out. Listen to me when I tell you.
And for cheaper than the original product. So they undercutting whoever IP they stealing.
Okay, again, the only reason why they able to produce these products because somebody gave them the shit.
Yeah, but again, if I give my IP to a manufacturer in Vietnam, but in 6 months I'm now seeing my product.
You said China is just the fucking beast mode of the fucking shit. They just bogart everybody. There's nothing anybody can do about it.
That's what they're complaining about. They're trying to keep from going to direct war to stop China from doing the stuff it's doing.
Oh,
it's fucking up with everybody's money everywhere.
Oh, okay.
You already said that other countries been trying to undercut the labor, but they can't even get
and that's for competition for American corporations.
Right,
it's not a Chinese thing.
No, I get that, but that all is fair game. But what's not fair game is, again, if I send my IP to Vietnam to be manufactured in Vietnam, that IP shouldn't magically end up in China still, even though I didn't go to China. Because at that point, because it's so bad that once the IP gets leaked to China,
that's not a Chinese problem, though, bro.
They just go ahead and just start making it in China.
That's not a Chinese problem.
I didn't say it was just a Chinese problem. It's just China abuses it the most.
No. What I'm saying is China will make whatever somebody brings them. They don't care if it was stolen or not.
No, I'm saying the CCP is actively paying people to steal it.
Okay, so the CCP is producing products, right?
Right.
Correct me when I'm wrong. The CCP is just saying, you know what? Let's rip off all of this shit and just fucking flood the markets.
Yes.
And then for some reason, these markets are a threat to the actual product, right?
Yes.
Right. And now it's China's fault.
Because China's the only major country where they can't hold their feet to the fire with the World Trade Organization.
Okay, but
They
okay,
literally can
listen,
steal
hear me
stuff
out.
and can't
Hear me out.
nobody stop them.
Hear me out. Hear me out. But for some reason, it's still the place to go for manufacturing. If it's so fucking horrible and they destroying all these world markets, why in the fuck would you do business with China in the first? Why not stop doing business with China?
I just told you. If you let me get like 30 seconds.
No. Just tell me. Let's not go because let's not talk about nothing else other than do you have the choice to deal with China or not? Are you forced to deal with China? Yes or no?
You have to deal with China because
So China is strong.
If they already stole the IP and got several manufacturers there, it's going to be more expedient for you to literally get with one of those manufacturers at that point and just do business that way.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Again, who makes people deal with China? Knowing knowing everything.
No, you don't.
Hold on. Knowing everything you said, right? Whether it be true or not, right? Why are people still trying to get right with China? Why?
I just gave both reasons. I gave the consumer.
China got delicious manufacturing and distribution. They got the trap house. It's booming and nobody can stop it. That's the problem. They whipping to work. Everybody from Tesla whipping to work. Even Japanese companies whipping to work. It is what it is. Look, listen, it is what it is.
Let's go.
It's like us having the monopoly on military. They'll be like, why would you go to America? Because America got America where you go when you need somebody blowed off the map. That's where you go when you have a government that's not playing the game. So again, China's not playing the game, and that's the problem. All this ethical shit, man, none of these fucking corporations give a fuck. They don't care about IP. They don't even give a fuck about their own IP. They'll give their IP to China and then cry later if they sell it to somebody else. Fuck out of here. I listen. China.
It's literally that they know that the IP. It's a difference between you give them the IP and just saying fuck it versus the situation being the IP going to eventually leak because of the CCP and it's just.
Why are you giving it to him?
For the profit.
I'm gonna keep fucking asking this question. Why are you giving it to him?
It's the profit. They whipping the work, man. I'm telling you, dog. They whipping the work.
God damn, why are you giving it? If you know this, then why are you giving it to him?
They whipping
Simple question, bro.
They whipping the work. Yes, they do have whole cities for manufacturing. Yes, the trap is huge.
We know this.
Bro, we know this. They got a block that produced 90% of the world's bicycles, bro. It's called Bicycle City, dog. That's all they do.
Come on.
Guess who in there? Schwinn. Guess who in there? All the U.S. bicycle companies. Guess who in there? The French bicycle companies. They whipping the work for everybody.
KHS, don't make me cam up and literally show you what Thai City talking. Don't make me do it.
Hey, they. I don't know where all this.
Don't make me do it.
The thing about it, this is like they try to bring in the ethics of like business. It's like, bro, America.
Wait a minute. Wait. Thai City. Where are the ethics when a nigga bootlegs some shit on the streets? Where's the ethics?
That's it. You see Tupac? They see that video with Tupac, motherfucker bootlegging his shit. He smacked the fuck out of me. Hey, they wouldn't listen, man.
Well, if you want to talk ethics, but then I'm like, when niggas do it on the streets, where's the ethics?
Yeah. They whipping the work, man. Everybody knows they whipping the work. But niggas
whip the work. That's what people do. That's why you don't send them your IP. That's why you protect your motherfucking IP.
Well, you can make it here in America and safeguard and do all the production yourself if it was that important.
And all you got to do is source components, dog. I said this on the last live stream, but they don't want to listen, Ty.
Hold on. I didn't drop easy, man. I think he dropped off, but I didn't drop easy.
Yeah. I don't want,
No, he'll be back. He'll be back. Easy don't be running.
Okay.
He don't be running.
Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, man.
But I'm saying, bro, like you keep asking, it's like, how did they get it? Now, if you got hacked or that's some more other shit. But see, most people who make claims that they stole their shit, it's because you sent them shit you shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Go,
That's just, it's just very strange, man. Because again, you got Kevin O'Leary, who is a shark, all right, in Shark Tank, talking about all this ethical shit when he already, y'all should watch Shark Tank. I recommend Shark Tank. Just watch one season. You'll hear these same people talk about taking people IP. Well, I want the IP and I'll give you 25% of your company type shit. These same people, bro, and everybody be like, what? They'll be like, yes, I know somebody who can manufacture that shit. I'll give you a percentage of the rights. That's it. I'll take your whole fucking company and do business. Yeah, in perpetuity forever throughout the universe. All right. That's how they show you how these people maneuver. They don't give a fuck about none of that shit. They don't. No.
But let me ask you something. I'm gonna give you a very real scenario because see, people don't understand how this shit could actually work. You send them CAD files, right, on a design, and they're like, actually, based on the mold and the components that you want, this file is flawed. I need y'all to listen to this. They'll go, this shit is flawed. In order for our machines to cast this, get this to fit properly in this, we need to change this. Sir, do you agree to this?
Hold on, hey, Complex. Hey, look.
Go ahead.
It's a tuning shop here in Texas. I know the owner, right? It's a guy by the name of T1. He owned T1 Racing. His name Tony, right? Legendary in the Honda world, right? He started manufacturing parts. He sent incomplete CAD files and he do the finishing on it when it gets here. That way, so if they bootleg it won't work. I knew this shit years ago.
Thank you.
I knew this shit years ago.
Wait. Hey, do you know who Speed Factory is? They in Texas too, right?
Yeah, Speed Factory, yeah.
The motherfuckers that got the all-wheel drive they got the 6-second Honda Civic, the all-wheel drive joint.
Yeah.
They designed the whole. They have their own 4-wheel drive system that they put in CAD. I want to say they did the same thing that you, bro. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that.
That's why when I hear somebody Kevin O'Leary playing stupid, like he ain't been doing business in China for years, it gets kind of weird. Yeah, Shark Tank. Hey, if you see Kevin O'Leary is the mean shark on that show. I'm talking about even the other people. Like I see Mark Cuban get out of his seat and just lean forward like, bro, that is crazy. And Kevin O'Leary, he won't even flinch. He'll be like, yep, I need 80% of the company. I give you $200,000, knowing he can finesse millions of dollars out of that shit. I give you $250,000 and I want 80% of the business. Take it or leave it type shit. Kevin O'Leary,
he's bitching up, but he's bitching up to the Chinese. Is that what you're telling me?
Hey man, he wouldn't allow his peers to make these same excuses for getting shit done, dog. None of these people would.
Hey, I didn't mean to cut you off. I want you to explain to the people what you just said about the dude who gets this shit done where he sends them an incompleted CAD file. Explain the thought and the reasoning behind that, please.
Well, because they already know. And the thing about, you know how competitive racing is. So they'll take your shit and innovate it and make a whole new version of it. I've seen it even with the diesel industry. A lot of these guys, they get things made overseas and then you'll have somebody will solve a problem with this part, but first of all, your IP is going to be out there anyways, whether anybody get the IP or not. If they can innovate and make your idea a better idea or have the ability to apply your idea in a different way to a different product or some shit, like that, you have risk with even producing a product anyway.
Thank you.
This whole thing where like, I know these guys, man, they handling business at extremely high levels, and they know they talking to the sheep through the news, you know. They talking to the sheep. So whenever they hear we're being ripped off, they taking everything and they doing all of this shit, it's just like, all right, bro. And it is like, you got to conduct business in a way. But my thing is, do you go and meet up with the plug without having your pistol on you? Do you go meet up with the plug without having a car on standby outside? Do you go and fucking do? No. Even the street niggas know, yo, this motherfucker right here crooked than a motherfucker, man. They could rob us and take the shit back. We moving how we moving. It's just now we just playing dumb and shit. It's like, bro, no.
So niggas, when it comes to the street game, they understand the nuances. But when it comes to international business, they don't. Is that what you're telling me?
You know who you fucking dealing with, man. And I'm not gonna allow these people to act like they don't know who they fucking with when they fuck with China.
Hold on, let's do all right.
Come on, man. Come on.
Let's stick with that point right there with the street example.
Yeah.
If everybody know homeboy is cricket, but they still doing business with him and stuff. But if he do dirty too bad, what's gonna happen to him? Somebody gonna get him up out of there.
No, absolutely. But my thing is, if he got the lowest price, he got the lowest price.
Yeah,
nigga, you fucking get double crossed for taking out the wrong plug.
Right, but that's the thing though. It's for one, America is the only one that was gonna be able to do this to China. Period.
Do what?
How?
Do what?
How?
Attack their manufacturing industry.
How? Oh, explain this one. How?
Because they only
business with them.
Because they only export to us 1/5 of what we are giving to them. So we only send them 1/5 of what they're giving us.
Right.
We're the only one in position that can eat that when it comes down to the tariffs.
Wait, say that again.
We're the only one that can survive or eat that cost when it comes down to the tariffs.
I don't know. No. I'm gonna have to wholesale disagree with that because I'm waiting for some pricing to come through. Wait, hold on. I'm just saying I'm waiting for some pricing to come through, and if it proves that theory wrong, which I think it might, because it's if you were to go along that same line of logic, the last time I got pricing, it proved that point you just made wrong. So if it does again, I'm gonna send Thai City screenshots of the exchange between me and the factory in China, because I got a message from them literally 12:15 a.m. this morning, right? So we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna really talk about this.
Let me get into this real quick.
As a line of clothing.
Go ahead,
now, where were these made?
Here we go.
These were made, I don't know. As a line of clothing. Now, where were these made? These were made, I don't know where they were made, but they were made someplace. But they're great. It's ties, shirts, cufflinks, everything sold at Macy's, and they're doing great. Number one selling tie anywhere in the world. Number one selling tie anywhere in the world. That shirt. You wouldn't wear that shirt?
We also have them in white and beautiful white.
Where are the shirts made? Bangladesh.
Well, it's good. Okay. We employ people in Bangladesh.
Ties? Where are the ties
they
made?
Have to work
These are beautiful ties.
They are great ties.
The ties are made in where? China? Ties are made in China.
Hey, man, whipping the work, man. Whipping the work, man. Whipping the work. Hey, listen, whipping the work, man. Hey, come on, man, come on.
Y'all conflating my argument, bro. I never said that.
I'm not conflating your argument. I'm because I play that clip because for one, people are like, he been talking about this for years. He been talking about this for years. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, everybody relax, man. I'll go ahead.
I never denied that these corporations and whoever, even individuals, haven't been happy with taking advantage of the cheap labor. What I'm arguing is what they are in reality arguing. They're framing it as they're just ripping us off. They've always known that they've been taking the IP and stuff like that. What I'm saying is it's don't got so bad to the point where it's like you dealing with a shitty situation and you just letting it ride because you still making money.
No,
but it's like you don't want to. You trying to change it up.
Go ahead, finish what you were saying.
No, but what I was saying is it's no different from like if you dealing with somebody as far as the exports, right? And you know that they're gonna take the IP, but you know, hey, I'm still gonna make this amount of profits and stuff like that. You can know it's a problem going on, but you just let it ride for a while. But after, like you said, we've been having some of these problems for decades. At some point, either they gonna just keep letting it go, or somebody gonna say, you know what, we gotta rein them in because they, you know, they getting a little too strong with what they doing. Because
Wait.
no, hold
Wait.
on,
Man. God damn. Finish what you were saying.
because China has made enough money and garnished enough power to where I'm gonna give you an example. When that earthquake happened in Thailand, right? The only building that collapsed was a high rise that China was building, and they was saying that it was supposed to be earthquake resistant and stuff, but it collapsed. They got so much power and leverage in the world now. They literally had their people go into the quarantine zone, take the documents. They deleted the paperwork off the internet that they was giving everybody about how earthquake proof it was. And that's what they doing all over the world. They doing that all in Jamaica. They doing that all in Africa. They're getting too powerful from the money that they're making by them. Again, it being a shitty situation where everybody's letting them ride, but they're like, hey, you getting too powerful, too much influence. We about to cut it off.
Before I let Complex respond.
No, you got it, Tassi. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Who's saying that they got to cut it off? Because Apple and all the people that's doing business in China, they're not saying that they need to cut it off.
The U.S. government is saying they need to cut it off.
Yeah, but if you have the market saying that they're okay with it, this is one of my main arguments is that you saying that the government got to step in.
No, I'm saying that the government was gonna step in wherever they want to step in. It's no different from when you made the argument the other stream where you say in America, if somebody try to make something that they could just come in and regulate it to death and kill it, right?
Yeah, yes.
That's the same thing they doing. That's the same thing.
I think that's wrong. I'm still standing on that's wrong.
But see, there you go into the morality piece. I'm not even arguing the morality part.
The morality piece. Hold on.
So why is it wrong? Why the government can't do that? Don't the government have the authority to do that?
To do what? Go into somebody else's country and say, hey, you know, say, please.
I'm talking about if the U.S. government, if a citizen in the U.S. government makes a product, and then for whatever reason the government regulates it to death, and they can't compete with the market in the U.S., if they'll do that to their own citizens, why they wouldn't do that to another country?
That's what I'm saying, though. We don't have a problem with how China is running their country.
Obviously, we do. That's why we do what we're doing.
No, we don't. We do the most business in a country that we disagree with how their country run.
Wait a minute. So you're saying all the tariffs and everything that's going on right now is just literally for no reason?
I'm saying
no.
Hold on, real quick. I'm saying that we have such a problem with how China runs their country that most of our corporations use them for manufacturing because they're just so despicable with how they run their country. We still choose them to manufacture.
No, it's because our corporations.
If Big Daddy government don't come in and straighten it out, there, you know, like I don't believe
it's because our companies and corporations are so integrated into their system and dependent on their system that we got to go in and break it up the way that we doing. You can't you can't just have Apple stop doing business in China. It's got to be done exactly how they're doing it.
Okay, with exemptions.
Right. You got to give them time to get it out.
What was the exemptions when they started this shit?
But does that benefit China in the long run if Apple leaves there?
If Apple leaves China, then they need to fill that manufacturing void.
With who? With what consumers?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Why not just pull it? If the goal is to get China to fold, why not do it?
Because if they just pull it, now Apple is gonna crash. They're too
Okay.
integrated.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Apple is too integrated.
Tariffs hurt.
So wait a minute.
Hurt your own country. I agree. Go ahead, Complex.
So then wait a minute.
I never argued it don't hurt our own country. I never argued that.
It hurts our own country to the fact that we got to remove tariffs from China. We got to stop hurting China to save ourselves.
Why would you threaten them with the shit in the first place if you know that that's crucial to your shit? Why would you do that?
Hold on. That's proof of leverage. Whenever you have to say, "All right, Uncle, on these tariffs." All right, Uncle.
Thank you.
Uncle to save U.S. companies so that those companies don't crash.
Yes. Based on what you do to the government. It's called shooting yourself in the foot.
But how is it backtracking and calling and saying Uncle if the end goal is going to be now China don't got none of Apple's manufacturing?
They do have Apple's They got everybody's manufacturing still. Most of the exports out of China are now tariff exempt.
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Because I'm trying to put this together in my head right now. I'm really, based on what he's saying, I'm trying to put it together in my head. I'm like, okay, there's what you're saying and there's what actually is, and it's kind of not matching up.
That's exactly what they literally came out and said that they literally throttled their China production.
They have
70%.
The supply chain is clogged up right now. Have you seen the ports? Why would they keep manufacturing?
Right, it's all working in America's favor.
No, it's not. Those are American goods.
How?
Global demand is down too. Don't forget about that. That's another thing. Because I watch that religiously, because what happens here is that you can look at the docks in Shanghai, and then 5 weeks later, truckers on the west coast of the U.S. will either complain or celebrate about the freight rates. The rejections go up or down. So, for example, if the dock workers in Shanghai complain that there's no freight, they're not getting hired for shifts or whatnot, 5 weeks later, truck drivers in Los Angeles complain about all this cheap freight, and their rejection rates go way down. But that's also tied into global demand is down as well, which is why oil is cheaper.
Okay, real quick question. All of these products that are held up on Chinese ports, are they owned by the Chinese or American companies?
They're owned by the shippers. So whomever purchased the goods from the Chinese factories, the orders are global, so they're everywhere. You have manufacturers everywhere.
So not China.
Some are Chinese that are exporting to countries where they have Chinese outlets and franchises for their businesses, but a lot of their business is B2B. So, you have a Filipino company has a product made in China, they import it and sell it to in the Philippines and so on. And same with American companies.
No. Based on what Ty City's talking about, let's take the LA ports for example. When that shit comes here, typically it's going into a goddamn fulfillment warehouse. Come on, let's keep it a buck. It's going into a fulfillment warehouse. Wait, hold on. Where the Chinese have real estate investment and deals done here. They just tore down California Speedway in Fontana to do what? Build industrial warehouses. They tore down a whole fucking racetrack just to build fulfillment warehouses, okay? Who do you think owns those? Show of hands.
It'd probably be a conglomerate with American investors, Chinese investors, European investors, sovereign wealth funds. I mean, I'm saying it's a class war. It's a class war between the top and the middle, and I guess the bottom is in there, right? Like the Michael Pettis book, Trade Wars or Class Wars. The financial capital elites in the U.S. and the industrial elites in China are more or less aligned. But you have competition between, say, the industrial elites in China and the industrial elites here. So we don't really hear much about American industrial elites, like the people who run chemical companies. I think the chemical industry, I think, is even clearer to talk about.
And tech.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
I got a question.
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, Todd.
Go into the chemical shit. Cause again, we got chemical plants all down in Houston and shit too.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, so they blow up. They've been blowing up. We ain't gonna go down that rabbit hole, but man, get to that part. Cause it's a whole lot of people, they don't understand, like, and again, it's companies that aren't even known that move tons of volume.
Thank you.
And they publicly traded it, but we don't know. We don't know them because they're a company of a company, shell company, umbrella company type shit like that, you know?
Right.
And that is a group of people. They don't have customer facing consumers though. They're not.
Yeah, they're B2B. So you don't hear about, they're the company that make the chemicals like lubricants, things that you put like hydraulic fluid, medical chemicals, precursors, and so on.
Detergents.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Chemical solvents, that kind of stuff. See, there's a much fiercer fight within that. Companies like Dow Chemical, what's that? Celanese. 3M is one. Yeah. Huntsman, was that Lyondell? So there's a whole Eastman Chemicals, a big one. So there's a whole. So that I think is a much more interesting fight, but it doesn't have any sexy product that consumers know, like an iPhone.
Yeah, so it's integrated. All those products are integrated into other products and shit, but they huge. Yeah, DuPont.
I want to say one thing that we touched on about 5 minutes ago before I mentioned it, because I think if you look at the history of the trade policy with China, I think it was the other way around. Well, the history as I know it was the other way around. The idea was you open up trade with China and you foster business connections with them in order to change how China is governed. That was the theory. Because the only person I know that has ever said that he was wrong on that was George Soros. I know everybody hates Soros. I'm actually a big fan of the guy.
I fuck with George Soros. I rock with George Soros. Yeah.
I have a hilarious story about him.
George Soros is like Elon Musk, the prototype. Like, get shit done.
Nah, he's much.
Is that why Elon has such a problem with him?
Yeah, but they play in the same game.
Okay,
I think Soros is a much better person than Elon for sure. I don't think it's not even fair to put them in the same category to me.
I think George Soros is way more disciplined too, as far as like being an investor and shit.
But he's a very different person. He was really a financier. He was really in the industry as a trader. Fun with Jim Rogers and whatnot. But I just want to bring that up because that was mentioned earlier, but that was the idea. And this goes back to Kissinger. It goes into the 80s. The idea was, and why Bill Clinton spearheaded the push to get China into the WTO and then most favored nation status. Because that was a quid pro quo after the mistaken missile attack on the Chinese embassy in Serbia. Remember that when we were fighting Serbia in the 90s? Yeah, we made a mistake and we killed those Chinese diplomats. China was like, hey, look, if you want to make it up to us, let us into the WTO. And that was sort of like, okay, you're right. We effed up. We'll push to get China into the WTO. And then the history
hold on. Hey, Shot, don't forget the Arkansas connection between Walmart and China.
Oh, yeah, of course. Bentonville, baby.
Yeah,
Bentonville.
Don't forget, hey, listen.
The Rose Law Firm. That's Hillary Rodham Clinton. That's where she was doing her homework.
See, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, for people being like, "Oh, China's this big enemy," and blah blah blah. No, this shit was on purpose. This shit was on purpose. Like, we talking about Walmart became Walmart out of Arkansas under the Clintons on purpose to import Chinese goods to get the trap jumping, man. Come on.
Literally, nigga, top to bottom in a Walmart. Everything in that bitch, dude. I remember that, Ty. I remember everything, dude. It was some shit.
Yeah,
I give them a pass because that was supposed to be progress. See, I give the actual retailers and some of the others a pass. The ones who really messed it up was the financial sector, because that's why I pointed in the chat earlier. It was SEC Rule 10b-82, because that was the one, the safe harbor rule in the stock buybacks, right? Like, look at Intel. I forget the numbers recently, but right before I got involved, they were spending like 4 times more on stock buybacks than they were on CapEx and R&D. And then later on, they asked the government for help because they fell behind in R&D. And that was like one of the niggling issues that became what evolved into what became the CHIPS Act, right? It was a long, like 10-year drama that played out. But all these companies, they stopped being led by scientists and researchers and technologists and began to be taken over by the finance department. And a big part of what they wanted to do, because of how, unfortunately, Congress did the compensation allowances, was the stock performance, the options for the executives. So they were determined to get the stock price up, spent billions of dollars on buybacks, fell behind on R&D and CapEx, and then we end up in the situation we're in now.
Okay, Shot. I got a question for you though, right?
Yes, sir.
Because I got into the international game and shit at literally 99, 2000. See, so when Ty brought up the Walmart shit, Ty, what year was that? 90, 93, 90, 92, 93, 94? It was around that time. What was it? What year was it?
Yeah, about 92. And remember, the crazy part is, you got to understand, like, when people say, oh, Clinton shrunk the government too, they was getting rid of regulations too to get their little shit off.
Bruh, speak on it, because how many federal workers he laid off? Something to the tune of 311,000? Something around there?
But that's what I said. That way, so they can usher in this whole, global.
Let's talk about it.
Clinton solidified the neoliberal revolution that Reagan kicked off. Because that's how you can tell when you've entered a different era, is when a paradigm changes under one party, but then the other party solidifies it when they came in. So Reagan and Thatcher in the UK led the neoliberal revolution, but then when Clinton came in, they didn't roll it back. Instead, you had the blue dog Democrats, and they were like, yes, and we're going to do workfare, and it's true. And then, China and WTO and NAFTA and everything else and GATT. So that was like when that's when you know that the revolution was solidified.
Thank you. And Shot. So the question that I had for you. So let's fast forward a scant 5, 6, 7 years past that point that Ty City talked about, when Walmart basically got they started the trap house with the whole China plug. Everything in that shit, you couldn't get it anywhere else for what it was that Walmart was pricing it for, right? And then you fast forward, and then I get into the game on like the CD pressing and that side of the game, right? If you bought a roll of 1,000 blank CDs from China, I'm gonna give y'all the price at the time. If you got a roll of CDs, 1,000 count blank CDs, so you could press your own shit, you want to know what the cost was for that? It was probably like around like $300-400. So that meant that for $1,000 each CD, you basically, the cost of the CDs got down to the cents. That's how cheap it was. And that's the reason why thank you. Remember, you used to see that shit everywhere. See, so we can even look at going from the late 90s into the 2000s to speak on what Ty City's talking about, where first it started with Walmart, and then the shit really started to open up, right? The access to the Chinese manufacturing markets. We get into about 2004, 2005. Ain't that where DHgate and a couple of other manufacturing portals as websites opened up?
Oh man, you talk about DHgate, man. That was like a market.
Come on, man. Talk about it.
Come on, man. I remember, man. They had bootleg body kits.
That's what I'm saying. Talk about it.
Yeah, DHgate was Alibaba before Alibaba was Alibaba.
Thank you. Thank you.
But even back then, DHgate still required you to like have like some type of business credentials to buy in bulk from them.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I think I
yeah.
do remember
you
that.
did. Yeah.
Yeah,
You did,
DH
yeah.
Gate. Hey, that's what I'm saying. DH Gate, man. The hustlers is outside. You know what I'm saying? They was getting it in. Yeah, this ain't nothing new, and everybody knew what was going on.
I was in SoCal at the time, man. I remember that was big time.
Yeah, yeah. So like I ain't gonna lie, the bootleg market is easy to get in. Like back then, you couldn't order one piece.
Think about it. Title Trap was bumping back then, dog.
Hey, man, you had to buy that pack, man. If you're gonna flip that shit in the streets, DH Gate's still out there, but it's still not the easiest thing to deal with. Like it's easy to go through Alibaba or it's another one that's popping too, that's going crazy. But
see, around the same time, 2005, there was another big political event in another country that has a very similar model to China that nobody talks about, and that was Germany. Because in Germany, you had what's known as the Hartz reforms or the Hartz laws, where the German state basically passed laws that they were going to underpay the German workforce to make them more competitive on the world market. And that's what led to the rise of, they call them hidden champions. And these are these small to medium-sized enterprises in Germany, but they're world leaders in their field. They're companies that make machine tools, they make specialized lasers, specialized lenses, these kind of things, specialized lathes and drills and whatnot. And Germany conquered it. And the model, what supports them, the euro's involved too, which is a very delicate topic, but was the German state, as a matter of policy, really hurt the German welfare, safety net, and so on. The idea was that the German worker on an equal productivity basis was paid about 80% of what the equivalent British worker was paid. And that's what made the German products more competitive. Germany and China are very similar in terms of what they do in order to get their export situation the way it is. And on the back end,
wait, you said Germany?
Germany, yep, the Hartz reforms.
Okay.
There's a great book called Trade Wars or Class Wars by Michael Pettis and Matthew Klein. Pettis is a professor. He came from Wall Street, but then he's been in China the last 20 years. He's probably the most knowledgeable on a lot of these nuances and details. Great guy. He shows up on YouTube sometimes, so you might even be able to get him on. But the book is fantastic because he details how similar it is, how similar these export-driven economies are, with Germany and China being fundamentally the archetypes, and then you have like South Korea, Taiwan, Japan. But what also connects them all, and how they're different. I'll tell you why in a second. Is because
who'd you say, Ty?
I said Vietnam is an export.
Vietnam, okay.
Yeah, they all have a similar model, but there was one big difference, and that was that, see, they run into a problem is because they save the money, they underpay the domestic workforce, right? The Chinese citizens underpaid relative to their output. The German citizen is underpaid relative to their output. But the businesses keep the money. That's why the savings rate is so high in Germany and China. It's not because the households save money. It's because businesses, by technical definition, they save, they don't consume, right? Businesses invest, they don't consume the way households do. That's why the savings rate looks the way they do. So, but now there's a trap because they can't really put too much domestic investment there because the local consumers don't have enough money to support that type of growing consumer economy, relatively speaking. So what they do is they send the excess dollars, and mostly usually it's dollars, they send it to the US and the Anglo-American capital markets. See, that's the real story. It's not the trade deficit, it's the capital account. Right? The Chinese companies, they make their big spreads and then they send the money to America to buy American stocks, real estate, bonds, and so on. See, what I would do if I were president is I would hit them in the capital market. Like there was a push, it died out, but about 5 years ago, it was to get companies to to not allow Chinese companies on the MSCI index and similar, so that American pension funds aren't tied up with it. It failed and filtered out when Trump got in. But that's the other side of the story. And that goes for Taiwan, Japan, South Korea. The other Asian countries like Vietnam and Indonesia and so on, they're late to that part. So they haven't really gotten that part rolling. But if you look at all the others, that's a major issue.
How do you see the these tariffs working?
Well, I mean, are they going to stay on? That's the first thing to ask. How long are they going to last?
But that's what I said. Like, they haven't even did no negotiation. He already gave up the biggest markets coming out of China.
Yeah, because he got a lot of phone calls. So I was listening to a lot of the little niche podcasts that interview some of these CEOs that were making those calls to Trump. Like Mark Cuban, for example, was on Scott Galloway recently, and Stephanie Rule was talking to I forget who she was talking to, but she knows everybody. I think they had, what's his name was on there, Ackerman. She was talking about Ackerman, and they were all calling up Trump and saying, we don't want this, we don't like it. So they're kind of beefing with him over it because their portfolio damages and whatnot. I mean, if you keep,
you also got a lot of people. I was just gonna say, you also got a lot of people that are, and I would say because they're kind of dealing with the typical channels. They're complaining about how the businesses are being wrecked by this, right? Because they just use it as sort of like a basic. And I'm talking about, like, so for example, you're selling a product as your own here stateside. However, that product can be found on AliExpress or Alibaba. If you choose to try to dig hard enough to find it, you can find it, right? However, because now a lot of factories are unaware to certain things, they're not aware of what's going on or this or that. See, so before the date that they've been notified that certain shit is going to take effect, this explains a lot of the videos that you're seeing right now about Chinese factories shutting down and all that, because what they're doing is expediting current orders out, and then anything past that is going to have to be done based on any kind of new circumstances that the government tells them they got to do business accordingly to.
A complex. They just stopped them, bro. Ain't nothing moving right now.
No.
Yeah, some people got
I'm
hit.
saying that's what I'm talking about. Based on the date of which things take effect. Because I actually, let me clarify, because I'm actually talking about, let's just say 2 or 3 days prior to when the new round of tariffs took effect. This is the reason why I sent a message to my factory a couple of nights ago, and I said, look, give me updated pricing based on what's going on now, and we'll go from there. So that's what I'm waiting on, because I really do want to see the numbers on this shit.
I thought they used the bill of lading to say, I think it was, if it left the dock before the new schedule came into effect, you got the pay. One guy, he was selling like decorative wood. He was selling like decorative wall panel, like wall paneling. And I guess his first load was at the normal price or the pre-Trump adjustment price, and then the second load he ordered, they got hit with the 104% at the dock when it hit Oakland or whatever.
Hey,
can't wait. So whoa. So you mean to tell me he paid in full to get it shipped, and then when it hit dock, he got hit again?
Yeah, he has to pay the tariff before it can leave the port.
Yeah. The tariff.
That duty.
The tariff stayed at the port. That's that's why a lot of that shit clogged up. Hey, easy.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, okay, so look, with these tariffs taking off, right? Where does the leverage come from now to get because I think you and Shot agree with trying to change the government through business. But I don't think it's going to work like that, because they don't have the same type of government that would like just fold to, I don't think it worked like that over there.
No, you're right. You're right. They don't have the same. But see, that's why these measures in my opinion, got to go this way because, again, it goes back to what I said in previous streams. Where China shot themselves in the foot really was when they let Evergrande collapse. So now the consumer sentiment already at an all-time low. People was already trying to hold on to cash, not spending. So now, if you add on all these people being laid off from these warehouses, like you said, from the docks being back up, the U.S. government know that really the only thing that's going to make China do any type of move is if they start risking another Tiananmen Square type event.
They'll do it again. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't think that was not my policy. I'm just describing what the idea was at the time. I'm much more cynical on that. I've studied the CCP in some pretty decent detail, and they don't. Americans do not understand China at all because at the agency they always say China is Chinese.
But this is my thing though. If they do a Tiananmen Square again, if things get bad enough and there's protests, they lose all clout with their like global influence as far as political.
The problem, the
reason why I say that is because they don't got the military strength at this point to back it up. That's again why we doing all this now.
Yeah, but
wait.
We're not finna get into China because how they treat their people, bro.
But Ty, see, at a certain point, you can't just jump right to an extreme example because I'll tell you like this, like I'll raise my hand and go ahead.
Let me tell you this, it's not extreme. Like the CCP got disappear rich motherfuckers. If they don't do what they want them to do, they out of there. They don't have this whole.
I get it.
When we have Kevin O'Leary talking about, fairness and equality and they need to play by the rules and all the rest of that shit. They don't have that shit. Even I think the founder of Alibaba got disappeared at one time, didn't he?
Jack Ma. Yes, he did. He disappeared for like 6 months.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, we got to stop this thing where Donald Trump gonna get on the phone and change the way they do shit over there. Like,
no. That's what I'm not pointing to. What I'm pointing to is the fact that there's a willingness of business people over there to throw a middle finger up to the government, much like there is over here. We see it, right?
Nah, hold on, couple.
No. The consequences are different. The consequences are different. However, they got a taste of that free market capitalism. They got that USD rolling through all these portals like AliExpress and Alibaba and DHgate and all that other shit. They got a taste, bro. That's why I'm like,
I'll tell you, bro.
It doesn't divide that way. It doesn't divide that way.
It doesn't. It's like everybody can call Trump and he gonna fold. They don't have that shit. If they call the CCP, then their whole fucking family gonna be out of here.
But Ty, this is my point. They don't. You're right.
The same thing with CZ Binance. Anybody who think they gonna become a billionaire, especially in US dollars and shit, and then think they finna go against the government, they out of here. They don't play that shit.
I get it. But see, you got to think about it, right? Let's compare it. The average entrepreneur who's sourcing shit from China and the average person who's running the operations from China, all that. Neither one of them are millionaires or billionaires for the most part. They're not. And they understand that their factories, they understand that their factories are in competition with the factory, right? So this factory over here in Shenzhen makes batteries, and right down the road, about 2-3 kilometers down the road, they do the same thing, right? And they have the different client bases. However, they use the same fucking international sales portal, i.e. Alibaba, DHgate, and all that other shit. To do what? Source international business, right? Now, I've mentioned this before. You honestly believe, you're going to sit up here and tell me, you honestly believe that a lot of these companies don't have offshore banking over in Hong Kong? Where the money routing works a little bit different, especially if you're taking USD?
They got extreme capital controls in China.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait.
Hold on.
I'm gonna just put this out here, but I'm saying, how extreme is it if I've even sent money over to Hong Kong to get routed to China to get product over here? How extreme is it really?
It's extreme.
Complex.
Very extreme.
Let me say this real quick. And this is the other thing with the Alibaba and the DHgate and stuff like that. Now we got to pretend like we don't have like control of the borders and stuff like that. Like there's no measures that we can take to stop this stuff from getting into our markets.
Exactly.
Or
and I wouldn't.
You said what?
And I wouldn't. See, I think when you talk about China and the competition, see, you can't really think of it like how America is mapped. But for example,
thank you.
Xi has much more power in China than Trump has in the U.S.
That's what I just said. Yeah, that's what I just said.
Incomparable.
Yeah.
However, the CCP is one party, but there are many factions within the CCP, and they split several different ways. You have the Central Committee versus the Provisionals. That's what I talked about last time. That's a big one, probably the biggest one, and the biggest issue they fight over is the household income thing. The Central Committee wants to get the middle class and the poor in China richer.
Yeah, but
this
is what I'm saying, though, Shot, because look, I remember covering this, but I think it was either around the time of the pandemic or not, or right after. It was in the same area, right? Walmart had proposed 300 new Walmarts across China. She said,
"Oh shit!"
They already have like their middle class is already starting to creep. You know what I'm saying? They already starting to creep, and so China. I mean, Walmart will. I can still find it, but it's not like I agree with what you're saying. Somebody is definitely for the people over there.
Yeah, the Central Committee wants to promote a much richer Chinese middle class, Chinese poor, right? They want to raise them up. The problem is the provincials. See, it's not like how we have the federal government and states. It's quite different how their system works. The provincials are fighting with the Central Committee because as the households gain, they're gaining primarily vis-a-vis the amount of wealth and power that the provincial governments have. Because a lot of the business dealings in China are not done at the Central Committee or what we would call the federal level. It's done at the provincial level, which sort of resemble what we call counties and municipalities, but it's different. So you can't really even use, like I said, analog. See, that's a big difference that we don't think about here in the U.S., but it's a big deal in China. And then they have issues with each other. And then you have faction differences related to loyalty. Like you saw what happened when they carried out Hu Jintao from that meeting.
Out of the parliament meeting, man. They escorted his ass up out of there. Remember that?
Yeah, he was number 2 after Deng.
He didn't even see it coming. And he didn't see it coming.
Because that's the big purge. Because Xi has been purging all the acolytes of Hu Jintao and Jiang Min. He's been doing that for the past 5 years, including all through the military. They just reorganized their military dramatically 2 years ago. They set up 4 new umbrella organizations, similar to how we work the NSA and whatnot. So Xi is radically changing how the government operates to make it more loyal to him and his faction, and cutting out his 2 predecessors' loyal acolytes.
But Shot, let me ask you this, right? Because here's the thing, right? What we're ultimately talking about is government to government policy, right? So there's G to G, then you got B to B, and then you got B to C. Now notice I said business to business, business to customer, but I didn't say anything about business to government. Business largely has to allow for government to make whatever policy it's going to make or set with other governments, and then then follow accordingly or not. That's why I mentioned, I'm like, well, a lot of factories will be like, hey, listen, send the money over to the HSBC, our account over here. Why? Because number one, it's not coming through any of the government regulated portals, which it's supposed to, DHgate, Alibaba, et cetera, and what you're doing is that you're getting a PO from them in your email with the wiring information. They say, okay, this account over here, and because we have HSBC here, there's a HSBC in Hong Kong. There's not a lot of fees that you're going to get hit with for transferring money. It goes there, and then because it's Hong Kong and China, they're not going to be hit with a whole bunch of fees and shit, and the government really ain't going to think too much of it because it's Hong Kong and China. And I'm saying business to business, it works a certain way, even though you got the G to G shit going on. And this is what I'm like, because when it comes to the business side of things, we're not people in government. As a business owner, I'm not in government. Neither are they.
Let me say this.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this real quick about China. Right, the only way you can have these conditions is with a communist regime like they got in China, and we know that. You know what I'm saying? We understand why China runs how China runs. We totally understand that, bro. You know, for us to be like, yo, we're gonna tariff them and control how they run their business. I'm not seeing it, fam.
I'm not seeing it
because they're pragmatic. I mean, you go from Ding forward, right? Like how did banking in China come about? Ding sent out surveyors and people to do research, and he said, okay, we want to be more like Germany and Japan and less like Rosbank in the Soviet Union, because he believed, and I believe he was correct on this, that many small and different sized banks are the key to stimulating businesses. It's the same model that Germany has with all their community banks, and the Japanese learned it directly from the Germans prior to World War II when they were all buddy. So Ding did that purposely. That's why you don't have the same corporate bond market in China the way you do here. Instead, they finance through the banks, and more or less all the banks are franchises of the government with, the veneer of being private and everything else. But that was done by design, right? That's, corporations don't rule China the way they may rule the United States. It's the other way around.
They don't. You're right. You're right.
Which is why we can't keep tariffs on.
And they see tariffs for what they are, because, like, for example, like I said, I read the stuff that comes out of China, right? I've read Z stuff. I know the professors and whatnot. I read what they write. They comment on our economic history all the time. They know, hey, America's history with tariffs, they know it cold, right? I said they're big fans of people like Hirschman. They love Hirschman over there. He's like one of their idols. He was an American
Seymour Hirschman.
Was it Seymour? No, the name,
Seymour Hirschman.
Okay. Albert Hirschman. I think Albert Hirschman.
We got General Dave up here, man. What's up?
What's up, man? I called in specifically because I heard a lot of China talk going on, and I was just waiting in the background to see one of these topics, which I think is the main topic of when you mention China right now, is y'all seem to think that Xi Jinping is playing about he have to get Taiwan.
No, listen. Hold on. When Pete Hegseth came out and said, we gonna take this shit at the Panama Canal, I said, okay, that's friction with China. When JD Vance just came out and called the Chinese people peasants, that's friction with China. And now, bro, listen, man.
Look, we in a woe position right now. Like as I started sitting there thinking about all of this, like the one thing, there's only two things that Yi has promised to say that what his goals is, whether or not he's going to be successful. One is Taiwan coming back into the fold, whether by force, he's laid down force multiple times. Like, look, dog, if this shit ain't happening, man, we're going to have to take this bitch, right? Yeah. The second is he's got to move 300 million farmers into the cities.
Hey, listen. Let me say this real quick. China don't care about their people like that. Like all these people, they mad. It's no, but the China they don't give a fuck about them people, man. Come on, let's knock it off.
Which Chinese? I think it depends.
See, war makes money, right? We say war makes money over here in the United States.
Well, it's gonna make money for somebody.
It make money for China too.
I don't think they see it that way.
Yeah, they do. They have to take. Okay, so what's going on right now is you got all these major cities, and I mean major, sitting all on the coastal region, right? And you got people, they can track their subs, they can track everything. According to this U.S. government, was just up the ante and said we spending $1 trillion, right? They consider holding on to Taiwan and that the island chain strategy as the number one priority of all of our military, right? Because they know that once we can't track their subs and all this other shit coming out straight from Taiwan, we lost them. And now Australia's in play and New Zealand's in play and all this is real.
That's their business. That's their business.
And so
I mean, I look at it because Taiwan's defense is near and dear to my heart, for the record. But go ahead.
They can't try to tank China like that because you're also tanking all your other regional allies, right? And China's got the big, like y'all can say China ain't got no military, bro, but
I didn't say that. Trump
no,
said
we didn't know about no.
Trump said that's the reason why we need to start building ships because they got one ship.
Yeah.
Well, that was why we were pushing the CHIPS Act so hard because we knew if we don't push the CHIPS Act, then it's going to hurt our national security. Like somebody like Allison Smith, who's the Pentagon lead on the microelectric comments, right? She was somebody that I was working with. If you look her up, you'll see. That was the whole point of the industrial policy. So that's why when I see the MAGA types fighting us on the CHIPS Act, I've always seen that as a counterintelligence problem.
So Shot, let me ask you this. So what say you about the announcement that we're actually taking chips and semiconductors and shit like that off of the list of tariffs that just came out this morning? I literally want your opinion. Go ahead.
I think it's irrelevant for the most part because I don't think the tariffs were going to cause American semiconductor manufacturing to change anyway. It would just make American consumers pay more for it. You're not going to solve.
But wait a minute. Wait.
Chill out. Go ahead.
Wait.
You're not going to solve that problem with tariffs.
Okay, go ahead, Complex.
Okay, but then what about the problem that we had kind of post-pandemic where we have a whole pile up of Ford trucks that were 90 to like 92% complete. The only problem is that what was missing, Thai City?
It was we had an order. We had an order of like
go ahead.
5,000 brand new semi trucks for the fleet, right? And the factory had the trucks already halfway to order. Half of the order couldn't get fulfilled because they couldn't get the ECUs, the computers for the damn trucks.
Bingo.
But the thing is, here's my thing, right? Because I showed y'all Ronald Reagan said semiconductors. We was about to tariff Japan. That was the idea. Tariff Japan on semiconductors because they finna take off in this new age of technology producing semiconductors.
All right, pause it. See, this is why I was not a big fan of Robert Lighthizer when he came back with Trump, because Lighthizer was around for Reagan. You're not going to fix that problem with tariffs. Now, the neoliberals, and Reagan was the lead neoliberal character, they believe these problems can be solved with tariffs.
No, Reagan was against.
They're not big on tariffs like that.
Reagan was against.
They're against industrial policy, right? The big thing with neoliberalism is that they're against industrial policy. They want everything filtered through the lens of letting the corporations lead the economy. People that believe in industrial policy, going back to say Hamilton, Carey, Lincoln, FDR, and so on, Eisenhower, believed that the government should take the lead and have, NASA as a research arm, DARPA, SPAWAR, and others, and then having the government be heavily involved in shipbuilding, heavily involved in the technologies that go into weapons like semiconductors and so on. You're not tariffs. That kind of stuff is not going to solve the problem that we're talking about here with semiconductor manufacturing.
Can I just make one quick comment?
I got something to say to follow up to that. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, General.
Why it happened? Japan, main customer, China, probably outside the U.S., right? Taiwan, China, South Korea, probably China outside the U.S. and all of this, right? They all doing business with China. All the regional neighbors of Asia that we consider our allies, they probably number 2 or number 1 partner is China, right? And then China gets all of that shit and ships it all the way around the world, which includes the United States. So when we put a tariff on it, we're bankrupting our allies too. And if we bankrupt our allies over there in Asia trying to stop China already, you're basically making the defense of getting past that island chain weaker. This is really all about getting past the surveillance that Taiwan has in regards to military. Like,
let me address this real quick. Friezo said the CCP says they're all about economic success and national strength, but all these factory closures, unemployment, and money problems from the tariffs are showing how weak they are. Now, again, with all of this stuff going on, why do we take off the tariffs? Why do
you why? Because it's bankrupting our
Hold on. Why take the tariffs off if they're working? If this is the plan, before you negotiate, why do you take the tariffs off?
Because Trump got calls from various people from Wall Street and others. Yeah.
What shows how
he's serving multiple masters. See, Trump, for the record, I don't think Trump cares about America at all. I think he's a Russian operative, all of that. I was saying that probably in the early 2000s. I'm 100% all in that.
Don't forget Israeli too. Don't forget.
They came in later, yeah, for sure.
All right, but anyways, what I want to know is if the tariffs are working, why take them off?
They had to take them off because it's the allies called, Japan called, South Korea called, because if they not getting them orders from China.
Okay, so who has the leverage if you can't keep your tariffs on?
China really has the leverage in this whole situation.
Like the elites in both countries, the elites in all the countries have the leverage against the people underneath. But you do have some that are getting pinched, right? The financial elites that got pinched, say when the market moved around, those are probably the very people that called Trump. The industrialists, they're not manufacturing any of that stuff anyway, so they're not even in competition with low-priced Chinese goods because they don't produce anything like that, right? It's, as I said, you have to separate out the business people from the people that are industrial and, operate companies that operate manufacturing concerns or whatnot. And you have the banking and financial elite.
Can I say something?
Hey, China hasn't budged yet, by the way.
Who has the most power? What group has the most power in China?
In China, it's the Z and the Central Committee.
If you had to call it a complex, an industry, what group has the most power in China?
Yeah, it's the Central Committee of the CCP.
The military.
That's the government. Like, it's the CCP.
No. I'm saying as far as all priority, who called?
Just go ahead and tell us so we can get it all out.
Yeah. It's the military, and what you got to understand is that you may think that people may not sacrifice money for national gains, but when you really look at history, that's what really be happening. Is people say, you know what, I gotta go through this, what we going through now, Because ain't nobody, I see them march up. Them B-52s over there in San Diego, Garcia, whatever the hell it's called.
Diego Garcia.
That shit closer to the Straits of Malacca than it is to Iran.
I fought pirates there off the Straits of Malacca.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm seeing right now is two things happen. One, the allies in Asia called and said, yo, like, if you shut them down, you shut our economy down. If you shut our economy down, we ain't gonna be ready to hold on to this position on these islands.
I don't think it was them.
Are these BRICS nations?
China. I mean, Japan and South Korea have been talking to China all week. They're getting closer now. I don't think it's that, but I completely agree that not everybody is Americans. Like I said, at the agency, they say China is Chinese. Americans might not sacrifice money for the national interest, but the Chinese are willing to sacrifice other Chinese for national prestige, pride, longevity, and so on.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I think that, again, all the tech billionaires who donated to Trump to get him on, I think they got the 911 call like, hey, bro, you tripping. All right, if you don't turn that shit back on, it's gonna be problems. And then Trump came out without even negotiating with Xi Jinping. He didn't have the nuts to say, "Let me talk to him and have a conversation first." He didn't even do that. He was like, "All right, well," he just woke up and said, "The largest industries exporting out of China to America, tariffs are exempt."
90 days. Now, see, I think about it. I'm not sure if it's the tech people, because we got multiple billionaire factions. The tech bros in Silicon Valley are one faction. Then you have the old school white shoe Wall Street types. They're another. And then you have like the cowboys, which are the oil money in Texas and so on. Who made the call? My guess would be, I'm thinking it's more like Wall Street types that are closer to Trump
Japan
personally.
made that call.
Who?
Japan.
And what they say?
Nah, Japan ain't got no pull over.
I was about to say,
Wall Street, hell no. They called. They made that phone call. Hey, man, listen, bruh, knock it off with this tariff shit, man.
Because there are people who claim they know and like Trump.
Interest rates, the number one. Okay, so everybody, I don't know up until now because they've been fucking around with their currency.
You're not going to touch the interest rates with all this back.
But they're the carry trade. They're the carry trade for the world. Everybody borrows in yen.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that, because what I'm saying
if these rates go crazy, the first people you're going to hear from, the first sign that you're going to see in the Eurodollar market, the swap market, and everything is with Japan. Because everybody borrows from there. They
doesn't care. Look at Japan's rates. They don't care. They got...
Well,
look how low their rates are. They're not moving. Japan isn't budging. They've been doing QE for 30 years. They're not budging.
Yeah. People do arbitrage with
high school.
Arbitrage trading from Japan.
No, I don't think that's. I think Japan. I think if anything, we've made Japan and other countries more nationalistic. Like Trump is the great unifier, right? He unified Canada by coming at Canada. He's unifying Europe because Europe is upset. Japan is becoming more nationalistic. Like, I don't think that's exactly what happened. I think it was more domestic.
But that's what I'm saying, though. China done met with Russia already. China done met with people already leading up to this already. Before the tariffs even got crazy, they was like, all right, well, shit, if China's going to survive, they're going to survive off the rest of the global economy. America makes up 30% of their shit, not the rest of the 70. You see what I'm saying?
And if we go back to Trump's first presidency, we got a taste of this already when a few decisions were made. One, we told them to kick rocks in terms of your soybean supply. We told them to kick rocks in terms of your pork belly supply. And then guess what we did? We cut off all their cell phone sales here. See, so back in the day, you used to be able to go to a Metro PCS and you had like the Xiaomis and you had your Huawei's and you had your OnePluses and you had all those really nice phones that were like mid-grade phones, damn near phones that could fuck with like the lower level iPhone shit, but at an affordable cost and all that. And we got that shit out of here only for them to say, hey, take that off the list and go ahead and allow it now.
Yeah, I fuck with Android. That's just what it is. Shout out to he said, I don't know why we bringing up semiconductors when TSMC Arizona, as of January, is making more semiconductors than their home country factories. But that doesn't make that the market. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not like, just because they're outdoing what they doing over there, don't mean that China, Taiwan, all the other people just booming with semiconductors. Like, that's
easy.
And hold on, and okay, TSMC in Arizona is making these semiconductors, right? Now, if they were supplying so much of our needs, we wouldn't even give a fuck about semiconductors.
All right, that was what I wanted to ask. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I said. So, like, the market decides. Like, if TSMC was doing such a great job supplying us with semiconductors wouldn't even be a factor with anybody else. And guess what? Problem solved. American manufactured semiconductors.
Bingo.
Man, going up. We need more. We should.
The question is, did the EU meet with China? I think they did.
Well, they're beefing too. They've been beefing. They've been beefing with China more than us in the last 4 years.
Can we have a fight? I'm sorry, Ty. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
That Europe and China, they developing trade relations right now.
All right. I wanted to ask, can we have a 5% conversation just real quick? Just real quick. I know how you are with that, Ty. I get it.
Shot already gave us the Russian operative that Trump is.
Okay.
Explaining his softness with Putin. The war must stop. People are dying in a war. We gotta stop. He's like, man, shut the fuck up, man.
So let me ask this question: If what's actually taking place globally, right? Because and I hit Lionel and I talked earlier, and I told him, man, I'm like, hey, man. Yeah, I was like, hey, man, pull up on time, man. He having the real convos, dog. So I hit him up. I don't know. It's late on the East Coast, so I don't know if he's awake or anything like that. But shout out to him because we talked about this earlier, right? So let me ask you, man. If what's happening here is what they call a great reset, and there's sort of like a table leveling.
Okay.
Of sorts, right? Now, people were saying, well, why the fuck would you issue tariffs on an uninhabited island? I was like, well, the short answer for that would be to prevent that uninhabited island from becoming an offshore haven, right? But that's neither here nor there, right? If the action, let's just look at the action. It was to level set. It was to level set completely, right? That would mean that there would be some sort of commotion with your largest partner, because when they look at the smaller countries and shit, this is the shit that you would hear in media for over the last 2 weeks or so. Well, you look at these countries right here. I mean, we don't even do that much trade with them. I'm like, okay, but if this is a great reset, what we're doing is we're level setting across the board. That would mean that some of the smaller countries that we do conduct trade with, it would sound ludicrous. But then with others, you're like, holy shit, i.e. China, for example, right? I.e. the EU, for example, right? So I'm kind of like, when are we going to look at this as a whole level setting situation and not so much one?
We haven't got to the currency war. We haven't got to the currency war part of this yet.
Right. Currency.
Got it. Okay.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Easy said Trump letting Ukraine keep going as leverage. We're supplying Ukraine with weapons and money. Not only that, but if this is planned to like have leverage over the EU, it's strengthening their money right now.
Yeah, it's fucking up the way it
Yeah, like they're like their money is going the opposite way of ours.
Ty, we already in the currency war. We've been in the currency war since the creation of the EU, bruh. Overnight, we lost about 25 to 30% of the FX market.
Man, we ain't seen the currency.
There is no currency war, man. King Dollar
War
raised
is
No. Hey, look. I agree it's King Dollar, but to maintain King Dollar, they're gonna have to bring in a new system because again, I totally.
Nobody else wants to eat the downsides of being the reserve currency of the world. The EU doesn't want to do it. The euro is basically a vendor financing scheme for German heavy industry, right? People like Win Godley predicted this in '92 before the Maastricht Treaty was even finalized and saw it coming.
Right. So what I'm saying is that for us to like get away with what we've been getting away with, they gotta. I think they just gotta get a reset going. They have to have a reset.
What does a reset mean?
Right. One president.
No way to there is no way to pay off all the debt. There is no way to fix the current shit.
Don't pay it off. There's no debt. The idea that we have this national debt, 26 or the 32 trillion or whatever, it's a misnomer. It's a misunderstanding of how the system works.
So you're saying that you don't have to be paid off?
No, what we call the national debt is just an accounting situation of all the dollars emitted and the ones not taken back in as taxes. That's all that is, right? The Fed is a monopoly price setter on the interest rate. Okay, so we're paying. Was it $1.3 trillion a year recently?
Just interest.
We're paying people that already have money more money because they hold treasuries, including people like China and whatnot. That's literally what happens. That is literally, technically what it is.
I understand that, but how much can we put in there?
It doesn't matter. Okay, listen. We used to have, do you know why they call it the FOMC? Do you know why they call it the FOMC?
Yes. I understand the FMOC. Yes.
No, but do you know why they call it the O? Why the O is in there?
Yeah.
Because there used to be a closed market, but we got rid of that in the 80s. We used to have direct Treasury Federal Reserve interactions. There was no need to go through the primary dealers and let rich people buy up treasuries and get free money, right? It was a scam.
That shit was called Treasury Direct, right?
No, say again?
I said that platform was called Treasury Direct. I remember that. Treasury Direct
still exists. That's where you can buy it as a citizen. I'm talking about, this is going back to the 30s and shit, right? So there's a great, I think he's retired now, a Federal Reserve vice president named Kenneth Garbade. He has great monographs on the political decisions that resulted in different changes to the Federal Reserve System, right? The various laws, and he gives a history of it. We used to have a nice, beautiful, elegant system where we had direct Treasury Federal Reserve interactions. Nice and clean, no worry about the debt and all that. But certain people wanted to get in the mix. They had the closed part shut down just so they could get free money, right? Right now, the 10-year was what, 443? Okay, I've got a couple spare million. The government's going to give me $44,000 for every $1 million I give them. That's free income. That's why we're paying $1.3 trillion in interest rates. It's a monopoly price. The problem we made in the U.S. is by having a quote unquote independent central bank, as opposed to having a very politically controlled bank like the Bundesbank in Germany during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? The Bundesbank was the best central bank in the world because it was directly under control of their legislature. So it operated in line with the goals of the government. Japan made a big mistake too because they copied the Reichsbank of the 19s and 20s because they were tight with Germany, which is why Japan has the situation they have, where the Bank of Japan runs the government rather than the other way around.
So what do you think should happen with the national debt? Don't worry about it. Let it run.
It's only a problem if the politicians make it one. There's no, you can't pay.
But what about
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you understand how the monetary system works, right? The
but
dollar gets its strength because Americans have to pay taxes in dollars. That's the underlying mechanic, right? That's by design.
Right, and I understand how we export debt and people buy our debt and shit. I understand all this. But what I'm saying is, like what you said about like it's not a problem to the politicians make it a problem. That's how I see this international trade stuff going on. Like
thank you, Ty. Thank you for saying that.
That's different because the trade picture involves actual physical resources that are limited, right? There are limited amounts of raw materials, limited amounts of rare earth minerals, power generation, the political will in other countries, and so on. This is a purely domestic political situation, right?
Okay, so
there's no danger the federal government is going to run out of dollars. Period.
No, absolutely not. But at the same time, it's like, where do you see because I believe it is correlated with inflation and shit. Like if we just print that motherfucker to
the inflation, so you can expand the money supply and lower prices at the same time if the money is spent toward output, which is why you need industrial policy.
That's what I'm saying. Like we don't have a system that's even good for inflation because most of the money get trapped at the top.
That's what I said. We're paying rich people more money based on how much money they already have. If you have a spare $1 million and you give the government $1 million, they're going to give you $44,000 for 10 years and then give you your $1 million back.
But that's what I'm saying. If the national debt is saying how much money is on top of everybody else.
Can I interject here?
Yeah, real quick, let me finish this, right? Because if most of the money is trapped at the top, right? And like right now, people because I'm glad you said that because people right now be like, what economy? The economy is fine. I can pay for gas. I can do it. They don't understand the money stopped moving at the top. The money stopped moving at the top. And then
because the rich don't need to buy too much from the poor anymore. Because that was the idea is that, hey, if you want to get money now, you have to serve the rich. Be one of their, be employed by them, one of their personal servants.
Whoa.
If they're your patron and so on.
Hold on, let me get General David a.
All right, y'all have said a lot, right? But I just want to make this clear. The Federal Reserve is literally owned by the United States banks in rank order of how many demand deposits they have, like checking account, straight cash, and maybe the closest to cash ever. The reason why the 37 trillion is out there is because all of these companies around the world, according to like these rules with like banking and Basel, in order to like have, especially banks, in order for them to go to sleep at night or pass their books to another country, they got to have a certain percentage of reserves based on how their whole loan portfolio look. And what they usually use is that collateral is USD, United States dollar, in whatever form. The easiest form is the US Treasury, right?
Well, Basel III, the Basel requirements are the equity requirements of the banks. That's the equity requirement, which is good. It came later. But yes, to be a part of the Federal Reserve System, right, each member bank has to own stock in their district Federal Reserve Bank. It's not really ownership in any meaningful sense.
No, you were there, but you went sideways.
That's literally the law.
No, equity.
Period.
In order to get equity, you must first eliminate the liability side. Equity is
like you have a bank,
right? So just listen. When the bank is doing what it does, has loans and everything like that, right? Due to what happened in all these different financial crashes, they got to have what they call a stress test. They got to live by, die by, and have a certain percentage sitting in cash and cash equivalents for their Basel reserves. There's tiers of these things, right? And so if they short on it, they got to go get that collateral. If they got a little bit more of it, this sounds exactly like the Federal Reserve, but these functions are happening outside of United States jurisdiction. This is the world global financial market. And the Fed has an effect on it, but it does not control it. And that's the main problem that America's having. So when we're talking about is 37 trillion out there or not, well, it depends. If other blocks like the EU, which has the most capacity to do it, or Japan, which is the third, but if China wanted to open up, they could easily be a super competitor, but they're going to have to print up in the form of bonds, a huge trillions of it, so that everybody around the world, for their financing needs and their requirements with all these global regulations, they're going to have something to sit on their books too. That's why we have 35 trillion.
Nah, see, I don't know. See, I'm trying to be very technical here, all right? The equity requirements of the banks, the equity is like the stock, the money that's, the ownership. So let's say, for example,
you're just saying equity,
because that's different. The reserves are for clearing.
Dave, let them rock. Let them rock.
Reserves are for clearing, right? That's like why the discount window was there and why the federal funds market existed, right? That's for clearing. If Bank A wants to clear a check from Bank B, but they don't have enough, they go to the discount window or they go to the federal funds market. The equity requirements have to do with the loan to book value of the bank. And if you have enough, say, stock ownership, hard assets, whatever the bank owns compared to their liabilities. That's like what Basel III is doing right now and moving over.
Right.
The national debt, as we call it, is the accounting situation of how many dollars have been emitted minus the amount that have been collected as taxes due to the cumulative effect of deficits over time. Right now, we choose, this is a political decision, it's not a law of the universe or whatever, that we allow whomever wants to go to a primary dealer or participate in a bond auction to buy treasury issued debt.
Wait, are you saying
the Federal Reserve could buy it directly, monetize it, and then it would never be an issue and we wouldn't hear about it and it wouldn't be a political football?
Okay, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
National debt is a part of whatever you're talking about. Outstanding bonds that we can't cover is definitely part of it.
We can't cover all of it.
Exactly, and that's part of your national debt.
That's what I'm saying. The national debt, what it is, I'm telling you what it is. It's the amount of dollars emitted minus the amount that have been collected as taxes. It represents the financial wealth on this side of the ledger, right? You have the government sector and the non-government sector, which includes, all of our American citizens, foreign countries, whatever, right? You can divide the world in two and it nets out to zero, right? This is called sector balance.
Now, here's what I'm doing. Here's what I think it is. I always thought our national debt was whatever our Fed Reserve has, like the balance sheet of the Fed Reserve, whatever the equity is, minus bonds outstanding. So I'm typing in Google equation.
The Fed's balance sheet is a different thing. The Fed's balance sheet
stuff, like everything goes through the Fed Reserve. That's our bonds, that's our currency, that's our everything.
Oh, here comes Django. Hold on. Shot, you got some big backup coming in, bro.
Django, hit the link, dog.
Hey, this is Django's argument that the national debt doesn't matter. The national debt is irrelevant. This the cage match Django been waiting for.
Django, hit the link, dog.
This the cage match that Django been waiting for, man.
And tell Bunyan, it matters to us big time. Because look at who's the governor of the Atlanta Fed, right? Raphael Bastiat, he's a brother. And he's been fighting the Nehru and all those other bad economic ideas. But
and you know what? He the only one that came out and said this is bad policy. And
he's a good guy.
Yeah, who was that? That was like they asked, I think it was oh man, what's the Jewish dude that's running the Commerce Department right now?
Lutnick.
They asked Lutnick, they said, okay, well, the head of the Fed in Atlanta said blah blah blah. He was like, they don't know what they're talking about. I was like, oh man, damn, now the people in the Fed don't understand what's going on.
The Fed is staffed by some pretty good people, because you know how the Fed is governed. They have to pull from industry. You'll have like a labor rep on there every now and then, a union person. So it's quite fascinating. It's a very well designed system. I'm quite proud of it as an American. But unfortunately, the politics of the day influence how it has to operate.
I can't believe they're going against old Tommy Tom, man. I gotta bring that to the forefront. They not letting old Tommy Soul get no shine on this whole tariff thing, man.
Bro.
I'm not a big Thomas Sowell fan. I like some of his history, but his economics is pretty bad.
I am, because I ain't never seen so many people on the right not, agree with Thomas Sowell on.
Oh, yeah, all the tokens got spent. They're not useful anymore. Look what happened to Jason Whitlock. You did a thing on Jason Whitlock and what Nick Fuentes said about it, all that shit.
I want to do a follow-up about his stream where he was crying, but man, hey, I got a bleeding heart for that dude, because
hiding behind the Bible.
Nobody came to his defense. It's just Anthony Brian Logan said, I'm not responding to this because I don't want to give him no shine on my platform. It's like, bro, cop out, man. I still might do that live stream. It is so sad and pathetic.
And nobody want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, man. Like, you know me, I got a good memory. I ain't never gonna forget this shit. I don't give a damn. You already know. 2 years down the road, I ain't never gonna forget the time Nick Fuentes, said sumo plex all the
He knows his role.
I ain't never gonna forget that. Hell no. Look at Jago. Jago's here. All right, so far, right? We got Donald Trump making the biggest industries coming out of China to the United States tariff exempt before they even negotiate. All right, so this is the situation. This is a clear backtrack. All right, this is a clear flip-flop. If anybody want to come on board and explain why this was some type of win, I would love to hear it. All right, I still want to hear it, because like somebody stated on X, if tariffs work 100% of the time, why not just keep them on so they can keep working? All right.
Hey, Ty, and all I'm going to say is that when I woke up this morning and I heard we're taking cell phones, semiconductors, chips, and other things, I was like, yo, here we go. Not
only that, but semiconductor manufacturing equipment, bro. Why wouldn't you leave the tariffs on that?
Wait. Just for clarity, it wasn't just the semiconductors. It was also the equipment to produce them?
Yes, bro. They took the tariffs off. Yeah. That's why I need somebody to come up here to explain to me why.
Why did they do that?
I want to know.
It's a backtrack, definitely, but I know why they did that. The allies, man.
We know the excuses they're going to put out there. They'll say, "Oh, it's 4D chess."
It is.
You just too dumb to understand that. Oh, we got Django. What's up, Django?
Yo, what up? Y'all can hear me?
Yep. Yes. You want to explain why your boy backtracking or what?
Hey, Donald Trump backtracking on the tariffs. I could have seen that coming, because it was, look, the same thing that I was saying last time about how General Dave, me and him have been going back and forth. We've been running around this topic about how we going to solve this contradiction between having the world reserve currency and having these tariffs. Like, Donald Trump bumped into that same fucking contradiction. It was like, oh shit, we actually can't do that. So, I mean, like everybody says, he fucking blinked. Like, that's shit. I'm about to come here and defend these motherfucking tariffs. And as a matter of fact, Complex just said something about they took the tariffs off the semiconductor manufacturing materials. Like that's supposed to be the whole purpose of this reindustrialization attempt in the first place.
No. Django. What fucked me up was when Ty said it wasn't just the semiconductors; it was the equipment to make it. That's what fucked me up.
Yeah. Right.
Why? See, never mind. I'm just gonna say the same shit. You know. Okay, you're not gonna contain China with some weak Asian allies. It's impossible. So somebody called them, which I think it was Japan, like, look, yo, this carry trade falling apart, and it's gonna be a margin call across the world if this shit mess up. So he's like, yo, I gotta let this shit through, because half of that stuff, if everybody's like, I'm not familiar with who's buying nothing, but if Japan is producing stuff, Korea's producing stuff, Taiwan's producing stuff, and all our regional allies producing stuff, and a number one business partner is China, that means somehow, some way, what we getting from China is a function of they shit too.
Well, I mean, look at it, right? If China and Japan are selling similar goods to us, why would Japan care if we have a high tariff on China? It makes the Japanese goods more attractive.
No, Japan is selling stuff to China that China puts together to sell to us.
For sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah.
If China's the world's factory and it's putting all this shit together, what makes you think all the other people regional there aren't shipping stuff to China that feeds directly into the shit that we buy from China?
Well, you know what, General Dave, can I kind of give you an answer to that? And I'm gonna speak directly from experience, right? I had a fleet of scooters. It was me and my partner. We sold this to somebody in the Midwest, right? And we had a factory in China to go ahead and produce them. However, here's what we didn't do. When it came to the IoT connectivity side of the game, we decided that we were going to actually hold on to all of that proprietary data. Now, this goes back to what Ty said he's talking about. If you don't want them to have access to your shit, don't do it. So we just said, look, build the goddamn scooters as designed, and what we'll do is we're going to send y'all the SIM cards to go into the IoT devices, right? And then we'll authenticate them for our side over here because everything's running on our servers. And we'll know if you put them in there because we've already authenticated the SIM cards. So just go ahead, take that package, put them into the little slots, and we'll take care of that on our end. So there's ways to go about this shit. And this is kind of where we're always stressing. It's like, if there's shit that you don't want them to have, don't fucking give it to them. Bottom line.
I don't believe that these countries is calling Trump like, hey man, look out for us, man. We taking a hit too. I don't think Trump.
No, that's not happening.
I think they might call him and say it's a bad idea. If he'll listen, is a different story. See, I think he's more likely to listen to the local domestic financial elite types that he probably knows personally. Now, on what Mr. Dave said, don't forget it also works the other way, where the Japanese buy stuff from China that goes into products they make that they send out as well. It's not just that Japan product to China to us, it's also Chinese products to Japan to everywhere else as well.
But Dave, that was the point that I was trying to make, because if what we're doing is, do you think that the United States made the SIM cards that we sent to them? No, they didn't. So that thank you for saying that, because I'm like, well, this is just kind of like the general way of how shit works when we're talking about sourcing from one country and we might be sourcing from another place of origin, and then we're here in the U.S. because this is the market where the product is going to be launched and shit like that. So you got to do what's necessary to protect your shit. At the end of the day.
Shout out to Aaron. Aaron said it was Japan that didn't call when they sold the treasuries. But from my understanding is we won't know who was selling treasuries for like a week or so.
You might not.
Wait. What? Let me see that. Hold on.
You might not ever know if it occurred in the Eurodollar market outside.
But that's what I'm saying. From my understanding is a lot of people say that it was Japan, but it's a lot of people saying that it wasn't Japan that we don't know. We won't know right away who was dumping US Treasury bonds.
But if it's going through Japan, it don't mean technically it's Japanese. That's what the whole world is borrowing in the yen.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
I say dump. What's the problem? I have no great fear of people talking about, they're going to dump U.S. Treasuries. Okay.
Apparently, somebody.
It's not going to hurt us. What's it going to do? It's going to raise yields.
Django. There go Django. Hey, you got a teammate, Django.
Listen, the reason why grandma and grandpa couldn't get any interest on their savings account for a long time is because these foreign countries are eating away our yield because they put their excess dollars into the U.S. capital markets.
Django, you got
capital account is way more important than the trade deficit.
Yes, the capital flows versus the balance of trade, they're intrinsically tied. We give them our we buy their goods, we send them dollars, they take those dollars, they buy our fucking stocks and bonds. It's symbiotic relationship. You fuck with the trade, you fuck with the balance of trade, you fuck with the bond. Donald Trump.
Hold on, Django. Before you kick Donald Trump in the head. Look, listen. The I don't know. The 10-year Treasury bond yield. A lot of people were saying that's why Trump was sweating bullets and he made some changes because of the bond.
Right. It never even got close to coming out of the policy bands.
No, they said that it did. It was on the edge.
I'm looking at it. I got it up right now. It's
0.5.
It was at the lower bound of the Fed's target rate. Yes, it never.
Let's say it gets there.
Hold on. My thing too is if this was the plan to get interest rates, he should have said, "Fuck it, let that motherfucker roll over."
Thank you.
True. Well,
okay, but that's what I'm saying. So can we take that off the table now? That this is a grand plan to get lower interest rates, so Jerome Powell can step in and save the fucking shit.
It's a monopoly price. They can change interest rates whenever they want to. Sorry.
Can I make this one comment because everybody misconstrued what I said? I said when you look at exports, 1 and 2 of all of these countries is China. I mean, export. Like, I'm sending this shit off and you giving me some money for it. Their exports is to China. Now, however that shit washes out, if China goes broke, our allies is losing export revenue.
Wait a minute, Dave.
Yeah, we got
wait. Because if you were to ask the Chinese, wait a minute. If you were to ask the Chinese, 1 in 3 foreign dollars that flows into China is a USD. So I need you to look at the greater scope of things, right? If 1 in 3.
Time out. You're correct because
go ahead.
The currency of global trade is United States dollar.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be an American. It could be a Japanese person spending dollars.
That's what I'm saying. The Japanese ain't using the Japanese yen to do trade.
Yeah, I understand Dave's point 100%, right? Japan sells machine tools to a Chinese factory. The Chinese factory uses the Japanese machine tool to build a toy that ends up going on the global market. So you're saying that Trump's tariffs in the U.S. is hurting that Japanese machine tool manufacturer because Americans aren't going to buy the toy that the Chinese factory worker uses.
No. I believe. No, wait. I believe that to be true, but I don't think that that's like they give a fuck.
Now let's throw in Australia.
Oh, we definitely don't give a fuck about Australia taking the L. We definitely don't give a fuck about Australia taking the L.
I don't care about that, but.
No, I think that's 100% true, right? What I'm saying is that
the $1 trillion. Look, you got to understand first about America. If the government don't approve no budget, there ain't no such thing as capitalism. We're spending
approve what,
3 trillion.
Bro,
Without that, bro, this whole thing collapses.
Yeah, General Dave, bro, we using an Emergency Authorities Act to bypass Congress already to do what the fuck they want, dog. The gang running the show, bro.
Right.
And the plan with the new tax bill is to raise spending again. Right. And we just signed off the first $1 trillion military budget, bro.
Yes.
And then, you know, when the next administration come in, we gonna be talking about whose inflation this belongs to.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to get the inflation.
This talk about tariff. This tariff talk going to be gone with the next administration.
Yeah, the tariffs are a distraction.
The only thing that's going to be happening, I'm trying to tell you, you can say everything you want, but when you look at our budget, our number one issue is military. When you look at China budget, they don't name military, bro. We on some military shit right now. That's all
I'm all for that, but the military is also a form of industrial policy, unfortunately. It's why it's the military is really the only way we can get real industrial policy passed, because they won't allow it for anything else because it hurts their sensibilities or whatever.
Well, we had the infrastructure bill. We did have the infrastructure bill.
It's all weak, man. The Republicans fight everything because they have a different agenda, right? They're still, the mainstream Republicans are still captured by the old school Mount Peleron society type vibes that the Trumpers are kind of paving over.
They wiped them out. I think that they're
still there though.
Yeah, they still there, but they can't exist by themselves now. They got so weak.
They're fighting the
I'm
Trump.
saying, like, the 4IR shit kind of negates a lot of stuff, dude. It really does. It's no different than look at the tech shift, because you know when you go into like 2000 into like the new millennium and all that shit, when we started going from 2G into 3G connectivity and all that kind of stuff, they credited Al Gore. Well, he created the internet and blah 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 blah. Right. So what we're looking at is the digital infrastructure aspect of it and how it allows for trade to take place. And then what they do, and this is why I said, well, what's happening here is there's a level setting that's going on. So if what he does is he leverages tariffs across the board, it's not for everybody to just go, look at this crazy shit. It's just tariffs on everybody. And it's like, well, it's a level setting that's going on. And this has more to do with how trade is going to take place in the future. Go ahead.
Okay, so shout out to Easy. Easy said everything is a pinky promise and not going to work for the U.S., but China going to win in all scenarios. China only got one scenario right now, and they haven't budged.
Real talk.
And there's no way around it. And all the pinky promises shit is just talk. But China not budging is not talk. Like they standing on business.
This is what I'm telling you. All I know is if they able to take Taiwan, you lose Japan, you lose South Korea. As far as being up under
look, even with the Evergrande collapse, they was trying to keep that from affecting our markets through what they was calling contagion.
Yep.
Like, see that, like this just, bro. Like,
I was never worried about it. The bank regulators in China have unlimited authority. There's zero chance of that happening. China can have other problems, but they're never going to have a problem like that with their current political system.
Right, but what I'm saying is that people was definitely, it definitely affected our markets.
Yeah, people were scared. People saw it, but it was never going to end up having any kind of great gyrations in China because their regulators have unlimited scope. It's not like here where we get a president and who puts in something like Doge and they want to go around and fire all the regulators, right? That's not going to happen in China. Because it's one party state and it's a Chinese Communist Party. So
Rashad, that's kind of where I kind of have a slight amount of pushback. Maybe they have more regulations, more so than we do in some regards. But like I said, if they even set their stuff up in such a way where they have a method of facilitating large transactions, with customers that have USD on deck to send their way, they'll go around certain shit.
That's called Hong Kong.
Not regulation.
Hey, okay, all right. You said it, not me. Go ahead. Well, I did say it earlier, but you got it. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is that I'm not talking about any specific regulation. I'm talking about their regulators, right? The administrators of these regulatory agencies and whatnot. They have unlimited scope. Meaning, if Xi says, I don't want the banks to fail, do whatever you have to do.
You're right about that.
No problem. That's what I'm talking about.
Rob still killed to make this motherfucker stay afloat.
I said, as long as the CCP is in power, that's the issue that the Chinese aren't going to have to worry about.
Right.
I don't think China care about the World Trade Organization. I don't think they give a fuck about
Man, hell no. Once they got membership, bro, that was it. That was a wrap.
Yeah, I don't think they give a fuck.
The only thing they care about is getting Taiwan and moving 300 million people from rural to urban.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think we give a fuck about them taking over Taiwan like that either.
No,
I think we have to, because if they do, we lose Japan.
I don't think we give a fuck.
Northern Virginia really cares about Taiwan.
Wait. Why did you say that, bro?
Because it's the truth.
No. Okay, you tell me it's the truth, but I want to know the legit reason why you said that. Like, seriously, I want to know why you said that.
That's why. That's why I said it.
Yeah. But
in
like
other buildings,
I think we trying to gut Taiwan before the inevitable.
I mean, we or them right now, they will follow the orders of the government, right? And as of now, we haven't dramatically changed yet on that, right? It has to go through Congress and be a big thing. But as it stands, unless we dramatically change the status quo with Japan and Korea and the Philippines and Thailand and other places, we're always going to have our foot in that door to prevent it from closing completely, unless there's a radical realignment in America's stance
towards that radical realignment. We can't fortify any of what you're talking about if we don't hold.
Taiwan is a fortress. What you talking about?
I'm saying, but all I'm saying is
they got the latest and greatest F-16s, baby. They got the best anti-aircraft missiles.
See what they flying now?
We're mercy.
Hold on. We just blessed Ukraine with some of the F-16s.
And they got shot down. One of them just got shot down.
See, here we go. Hey, General Day, how come Russia got Chinese Temu soldiers getting captured?
I saw that.
Well, what's up? What's going on?
Because it's Battle of the Bulge over there.
Oh man, I see how y'all is, man.
They have many observers there in the theater.
They got captured with these bootleg Chinese ass soldiers.
You saw the Chinese Z ordered a reorganization of the Chinese military 2 years ago based on what Chinese observers saw in the Ukraine theater. And they still have observers there now. They were scared. He completely changed. It's not a direct equivalent, but the Chinese equivalent of like the NSA completely changed and overhauled it and gave them a whole new military district and then building a new headquarters because they were terrified at the lack of communication security the Chinese military had based on what they saw. And
wait. So
Russians with Chinese features, but they are Russians. So they wasn't Chinese soldiers. That what you saying, Webster?
They was from the outer regions of Russia, bruh.
What? No.
Part of Russia's in Asia, part of Russia's in Europe. You know what I'm saying? They got cousins over there and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Because I got to let everybody know. General Dave, all right, Easy, Django, everybody said Trump got until Monday. I believe we set Monday for the deadline.
Yeah.
For him to come out and tell all the MAGA red hat retards that he don't have the juice with Putin. And he's sorry for the way he treated Zelensky, that they was fucking wrong. And apparently Putin got all the cards. And
you see what Putin did recently, right? He's not signing the ceasefire.
Fuck no.
Listen, man,
we got to.
I tell you exactly what Trump is going to come out and say. He's going to take this shit. He's going to say that he won. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna
No.
declare
I don't
victory.
think he's gonna say he's gonna win. I think he's gonna say that remember, this should have never started. Remember this. Remember, this should have never started. This would have never started if. But the truth of the matter is, it did start when he was in office. People for it did start when he was in office.
He gave him those what you call it?
It started when he was in
javelins.
office.
Yeah.
It started when he was in office, but he keeps saying like this would have never started. You know what I'm saying? If I was, let me get out of there.
Of course, they know. They got the tapes.
Nah, they don't have
P tapes. They're not P tapes either. They're not. That's not what they are. He's been tied up with the Russian mob since the 80s, man. And then the Russian mob.
Yeah. Talk to him. Talk to him.
Go ahead. You want me to go?
Go ahead.
The Vors, right? The Vori, the Russian mafia. Yeah. Half of them were basically the KGB. They had their own office, OBKH, in the second floor of the building over there in the Red Square.
Yeah,
that's what they did. They had their own hedge funds. They had their own bankers. They had everything. Yeah. The spy agencies don't work the way the movies look, right? It's mostly office people doing stuff like that, getting people like him over there.
Hey, child of God, this how dumb the Red Hats is. He literally said this out loud recently, literally bragging about giving Ukraine weapons to fight against Russia, and people still don't believe that he started that shit.
Hey, Shot, I got a question for you. Are you familiar with the jump off to all this, the South Ossetia war that took place in 2008?
2008, yeah, in Georgia. Shout out to Batumi. Love it.
Can you kind of explain that? Because what we have today is essentially the results of what took place with that right there.
Before you start, remember John McCain when he said we're all Georgians now.
Chill out to John. Shout out to John McCain. We already know what Trump think about John McCain. He said that man was a loser because he got captured in war.
Yeah, they weren't going to let Georgia into NATO, so they started a frozen conflict. Was it Abkhazia and South Ossetia, 2008? Yeah. The Georgians were getting really close to us. The Ukraine's on the other side there. And that's a sad, sad story that's continuing today because you saw what happened in their elections over the summer and all the Russian interference and whatnot.
Yeah,
we let the Georgians down. We had some covert presence there, but we should have went all in.
But wait a minute. Wait. Didn't what happened though was that essentially the same thing that with Ukraine, right? In terms of setting up the missile defense. What So the aim was to do that over in Ossetia, right?
They had some argument because when Georgia declared independence from the Soviet Union in '91, then you had the thing that happened in Russia, right? Because the problem is that there was a pause on everything because Russia went through their upheaval, so everything kind of got paused for a second, and then somebody hit the play button again, and everything began rolling, and they were beefing over borders and stationed troops and which military equipment belongs to whom and whatnot. And Putin had enough.
Right. But when you think about what happened during that skirmish, because that was August of 2008, it lasted for about 2 weeks, right? Russia handed their asses to them. And it was Nicolas Sarkozy who who had to basically state on the record, right, that what we want to do is we're going to seek a peace deal. And he represented who? The United States, Germany, France, the UK, right? So you had a test run of the situation that you had with Ukraine with South Ossetia, and the Russians basically put it to them in the span of 2 weeks. That's what happened there, right? But what we kind of forgot about all that, right? And then we look at Ukraine today, and it's the same situation, just on a grander scale, because they said, okay, the South Ossetia situation didn't work out for us, so now what we're going to do is we're going to try it with Ukraine. Now, this is how I took that, but I remember that skirmish at that time because this is right when Obama had just come in for his first term. And one of the first international incidences that he had to kind of get a handle on was the remnants of shit like that coming into his presidency. So that's why I brought it up, because I'm like, okay, South Ossetia whole war that happened over the course of a couple weeks basically became what you see today as Ukraine.
So
the Ukraine-Russian war.
Let me bring this up to current, right? So how do y'all see this playing out? Are we ready to say, you know, somebody got, because it's got to be settled. Either we just gonna say, you know, let them fight it out, or we gonna pick a side and help them finish everything off. Because
it's all gonna be settled by 2027, no matter what.
All right, settled by like how?
Okay, so there's 3 flashpoints. We all know it.
No, I'm saying settled by how? Do you see Russia taking it all over, or taking whatever they want, or
Russia's not going to stop fighting, and it's kind of in the United States' best interest that Russia keep fighting too, because if Russia stop fighting, then they got more time to resupply and be ready for China when they go for Taiwan. See what I'm saying? So they need Russia to keep fighting. They really can't hit Iran. If they hit Iran, then
you don't think we finna hit Iran?
No, you notice how we was all talking about that about a week and a half ago. Now ain't nobody talking about it.
I heard that they meeting with Iran. They were supposed to meet today.
That got pumped up because what's his name was upset at Trump. Netanyahu was upset at Trump because Trump said he's going to actually try to talk and have bilateral talks with Iran. The Iranians said, "Nah, we'll go through Oman first and then have bilateral talks."
Okay,
did you see Netanyahu's face when Trump said that?
Wait, so they canceled the talks that was supposed to happen today? Trump was supposed to have a talk with the higher ups in Iran today.
From what I know, the Iranians said they don't want to do a bilateral yet. They want to go through Oman. That's the last thing I saw.
You got to figure out why Trump didn't talk to Iran today, because that's exactly what he said, that they was talking to the higher ups of Iran today.
He can't do nothing. It's all a stalemate.
I'm telling you what Donald J. Trump said. He said, Saturday, I'm having a meeting.
Yeah, it said that there's a Trump envoy and an Iranian minister met.
Today, right?
Yeah, Saturday.
Did it say anything about what they talked about in the notes?
It was the nuclear talks.
Ain't no fucking nuclear talks, man. Iran ain't giving up their nuclear program.
They said the Iranians said they don't want to have direct bilateral talks. They want to go through Oman. That's what they said Saturday.
Oh, so that's
what the meeting was about.
The meeting was about them not wanting to talk directly with Trump.
Yeah, the meeting. Iran gave their response at the meeting and said we want to go through Oman. That's what I took away from what happened Saturday, the 12th.
Damn. I'm not seeing Iran budging on the.
I'm not surprised, and they broke my heart because I played a tiny smidgen of a role in the JCPOA, so I was very heartbroken by all that shit.
Yeah, it's. Oh, hey, shot. Okay, so. Do you remember when Mossad took out the nuclear guy in Iran? Yeah, this happened like shortly after. This happened like a few days after Trump. You know,
the one with which one? They have a couple. There's the guy they machine gunned down. There's the guy where they had the remote control weapon. There was
weapon. Yeah. That's why I don't think they're giving up the nuclear program, because, you know, why? They just been hostile about that shit the whole time. Like, why would they come to the table now? You done killed all our nuclear people who could actually help us develop nuclear for the ways that y'all want us to do this shit. Why the fuck are we? You know what I'm saying? Like
the web is complex here because the Zionist faction is dovetailed in, but they're separate from the issue with Russia and Trump. But see, Netanyahu and Putin are close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Russia and Israel got a fucked up thing going on. Yeah,
and then Putin and Trump are whatever they are, compromise situation, whatever. And then the Iranians are going to be somebody's collateral damage one way or the other. Because don't forget, world war going on too.
No, they're not going to be collateral damage because two things are happening. One, you got to look, they on that Caspian Sea, and come hella high water, Russia don't want no fucking influence that they ain't got control over on the other side of that Caspian Sea. And what China is looking at is that's China. You're not going to attack Iran, and China ain't funding them everything they got, even though Russia's already given them most of the good shit that they got. So this whole thing about it's three fronts and attack on one, they got their own NATO, basically. You might as well say Russia, China, and Iran are their own NATO. That's you attack one, you attacking all.
I don't know. You think China's coming to the aid of Iran if we get into it? Especially if the precursor is Israel.
See, okay, wait. Now, wait.
Okay, sure.
They're gonna give them so much.
Now put this in. We got the whole gumbo pot stirring up, right? Now throw in the trade with China, and you doing all this to the homies.
That's why supposedly he backtracked, and he's only going to keep the tariffs on China, and these quote unquote baseline 10% on these other countries. They talk about like 125 countries he's gonna have to do deals with throughout the goddamn weekend.
Ain't nobody doing nobody fucking deal. People ain't calling Trump, man. If you put a one in the chat, put a one in the chat if you believe 70 countries on the phone with Trump people. I want to hear that shit.
They call every day probably for mundane things. But that's the reverse Kissinger theory, right? Because the reverse Kissinger idea is that Trump and Russia are close, and he can peel Russia away from China, and then China and Iran will be on an island together because the Zionists want to fight Iran, right? And the Zionists have more influence than the China lobby. Do they have more influence than the Russia quote lobby unquote, or whatever you want to call it, right?
That's not happening.
That's what they're trying to make happen.
But it's not. All of that's not happening. China. They're inextricably linked, these three people. They're linked.
You might be right, but do the people in the administration see it that way?
Everything this whole thing about Russia and the United States could be friends and all this other type of stuff, that's something that came out of the YouTube. You ain't never heard no administration talking about that.
No. We got people who believe Russia is our ally.
Wait. Say that again, Dave. Say that again.
The administration, where out of any government policy have you heard that Russia's our buddy?
That Russia is what?
Our buddy, or we're trying to pull Russia into our sphere.
Yes. Whenever you hear Trump say, "Hey, I got a close relationship with Putin because we both had Russia scandals together,"
Netanyahu and Putin are close.
Yeah, that didn't come from YouTube. That came out of Trump's mouth. How close he is with Putin because they went against the Democrats together or some shit.
But wait. This is the reason why I brought up the South Ossetia shit, and I put the link in there because I'm like, if you really want to know where this shit sparked off, it started there. And now you go and do the math on who was running the country. Well, the first question is 12 out of the last 16 years, who was running shit? Who was running shit?
Where?
In this
country here, 12 out of the last 16. Do the math on that. Who was running shit?
Just tell us, bro. Don't turn this to a game show, man. Just tell us.
I didn't mean to do that. All I'm saying is that when you do the math in 2008, who was elected at the time and when did all this shit spark off? I put the link in there, right? So
Democratic administration, yeah.
Right. So all I'm saying is that when it comes to the political party, that's kind of up in the air because both had shit going on at the time, and this shit was going on, and you see where we at today. That's kind of irrelevant. I'm just giving you the point of origin. That's all I'm doing.
Well, no, it proves that the foreign policy objectives and the economic objectives stay the same from one administration to the other, regardless of the party politics.
Exactly. Military don't change.
Yeah, it's the MIC, it's the Zionist lobby. It's you know what I'm saying.
It changes, but I'll say it like this, right? Bush clearly did not like Putin, so
right,
and Obama was kind of indifferent to everybody.
Which Bush? Because I got footage of Putin riding around with Bush in the F-250 out here in Texas.
Little Bush.
Yeah, little Bush. You talk about little Bush?
That was the whole idea, right? They tried. They were trying to get.
Bush damn near cool with everybody except for Saddam or some shit.
Yeah. Putin was in there, and Putin.
They were trying to. Because the whole idea was, hey, can we get closer to Russia and have them dovetailed in with the war on terror? And Putin offered all this help after 9/11 and yada, yada, yada. That's why it was so sad to see what happened with Georgia, because there was like a moment where things could have went differently. And then when you had Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State and the big red reset button, remember that? Hillary Clinton was in as Secretary of State, and they were going to try to reset the relationship again. But then they didn't like what happened with Libya and whatnot,
Russia
and other things.
I get started with Libya.
There's too much military technology transfer. All of this shit. Russia is not changing to the United States over China.
Okay, but we're handing off. Yeah. What I'm saying is that China. So. If you see, think about this, right? You got Trump on these three fronts, right? Russia, Ukraine, China tariffs, and then you have Iran, right? So if China sees you like bumping heads with Russia while you're trying to do a tariff deal, a tariff situation with China, right? And then Russia see how you trying to play China while you trying to get a ceasefire. Bro, this
overextended.
I know. I'm trying to tell you, shit about to get hot, man.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Though, at the same time, bro, what's being ignored is Russia is not budging. China's not budging. Iran is not budging.
Exactly.
Fuck no.
This is the art of no deals.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to say. Ain't nothing good.
Everybody believe in plans and phone calls and believe me, bro. Like, no, what's actually happening is nothing.
Well, hey Ty, I gotta tell you, man. Hey, look, it's a certain motherfucker that was selling that shit like, hey, listen, it's a deal. It's nothing but a phone call. In 24 hours, I can make that shit happen. I'm like, how so, nigga? This shit predates your first fucking presidency.
Hey, look, here we go.
Yeah. Let's go, Webster. Mar-a-Lago Accords. Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Sometime in the very near short future, nigga. Yeah, that's what he said. Look.
And you gotta remember, he got $1 trillion that's supposed to be coming in 2 months, man.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm here, man.
He said trillions is coming in. Very soon that trillion coming in.
Hey, listen, man.
A lot of folks.
My thing is, I got to deal with what's actually happening. I can't deal with, Howard Lutnick coming out and saying some goofball shit.
All facts.
Yeah, I can't go with, Trump getting up there and be like, I talk to the biggest people. Trump said that these countries are calling and kissing his ass, bro.
And he was saying that we was going to be winning from day one, dog. We ain't won shit.
Man, listen. Anyway,
he put in as Secretary of Defense. I mean, you think he was being serious? And he put that guy in there?
Yeah, he was being serious. I believe he was being serious. I think
that was.
Man, listen, Pete Hegseth is like
a clown.
Yeah.
He's a clown.
No, Ty Rock with the gang, y'all. Come on, man.
No. Pete Hegseth is like one of them kids from like American Pie, that movie American Pie, that like grew up and went to the military or some shit. He like
A fucking douchebag.
Yeah, like yeah.
Yo, he's a hardcore Christian Zionist, weirdo Fox commentator, former short colonel. Like, get out of here. Like, come on.
Yeah, man. And yeah, Stifler. There we go. There we go. Yeah.
Fucking douchebag. Yeah.
Nah, they put somebody purposefully incompetent in there. They wanted a loyalist.
Man,
it's looking like Xi and Putin. See, that's where the axis is that you have similar leaders around the world coalescing together because they fear, a more normal form of democratic government. That's really where the fault lines are around the world.
But we all seen this before, like where somebody get promoted at the job, you're like, why that person get promoted? Because they know it's gonna be no pushback. They know that they're gonna absorb any accountability, you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna bounce off the people at the top.
Yeah.
They know that shit. They know that they're never gonna have real conflict.
Yeah, but they also know, or maybe they don't know, is that the people who are in between say, okay, why'd you put this guy? You think, okay, the general corps and the admirals don't see what's happening?
Yeah.
You passed over everybody here, all the recently retired, all the undersecretaries, and anybody relatively competent to put. You think they don't know?
Well,
they know. By the way, I know they know.
So I keep saying that there was a couple of shows that dude. It's this channel here, Chinese dude, but American or whatever, Chinese American. His name Awaken Richard, but he speaks from what the Chinese be looking at. You know what I'm saying? How they see it. So what they see is that all they got to do is make it through Donald Trump, because they said they've seen so many different leaders that none of these the presidents don't control nothing. They say, yeah, that deep state is real, and they said, yeah, what you're seeing is Donald Trump trying to fight the deep state, but in reality, it's not a fight to take it over. It's just to scrape out maybe 5 or 10% back from what was taken already. You see what I'm saying? So,
well, you had
the other way around.
Well, yeah, you had Putin come in and say, Trump answered to the suits.
Right. So what China see, they got their countdown. They saying that by 2027, and it look like that's what they own. They saying, look, we got to be prepared to be able to take this motherfucker. Right.
Hold on, real quick. Easy said, we 2 months in acting like the world issue is going to be solved at one time. Now, these are newly created issues. This tariff thing did not exist 2 months earlier. So we start talking about timelines and shit like that. Like, nah.
Wait, Ty. Just quick question to you. Quick question. Yeah. What was supposed to happen post-election? And I'm asking you this.
Supposed to have a deal.
Wait.
What?
No, I was going to say, would you agree that this is all leveraged and not leveraged? This is all dependent upon who won the election. I already gave y'all my take on what would have happened if the election would have went the other way and you had the chick. I think we
would have had more of the same shit. But this administration is. Listen, man. I'd rather have this administration.
Good.
I know, y'all know me, bro. I'd rather have this administration. All right, but at what cost? I still would rather have this administration. Like
that's why I'm asking. This is why I'm asking, because I don't. Oftentimes, I don't think people think about what the other scenario would have happened. Go ahead.
Let me say this too, because somebody left a comment and it was like, you never talked about Biden like this. Bro, nobody covered the elections, the goofball shit that was going on in the elections. Nobody covered, man, I already covered Biden's son being on on foreign councils and shit. I'd have covered all of that shit. I'd have been through
you asked me the question on who I would rather, and I'm going to give you my honest assessment now. I probably would have had Kamala.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Ty. Asia Graves said, I would not have tariffs and beefing with China. What I would argue is that you're somewhat right, but what you would have is you would have China having unfettered access to your automotive industry.
Yeah, they would have succumbed to China.
I'm saying this.
Y'all ain't selling me on Kamala. I'm sorry.
And a few other things.
Listen, nothing has happened. Like, we're still stuck in the hoopla stage. But when you really look down into the nitty-gritty of what has transpired, there hasn't been any deals. There's no winning. There's nothing. If anything, we've been losing. So for me, I'm like, okay, like,
ain't no fucking way.
Wait.
Kamala, you can't sell me.
What?
Well, no.
Okay, listen. So if there is a no nothing, the one thing that I have noticed is that, well, at least the pennies wouldn't be so dry if Kamala was in. Because we ain't getting nothing right now. We ain't getting no winning right now. There's nothing happening right now.
Anyways.
That's how I look at it. We ain't getting shit, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry you feel that way, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Shot.
Wait. Because Dave, you say that as if there was a pre-existing EV mandate on.
Man, chill out, man. We ain't even gonna go down that road.
All right. Let me get up out of there. All right.
Hey, Shot. Don't even say you rather have Kamala. Pleading the fifth.
Say again. I'm sorry. I was going back and forth.
I said, don't even tell us you rather have Kamala Harris.
Yeah, of course. I don't want a Russian operative in the White House.
All right. So you say you would rather have Kamala
over Trump? Definitely.
Yeah.
What the fuck is? And see what people say.
She was not a good candidate, but I mean, come on.
See what people say. This is a echo chamber and shit like that, man. Like, let this be on record. Let this be on record. We got two totally insane members of society on here saying they would rather have Kamala Harris.
I mean, we got billionaires in the cabinet. He's just giving the government over to the tech bros and the wannabe oligarchs. I mean, Kamala wasn't going to do that.
Oh man,
she was a mainstream Democrat, right?
I give you that, but I mean, nah.
I would rather have John McCain than Kamala. I would rather have Mitt Romney than Kamala or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Give me a mainstream Republican would be better, right? Give me Gerald Ford or.
But I mean, Trump
they had nobody in the bullpen. They had nobody warming up.
Trump is a referendum on the establishment. Trump, like,
whoa. Hold on.
At least aesthetically.
Wait a minute. Wait. So you mean to tell me you were on board with somebody who was gonna okay, first of all, the land grab, the real estate land grab, that's something else entirely. Let's leave that off the table. But let's talk, because we've been talking
The real estate land grab in Gaza?
No. I'm talking about the farmland, the purchasing of farmland and stuff like that. But leave that off the table. Leave that off the table. Here's what I want to do. You mean to tell me you were on board with the offloading of your automotive industry largely to the individuals that have a lock on the power source for a mandated mode of transportation? Really?
Man, listen.
I don't know what you mean. I mean, look, I'm
asking the question, Ty. I need to hear.
Man, let people answer. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Shot.
That's what I mean. I'm asking them the question.
Go ahead, Shot.
Yeah, so for example, I like the fact that Biden and company were talking to the union reps more. Like he met with Sean Fain, for example, from the UAW.
They switched up on him. For the record, Sean Fain and them is now MAGA.
Yeah, I saw it. Well, Sean O'Brien is the one who went and talked to the RNC. That's Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters. Sean Fain, he just came out something recently about MAGA.
Yes, recently, yeah.
They all,
but I'm talking about the EV mandate, which now is being dismantled vis-a-vis the EPA and CARB. If you guys don't know this,
that's just one. That's that's just one issue though, bro. Like when it comes
but I'm saying, but Ty, the automotive sector in America is a large industrial sector that essentially you were going to hand off to somebody else that has essentially the monopoly on the power source for said sector, and nobody seemed to have a fucking problem with it.
No, they don't. Nobody had a problem with it. Not even Elon Musk, who benefited the most from all these fucking EV tax rebates and fucking government handouts.
Yeah, complex.
Remember.
Like big business is gonna roll with the whatever is in the building at the time.
Right. But understand this. Understand this. Okay. So understand this though. Remember, Elon Musk was behind the negotiations on the re-upping of the tariff, because I want to say July of last year, the tariffs that Trump had initiated in his first term went for 6 years, and he banned Chinese EVs. Why? Because it would cave the goddamn automotive industry here in America. That was the reason why he did it to begin with. Now, Elon was I think this started in late 2023, going into early 2024. Remember, y'all, he was behind the Democrats at first. And he was the one in the room with Biden.
That's my point.
You know, I get it. But for the people who don't know, he was the one that negotiated the 102.5% tariff. Why? Because his investors were asking for a $25,000 Tesla. And he said, well, wait a minute. If what's going to happen here is that the United States government is going to allow for Chinese EVs to come in, well, they're going to have to come in at the same price that I can offer them in order for all of this to make sense.
Bring this back to how Kamala would have been better than Trump.
Right. Yeah, this is an
No.
argument.
I'm not the one arguing that. That's why I asked the fucking question.
Yeah, no, that's not an argument in favor of Kamala. That's an argument in favor of protectionism on behalf of Tesla, is what that is.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why.
Right. So it makes sense why it is now that it was Elon that then got behind Trump after Biden decided to not. Well, what he did was he paused the tariffs that he quote unquote renewed. He didn't actually enact them. Which, if Kamala would have became president, that would have opened the door for the Chinese EV market.
That's my point. But that's my point. Is that is an argument in favor,
because even before Biden, Elon first tried to cozy up to Trump. And Trump pulled out the Paris Accords, and then he went to. That's where he went. But he did start off. He always wanted to have a big, he was actually part of the first Trump administration, and he quit because they pulled out the Paris Climate Accords because the was against, the green part, the green shit.
Yeah, but
Tesla was heavily subsidized by the government. That's the reason why initially he would have been like that.
I understand that. That's why I'm telling you that it wouldn't have mattered whether either way, because look, he ended up rolling with Trump. Kamala would have went into some green energy shit. He would have fucking benefited either way.
Yeah, he's
just doing... No. Ty, this is why I got to. But no, wait, hold on, Ty. This is why I got to disagree with you, because see, remember, Biden, he paused those tariffs that he quote unquote renewed for the Trump tariffs on EVs. He quote unquote renewed them, but he never signed them in. He paused them. I remember having a conversation on the phone with Mike V about this shit. And I said, well, wait a minute. If he was serious about it, why didn't he enact them? Why did he pause them? He said, I'm just saying.
Kamala Harris would have went forward with a green agenda that would have benefited Tesla anyways.
But no, here's the thing. They would have saw some benefit, but what it would have done was it would have opened the door for Chinese EVs. That's my point, dude. It's not necessarily about Tesla.
The expansion of Tesla, if we would have went back into the Paris Accords, which would have happened under Kamala, he would have benefited.
Dude, that's not my argument. My argument is that what would have happened is that you would have had BYD cars being sold here, the Dolphin and all that other shit.
Yes,
you don't see that now, do you?
BYD would have
You don't see
outcompeted
it.
Tesla. BYD would have outcompeted
Come
Tesla.
on, man. That's what I'm
Even
getting
with
at.
the subsidies.
Tesla would have been the luxury model. Tesla would have been. Tesla's a luxury company, right? It's like a Louis Vuitton bag more so than a EV car company. But Kamala would have meant more and more industrial policy, which is a better way to compete than tariffs.
Okay, I mean,
tariffs don't guarantee you're going to build shit here. They just guarantee that you're going to pay a higher price for what's already on offer.
Well, hey, tell that to Trump, right? Because everybody's going to be setting up factories and doing all. I'm not arguing.
Those are piggy
I'm not.
What I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. The MAGA people were against the CHIPS Act when we were fighting for the CHIPS Act. Right?
Well, yeah,
so I'm an independent, but I was.
Hey, shot, and they were saying that this was Nancy Pelosi protecting her investments. I remember that shit.
Yeah, they said all kinds of propaganda, but it was the biggest piece of industrial policy the U.S. had since Eisenhower and the National Highway System.
True.
So my question to MAGA people, right, was why are you fighting this? Because you even had people like Steve Keen writing in American Affairs magazine, which is
I knew you knew about Steve Keen. I could tell by the way you talk. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
We're saying because that's the mouthpiece for the National Conservative faction, right? Which has people like Tucker in it and whatnot, and some MAGA people there. Why were MTG and others fighting the CHIPS Act? If we didn't have a couple of good-hearted Republicans cross the aisle, it wouldn't have passed, and we wouldn't even got the little bit of stuff that we have now.
Well, again, if they was for protectionism like they is now, that's a good point. They
I mean, I don't think industrial policy is protectionism, because you can have free trade and let in BYD and everything else from China. For one, I think the tariffs are a bad thing because they discourage R&D. Because you'll say, hey, look, if you have, because the same thing happened with American steel for 100 years, right? The American steel companies always said, oh, we're too small, we're too young, we need protection in the form of tariffs. And then they said, oh, we're too old and lethargic, we need tariffs. So no matter what happened, they never wanted to let go of the tariffs.
It's a protective measure.
Well, protective in a negative sense.
But Shot, and see, I'm not against a cheap car coming onto the market to the tune of $10,000 to $13,000 as an entry price, because Ty, remember you brought up Hyundai and all that shit when they brought the Hyundai Excel in the mid '80s and shit. Man, it was a sub $5,000 car. Well, it's not as if
it happened even before then. You had like the Chevy,
the Honda.
You had the Chevy Vega and stuff like that, and then they did downsize, but they downsized to partnership.
The
Chevette. Yeah, the Chevette. Well, the Chevelle, they killed the last generation of the Chevelle is a Toyota, which is crazy, bro. But
wait. Say that again. The Chevette. What?
The last generation of the Chevelle is a Toyota. Was a rebranded Toyota.
What model of Toyota? Just out of curiosity.
It was a front wheel drive. I can't remember which one, but I'm pretty sure it was either the Corona or
was it the Corona?
No shit.
Corona? No, I own a Corona. I got a
old school Corona.
Yeah, I got a '69.
That's
Corona.
what I'm asking. Yeah, Ty got one.
Where it's what they call a Corona Crown 2 that they made for the American market. It was a little bit bigger. So this was the precursor before Lexus for them to try to remember we talking about specialized markets. Like China was Japan was already trying to make specialized things for the market. But I got a '69 Toyota Corona. And it's 4 inches wider and 6 inches longer on the wheelbase. But yeah,
that was basically the Chevelle equivalent / replacement.
No, this was before. This was 69. This was before the oil crisis and everything.
Okay, because that was 73 around. That was like 73, right?
Yeah. So
yeah, okay.
let me. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that was Shot. Yeah.
That's General Dave with the hot pocket. Go ahead, Shot.
Oh, okay.
But I'm seeing, so like what Webster is saying about not letting go of tariffs, right? To me, I think, okay, anything tariff-wise above a revenue measure, which is how like the founding fathers thought about them and everything else, it's kind of pointless. And I believe it's a negative because it sort of discourages innovation here in the U.S. I favor industrial policy because then at least you get the results you're looking for and you're not waiting for the random number generator to spit it out, which is what you're hoping for when you do it the neoliberal way, where you want the corporations to take the lead. They might just take the spread and do stock buybacks. There's no guarantee they're going to spend the money on R&D or opening up new warehouses, factories, and whatnot. But with government-led industrial policy, and they're going to say, here's this to build this in this new science park we're going to build, like in upstate New York, then that's it. The issue is settled.
Right.
Yeah. So the only protectionism that I can actually vouch for is the military. The military part, like, yeah, whatever we need to make weapons and for defense and everything. I understand that we do got to have
100%. War of 1812 showed us if we don't produce our own weapons, we're in trouble if we ever get into a war with one of our suppliers. That's what happened after the War of 1812. They said, oh shit, we got to open up all these armories all over the place. Springfield Armory that's still around today, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, that's it. Outside of that, I don't want Big Daddy government telling me, hey, all right, listen.
I think people believe that because of bad history, right? Because if you go back and look at a classic example, Louis XIV in France and Colbert, his prime minister, right? Colbert, he looked around and he said, okay, Britain has beaten us, but we can't catch up by using the methods they're promoting now. They're already there. They didn't use free trade to get rich. They had the they didn't use the phrase then. They had the equivalent of industrial policy and Crown-supported science and research to get them where they had to go, like for the British Navy and everything else. So what Colbert did to jumpstart France's industrial revolution was directed investment by the French government. It happened again in Germany with people like Reich, right, in the German historical school. What did they say? Don't listen to what the French and British talk about now. Do what they did 100 years ago to get rich. What did the Chinese say? Don't listen to the Americans today. Do what the Americans did in the 1880s through the 1950s and 60s when they had government-directed industrial policy.
And when they came into our country and got everybody hooked on opioids.
Well, what about when we tried tariffs?
The tariff. What happened with the Smoot-Hawley?
Yeah, that was Smoot-Hawley. Yeah.
I'll just say
because the Marshall Plan and the Monroe Doctrine came after the Smoot-Hawley era. Like we were able to.
Outside of that, I do believe that it's going to be sales taxes afterwards. It's going to be. I just think that this whole tariff thing is just on the small guy. You gonna have to take a hit, but it's. I disagree with it. I do, and I do believe that it is stifling innovation and shit, because when we talk about BYD and Tesla, they don't even use the same proximity systems. You know what I'm saying? It's like totally different technology and shit.
But Ty, the problem that is intrinsic in all this is that there was legislation on the table to remove the prior existing technology, to nullify it. This is where the EPA and the CARB shit comes in, because it's like, look, I'm not necessarily against EV and EV technology and all that shit. Bro, you know me. I'm in micromobility, dude. So it's like e-scooters and e-bikes. That's just on 2 wheels. But the problem is that if you say, okay, by this date, we will no longer be selling gas cars in this state. And then by this date, we will not be selling gas cars at all. And then by this date, we're going to outlaw it altogether. So
that's my point.
That's a fucking problem.
But that's
not going to happen.
But that's my point, though. And even on the other side of that is with CARB and the EPA, like the bigger companies, they're going to be able to pay the fees and fines. And then they get to lobby and make shit. Yo, think about this, right? I talk about this all the time, right? DEF is for diesels, right? That didn't come from nowhere.
For diesels.
That didn't come from nowhere. Somebody knew that, okay, this is coming down the pipeline. I'm going to supply this diesel exhaust fluid. Okay. That created whole new industries of packaging, delivery, logistics, the hardware on the actual vehicles, servicing the emissions equipment, all totally unnecessary.
True.
And then government vehicles don't have to have it on them.
Is the air cleaner due to death?
Man. Come on.
No. Diesels don't even emit the same way as gasoline.
Diesels are clean.
We getting rid of gas cars, man, and the oil companies will murk you.
Shit. I mean,
that's why I don't listen to certain things that don't make no sense.
I hate death. I just know that was a money play from people who already
knew
this shit is gonna go crazy, and we can use the government to force motherfuckers to put this shit on all of their vehicles.
But that's gonna happen.
That's why I co-sign.
That's why I don't fuck with this tariff shit. It's like the government is saying, "Hey, we need that," and then at the same time, allowing the people at the top to have those tariffs exempt.
It's the American way.
That's why I fuck with you when you say, "Man, fuck the trees, fuck the rivers, fuck that." Okay, that's why I rock with you on that shit.
No, absolutely, it's the gang. We here, man. What are we talking about?
It's the gang, bro. Like that's
said
American capitalism in a nutshell, for real.
He said just black smoke. That's about it. Yeah, but that's what trees breathe. Like basic science. The black smoke is what trees.
Thank you. Thank you.
You said what? No, that's what it is. That's the black smoke that diesels put out. That's what trees live on.
They use that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what it is.
Y'all wildin', man.
No, that's a fact.
Wait, no. What are you talking about? CO2 trees use that shit.
Man, if y'all saying it like it's true, fuck it, man.
It is true.
Wait a minute. That's photosynthesis, my nigga.
It is true, but there is such a thing as the greenhouse effect. I think that's
I remember.
two things can be true at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time. That's all I'm saying.
We're not gonna let leftist Django get up here and try to throw in diesel engines.
Oh, man. I remember acid rain, dog.
With fucking greenhouse gases. That's not what happens. Diesels don't produce greenhouse gases.
It's not nitrogen oxide. Death is trying to filter out nitrogen oxide, not carbon dioxide.
Idling in the city, man, because I used to idle, and the black smoke used to pop up all around downtown and smog our shit up.
That's not from.
We used to have acid rain over there, man. No, we can't go back.
I mean, I've been to China. I've seen other countries with terrible emission standards.
See, this is what we're talking about. NOx and particulates are not what trees breathe. NOx does not come into play until it is burned at a very, very high rate.
Bingo.
NOx is it's not happening while you're driving. In fact, in order to produce NOx, the exhaust gas has got to be so fucking hot, you will literally melt everything off the bottom of it. And this is, oh my God. And see, this is why cars.
No, speak on it, dog. Speak on it.
Cars have catalytic converters, okay? Because gas engines need catalytic converters, okay? This is why exhaust systems need to catch the NOx to burn at a high degree to get rid of the NOx that happens from gasoline being burned. Gasoline produces a lot of NOx that needs to be burned in the catalytic converter. That's it. And then guess what? Catalytic converters fail and people keep driving. Oh. Anyways.
I mean, real shit. I appreciate you for doing that, man, because there's
getting paid off by ExxonMobil, man.
No, man, don't do that.
Ty plugged in with shit.
Nah, don't do that.
I don't give a fuck.
I'll equate the tariffs to another situation.
Okay. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
That also involves former Trump person Lighthizer. Like when they talk about weakening the dollar to stimulate trade. See, I think, and it's historically proven, when you weaken your currency to try to stimulate trade, it tends to discourage R&D and innovation. Because rather than lowering costs due to evolving your designs and becoming more efficient, you just piggyback on the currency, which means that your employees are being underpaid relative to world standards.
That may be a true shot, but wouldn't you also admit that a great majority of the R&D that actually goes to market actually takes place primarily through university research anyway and government-funded research?
It can. That's certainly one source of it and a big source. But don't forget, in America for a long time, until really the 80s with the buyback rule, American corporations were hotbeds of research. You had Boeing technical fellows and you had Raytheon fellows. You know, you had they almost had their own universities inside them. But that went away when the finance department took over the corporation.
Right, and the financialization of the 80s was unrelated. In fact, it was a feature of free trade, you know, in the Reagan Thatcher era. So I mean,
the origins of it come from people like Friedman and Michael Jensen, and they were promoting shareholder value theory, but they were on a more
and they advocated against tariffs.
They were on a more specified mission, though, because like you had Friedman and the Mount Peleron Society. They were really trying to get a oligarchic situation going. Right, you can trace that whole lineage, and it goes all the way back to like the 1880s and the policies trying to thwart Henry George when he was very popular in America, which is a whole other can of worms, which is a very important can of worms, by the way.
Real quick. Who can last the longest in this China tariff situation?
China.
Because people keep saying, you know, oh, look at the Chinese people. They look, but that's just the cost of doing business over there.
I would actually have said a while ago before. See, this is the thing, man. The United States structurally has all the advantages that it would have needed in order to actually pull this shit off. We have the alliances, we have the reserve currency, we have the Eurodollar market, we have the safe haven asset. But Donald Trump, and this is what I was getting ready to say at the beginning of the stream when I came on, he's injected so much volatility. He's actually fucking with the reserve currency status. And earlier in the day, I was actually I was actually trying to find evidence that Donald Trump doesn't actually prioritize the reserve currency status, even though he likes to talk a big game about it.
That not even close. It's not. That's the whole. No, that's nowhere. And the euro dollar is outside. Like you can read Fed papers where they talk about they have no control over the euro dollar market,
and they have no intention to. And they have no intention.
It doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Well, the U.S. Americans do not control somebody like their savings rate internally because of that.
Yes, but at the same time, there have been the Federal Reserve knows. Look, they have a wide variety of institutions and facilities that they can set up. The thing that they set up to combat things like the basis trade blowing up in the euro market was the FEMA institution. But the thing about the FEMA institution is they still charge interest on the liquidity that they would have fronted to the foreign institutions. I don't see why they don't just buy the fucking assets off their balance sheet to begin with, like they do here.
What?
Just queue it.
Wait. Did you just say FEMA?
FIMA, not FEMA.
Okay,
It's
okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
it's an institution to where foreign central banks are able to get liquidity to provide to their institutions to get dollar reserves. Because
Yeah, I just want to be clear. You were talking about a different FEMA. Yeah.
So they don't actually have to dump treasuries and spike up interest rates. Like, look, the Federal Reserve is a fucking monopolist interest rate setter. The fact that they allow foreign markets to have impact at all on the United States interest rate is a choice. They can set up. They have the freedom to set up through exigent circumstances. They like the precedent for this shit was set up in. What you talking about, Dave?
Going too far into the weeds and you're drifting to where it's not. You're not right.
Which look, this is it's Triffin's dilemma, and for since we had the Bretton Woods Agreement and all of this shit pop off, the Federal Reserve has always decided to prioritize the interests of the United States dollar in the United States domestic economy, rather. But they know that when the euro dollar market, because when institutions are constantly providing issuing dollar denominated liabilities and creating dollars that they don't control, they understand that liquidity has to be leveraged in the markets. That it's what makes the world economy churn.
That is correct. Yeah.
So they're abdicating their responsibility by saying, well, it's our currency, but it's your problem. No, they should just set up the facilities. They should be able to buy because look, and it would empower the United States. And if we're going to go for United States world police, world reserve currency, then just act like a goddamn global empire. Stop faking like you're. Stop faking like you're.
No, that's not. It's voluntary.
The only way to do that is what we always end up talking about. That stable coin shit, whatever the hell that coin.
Exactly, we're bumping our heads against the wall trying to figure out how some third party institution is going to issue stable coins to provide liquidity for multiple spheres of influence.
You're close. Listen, the solution to that, what we always end up talking about is that the only way to stop what you're talking about, where it's multi-layers of collateralized debt being issued out, and you don't know how many times this collateral, this $1 million been leveraged, is for every bond that's issued, it's like some type of digitalized thing with it, such that
but
some type of ledger
like
that hey,
the euro
transaction. Listen. This transaction is related to this bond as collateral. Every transaction would have to have some type of stable coin, whatever these guys be talking about, attached with the collateral. Basically, has to be digitized.
I understand that the issue is the transparency and making sure that you can trace where the claims go to at the end of the day. I understand but the thing about it is the euro dollar market, the US dollar, the reason why it is the world reserve, the reason why it's always strong, we've talked about this before, it's the network effect. The fact that all of these interconnected banking institutions and these swap lines and everything, that already is your quote unquote blockchain. It's the first decentralized digital ledger. Majority of US dollars circulating are digital. You're not chasing physical banknotes for the most part.
I played the clip of Jerome Powell saying that.
But it's not that way.
Yeah, I mean, it was decentralized before it was even digital. It was just ledger money, and then it broke down in a little bit.
Nobody knows. Nobody has the books of these dealer brokers, bro.
The underwriters know.
And that's and that's the thing is why I was saying in the beginning, like, the United States had the prime position. The United States had
systems together while minimizing the systematic risk is to digitize the collateral, which is the U.S. Treasury.
There's no problem. There's no problem here. And CDOs are fine.
I mean, we have ETFs on TLT. We have so much like financial. The United States is brilliant in creating new financial instruments. There is no reason.
Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Everybody relax.
Simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally, and we do that by buying treasury bills or bonds or other government guaranteed securities, and that actually increases the money supply. We also print actual currency, and we distribute that through the Federal Reserve banks.
And yet, and still, there was a global dollar shortage because the banks that actually need to be able to sell their treasuries and get dollar reserves in exchange are not U.S. institutions. So the Federal Reserve, as a central bank for the world reserve currency, isn't actually acting as a central bank. It doesn't. It's abdicating its responsibility.
Chill out, Hey, chill out, Django. Chill out, Django. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go.
F-350 6.7 Power Stroke, and this truck is special not only because it belongs to the U.S. Air Force, but also. Y'all see it yet?
Big motor.
Factory delete.
Big motor.
This thing has 0 emissions.
Big motor.
Not only does it not have an EGR.
Yeah, diesel delete this bitch.
No DPF.
Hold on, man. Everybody
What do you mean it has no emission?
Damn, man.
Yeah.
I want people to hear the goddamn video. I just want people to hear the video. Motherfuckers called me a liar and said that
nothing.
Motherfuckers called me a liar and said that government vehicles running around with.
It's special, not only because it belongs to the U.S. Air Force, but also. Y'all see it yet? Factory delete plates from Ford. This thing has 0 emissions. Not only does it not have an EGR. Look at this thing. No DPF. Nothing. But in 6.7 Power Stroke fashion, this thing is leaking oil. And the reason it's here is to get that oil pan fixed.
So, anyways, man, I just want to put that out there. I no lie. It came off the assembly line.
Come on.
You mean 0 emissions?
God, you act like that's that. Look, come on, man. Police cars, police whips. It's the same shit. That's why I'm like, man, that all that emissions. Get the fuck out of here with all that shit. I'm not telling you.
Hold on. This one said. Did I ever say that NOx gas?
No, I'm not telling you. You said.
Never mind. Did I ever say that trees breathe NOx gases? I don't think I ever said that.
I don't know, Ty. Kind of sounded like.
I literally said that in order for NOx gases to be created, exhaust temperatures have to be hot as fuck.
Oh yeah, you did say that. Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay, nobody's driving
about the catalytic
around.
Converter.
Nobody's driving around at 1,500 degree exhaust gases. Nobody. Anyways, as I proceed. All right. My bad.
All I'm saying is that I'm not disagreeing.
And NOx gases is poisonous. But go ahead.
I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. That's why I've always been on point with the EPA and the carb shit gotta go. This is some bullshit. How the fuck you gonna institute it when it comes down to the consumer level, but on government vehicles you got whole deletes, nigga? Like what the fuck are we talking about?
Yes, people can replay the stream and you'll hear me tell you that yes, diesels don't make NOx gases. No. You can replay the stream all you want. You'll never hear me.
You gotta say, do they care about emissions when they're downrange someplace on an Air Force base, right? Versus trucks driving alongside pedestrians and cities.
This truck is registered with license plates and shit, bro.
Yeah,
that truck is driven on the roads.
Yeah, but they go on base, right? They go back and forth to bases. They deliver stuff. They go pick up supplies.
Yeah, that's what people use trucks for.
Yeah, but they'll operate on the base, and they'll operate at
but they
FXs
again
and whatnot.
they left the base to get it worked on. They're not even working on it. He that guy's a contractor. He works on the trucks.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that the idea might be those vehicles can be used everywhere, not just around civilians. They're also spending a lot of their time on the base.
Right, everywhere. Yes.
Because, like, for example, there are rail stations on many bases where they get a delivery from the rail yard, and then they take stuff off the train and take it to wherever else it goes on the base.
Yeah.
But they got a whole emissions. They got a whole emissions delete though. What's that about?
Well, he's saying that they don't need the emissions.
Yeah.
Why does any diesel need it then?
Well, that's the point. That's the point that
they
John
don't
was
need
making.
it to operate.
Why do they mandate these extra?
Look at all these excuses. Look at all these excuses.
Yeah, I think that's what Ty was saying. Like, why do they mandate all this extra emissions hardware if the military can figure out how to do zero emissions without?
But an M1 tank gets 2 gallons to the mile, right?
Man, nobody's defending M1 tanks, man.
Well, that's what they get mileage wise.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that these vehicles don't have emissions on them.
Yeah, because their primary purpose is what? To support war fighting, which is a slightly more acute problem.
You really tell me they can't do that with an emissions? They can't do that with emissions equipment like everybody else.
From point A to point B is about as.
I think these are registered vehicles with license plates that are used on public roads, just like everybody else's.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
okay, that's what I'm saying. It came out then they use on public roads to move stuff around like everybody else.
Right.
Yeah, nobody's saying it, but I'm saying they're going to say that their priority mission. It's a more, it's a more acute problem if the military is less efficient than if we die more slowly by pollution from the vast fleet of consumer vehicles.
Wait.
I don't know. Maybe it just means.
Are you saying that diesel vehicles with an emissions delete are more efficient than diesel vehicles with?
No. That's probably true too. But I'm saying the military's mission, right, is to be an efficient protector of the country. So that's the priority. You will die faster if the military is less efficient than we will more slowly by pollution.
But if it has zero emissions shot, then
so the idea is
out.
You reduce the emissions as much as possible with the fleet of civilian vehicles, so the country as a whole is cleaner than it would be.
But it don't get lower than zero if the car has it. What I'm getting from that demonstration is that whatever corporation lobbied the government to make it to where vehicles sold on the marketplace have to have DEF and all this additional hardware, they didn't have the clout to mandate that the military had to follow the same rules, but the military was still able to be in compliance with the actual emission standard. That's what I'm getting from that. But on this, before I change the topic though, Todd, did you speak on, because I know before in the streams you were talking about you didn't want to get too far ahead. You're trying to kind of play out the shit how it happens, but have you gotten onto this currency war shit yet? Because
not yet, man. Like I want the trade stuff to break down first.
Because you already understand that that's where it's going, bro.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's just like the control mechanisms of the U.S. dollar is where they're gonna have to they're gonna have to shut down, how the U.S. dollar moves around.
Well, and that's
people are going to start trying to go around. People trying to start going around because you know what?
That's what we're seeing.
I see something happen, right? I seen Bitcoin take a pop. I was like, what the fuck made Bitcoin take a pop? And it was because the markets was responding to Trump putting exemptions on the tariffs. And then I think people was like, okay, before he changed his mind or some bullshit, let's jump into Bitcoin.
It's the market is so fucked up that they're actually treating Bitcoin as a goddamn safe haven asset, bro.
Yeah.
They never do that.
because before it was observed like Bitcoin was actually acting as a triple leverage NASDAQ ETF. But if it was acting as a triple leverage NASDAQ ETF at the time during this Trump uncertainty, it would have been down significantly more than it was. NASDAQ, both, and Bitcoin are down like 20%. That's a 1-to-1. If it was triple leverage, Bitcoin would have been below $50,000 by now. So really what that's saying is that for some reason, there's actually an additional amount there's an additional bid on top of what it would have been if you would have expected it to be linked to the NASDAQ. So what I'm saying is the reason why Trump
it's the dollar. They got it backwards. I trade this shit every day, bro. I have for years and years and years.
Okay. Well, I'll let you. You know what I'm saying? If you follow it more, you know what I'm saying, I'll defer to you. But what I've heard anyway is that what you would have expected is that if the historical correlation between the most recent historical correlation between Bitcoin and the NASDAQ would have kept place, you would have expected Bitcoin to be down a lot further than it was relative to where it is now with relation to the NASDAQ. And the explanation given why that's not the case is because people are actually just decoupling from U.S. assets. Bitcoin is a global asset. You know what I'm saying? Whereas United States, the NASDAQ is strictly a U.S. Exposure.
Man. Didn't you hear what we talked about earlier? We got all these foreign entities in the U.S. capital markets because they can be there.
Yeah, that's true.
The Anglo-American sphere. See, that's one disadvantage that the Anglo-American sphere has, is that we have very open capital markets, and all the quote excess unquote money around the world ends up here.
I agree.
That's one way that those export-driven economies get around the logjam they would have to deal with their own populations.
Yes, in their own. Yes, the United States domestic economy is one of the only economies that will actually allow foreigners to invest in their own assets. We're the only place, one of the only places in the world where you can buy property and not be a citizen, where you can participate in the stock market and get these gains. I understand that, but what I'm saying is that those capital flows, those are intrinsically tied to the trade policy and the global trade system. And with Donald Trump injecting so much uncertainty into how global trade is conducted with the U.S., the issuer of currency to where these capital look, if the currency doesn't get out into the rest of the world, those capital flows are cooked. You don't have. We only sell stocks and bonds in U.S. currency. So if the foreigners don't get it, then they can't buy it. So
they don't have to get it from us. They can issue dollar-denominated liabilities themselves.
Well, yes, that's true. But the only way that you can actually get the dollars without it being attached to a liability is to get it from the United States.
Every dollar is attached to a liability by definition.
Yes, but the liability. Yes, I understand the principle of the double entry accounting, but there is also the detail, and you understand because you know Steve Keen. You understand that if
he's not right about everything, by the way, because I've had to correct him on quite a few things.
Sure, and I follow some other people that have also, you know, I get it. He's not right, but one thing that he is correct on is that the liabilities, it can. There's the there's the private sector, and then there is the public sector. And so if the liability is on the books of the public sector, it doesn't matter in terms of the private sector that the government is holding that liability, because it doesn't matter if they're in a negative equity position. They're an issuer of currency. They have a relationship with the Treasury and the central bank. If push comes to shove and you have the political will and the government will to do it, then you can get through it. What you can't do. But you can't. Yeah, man.
This is where it gets shaky, bro. Hey, this is where it gets shaky, bro, because if things were what they were again, like Jerome Powell would have stepped in with, you know, an adjusted interest rates and shit.
And Jerome, and this is why I say that the United States.
I don't see it that way at all. I see the complete opposite. I think Jerome Powell was also out in the weeds. I think he misunderstands the monetary system that he regulates.
Yeah, well,
wait.
And listening to him over the years, even before he was there, it seems that way. Because, for example, their predictions toward what was going to happen with transitory inflation and how they've seen. I mean,
Shot, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this
over the years recently.
Let me ask you this, Shot, because just to understand what kind of page you're on. If it is currently understood that the Federal Reserve needs to fight inflation by raising interest rates, do you believe? Yeah, exactly. Because interest, the cost of interest is reflected in the price of all goods and services, and so when you have an economy that's being supported by trillions of dollars of deficit spending, the cost of interest is going to be reflected in all that shit. So when the Federal Reserve keeps interest rates high, it's actually keeping inflation artificially high just by that choice. You feel what I'm saying?
Because the inflation, because they have it backwards, right? It's backwards in two measures. For one, it's usually pro-cyclical, not counter-cyclical, and the order of the events is reversed.
When banks issue credit, it is pro-cyclical. But when the public sector issues debt, because the public sector's liabilities are not coupled to the private sector's liabilities, and because the public sector is an issuer of currency, it is counter-cyclical when the government spends. And that's why I was saying earlier about the Federal Reserve just issuing the currency so that the banks don't have to, because when the banks issue that currency, it always needs to be paid back. The
banks issue 95% of the currency in circulation.
Yes,
our currency system are the liabilities of the banking system by definition.
Which is why the dollar is always in a constant shortage, because it is constantly being paid back in excess to what was issued. The fact that we have interest coupled with debt means that there's always going to be less currency in circulation than there actually is to pay it back.
No, I think the shortage issue comes from, I mean, it's a secular thing, because the money supply grows with demand. It's the other way around.
That's true. Yes, banks issue money if they think that they're going to be able to make a profit off the loan, and the public sector spends on deficits and so that the private sector can have savings. If they always tax back everything that they issue, then there would be no savings. The fact that there is a demand for savings necessitates that there's always going to be a deficit. I understand that principle.
But there's another issue there too, is that when the Treasury issues bonds, that soaks up reserves from the banking system.
Yes.
And then the Fed goes into operation. See, the root problem is that we have an interest rate policy. It's unnecessary. So it becomes circular.
We don't control the interest rate policy.
No, we do. It's the Fed's a monopoly price setter on that. The issue is there's no reason to have an interest rate policy in the first place. That's the root problem, is that we still have leftover policy cruft from a previous age,
from a gold reserve currency.
Really even a gold standard then,
right?
It was bad then too, but it's even more ridiculous now.
It's worse. Yeah, it's worse because we're not even based on anything. We could just declare the shit. I
would set it to zero and be done with it. There's no need.
Yes.
There's no need for the government to pay interest.
Right. You're just subsidizing people that already have the capital to invest in government bonds to begin with. All these conservatives making an issue about welfare queens and shit. They don't have a problem with interest rates being high, paying interest for free. It's a free return for unproductive activity. I understand that.
And that's a big part of the monetary inflation. We're injecting $1.5 trillion into the economy via the interest rate payment.
Right. If Trump was serious about if the government, including the Federal Reserve, and there's kind of conflict of interest with her because they're really beholden to the banking cartel. But if anybody in the fucking country was actually serious about this deficit and these, you know what I'm saying, they would just cut interest rates to zero and get rid of trillions of, get rid of $1 trillion of interest expenditures off the rip.
I would keep the deficit the way it is. I would just rather spend that money on half to the military, half toward subsidized healthcare, whatever.
I agree.
Keep the spending level.
I agree.
Is fine.
I agree.
Right? I'm fine with the spending level. Just take that 1.3 trillion and spend it on something more useful. See, that's the problem. You can expand the money supply and lower prices if you're spending it on increasing output.
Yes. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is the fact that because you can't have it both. If these people are actually smart enough to understand this shit, then you have to go with the fact that they're conducting themselves in accordance to whatever is in the best interest of an oligarchic class. And that's why I was saying, going into details about, like the basis trade and everything, because if the Federal Reserve really cared about interest rate policy in a way that is, consistent with the United States interests, it would conduct itself in a way that's consistent with the United States as a global empire, not as like as a unit, as a singular country. But instead, they conduct themselves in accordance with what's at the best interest of the private banks. They're keeping interest rates high because banks are making record profits off of interest income. They're not even issuing productive loans in the economy. I mean, lately now, I follow these things. Bank credit has kind of picked up.
Yeah, Jamie Dimon said it. On, I think it was the second quarter investor relations call. I listened to the whole thing. He said, "Yeah, we had a surprise increase in our interest rate,
interest income." Yeah, I was listening to that same call. Yeah,
because I go over the balance sheets of a lot of the major shadow banks and the people that participate in reverse repo.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where the action is in reverse repo. Because those are the non-banks, right? The shadow banks. They're even getting in on it. They can't do it directly, but they can do it via reverse repo.
Right.
And that's why that happens. But if you go back in time, that's why I like Kenneth Garbade, right? He wasn't a historian by training. He was an analyst at the Fed, but he's written about 20 really good monographs that go over these policy changes from at the Fed and why they changed it. And he tries to be delicate, but he basically says, yeah, some rich people wanted to get their hands in the middle of the flow of money. And that's why we have the FOMC, because there used to be a federal closed market committee, but they wanted to get that. They want to be able to put $1 million in and pull 40K out a year. No risk.
Interesting.
So when you bring up these shadow banks, right?
Yeah.
Because I watched like a documentary a few years ago about how China be washing shit through them mystery banks.
Yes, well, shadow banks aren't mystery banks. Shadow banks are just non-bank financial institutions. They don't take deposits like a bank. They are money market funds, some hedge like Fidelity, Charles Schwab. Like the people that participate in reverse repo at the Fed, for example, most of those are shadow banks, excluding the obvious banks that can do reverse and normal repo at the Fed.
Yeah, these non-bank entities that actually are big enough to have reserve accounts with the Federal Reserve, essentially.
Well, to have a reserve account, you got to be a member of the Fed. That's why they have reverse repo, because they're not allowed in normal repo.
Right.
You have to be a member bank to be in normal repo.
Yeah. All right. So, final thoughts. Where do
I have none? Good night.
All right.
My final thought: Donald Trump and his administration is too stupid to pull off what they're putting out in play. There's no Mar-a-Lago Accord. They dropped the ball. They can't pull it off. They don't got the cards. Good night.
Oh, finally. The Mar-a-Lago Accords cannot work if everybody not on board. And right now, everybody not on board. And it looked like, they're aborting the mission, man. Yes, finally. We don't have to talk about the Mar-a-Lago Accords no more. Finally, yeah, we don't have to talk about the Mar-a-Lago Accords no more, man. People not getting along, which is the secret sauce for everything to work. All right. You can't have problems with Russia, Ukraine, China, all this, abandon the EU and try to get this fucking Mar-a-Lago Accord shit going. So right now, we in no man's land. I'm glad we I'm glad. Yes, thank you, man. 5.5 hours into the live stream. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody relax. I'm definitely taking a day off tomorrow. Shout out to everybody who hit the super chat. Shout out to the homie Black for the Cash App. He sent me that probably like an hour or so ago, actually. While I'm all bullshit, man. So yeah, and I appreciate Shot coming through, Easy coming through, Django coming through, General Dave coming through. We didn't have Mercy come through today, guys. Hopefully he doing good, man. We ain't heard from Mercy today. With that being said, man, everybody hit the like button on the way out. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. As we proceed, man, shout out to Black again for that Cash App, man. Thank you, fam. And we out.